Ladies and gentlemen, the Pisco versus Destiny season finale, okay? Season 2 finale. This can't be how it ends. No, you don't understand. Season 3. Netflix has season 3 planned out, okay? By the way, I really don't think a debate like this should ever take 5 hours, like straight up. Oh my god, didn't I say that I didn't even want to cover Pisco because, like, Pisco was gonna make me Kermit in Minecraft? Dude, whatever, it's okay. DB sent $1,200 in super chats in Pisco's YouTube during this chat, by the way. What? Oh my god. Sorry. Holy. Hello? Low 27 more images? Oh my god. This is all Doobie. This is literally all Doobie. Okay, dude. Okay, Doobie. Okay, man.
To me, it does. I can't say that like it makes no sense at all that he's like having questions about your association with those people.
Okay, so I just brought in Destiny. Destiny, why did you say that?
Destiny, you hired me to protect you in these situations.
Oh my god.
All right, that's why you paid that retainer. Come on, I do my job.
Jesus Christ. Okay, my comment was a compliment because there is no world where any of the dogshit arguments that you are wheeling out against Hutch or other people came from your mind. They had to have come from other communities. I cannot believe you have cognitively degraded this much.
Which argument?
So this weird binary obsession you have with culpability, when you know that ethics don't work that way and the law doesn't work that way, why would you pretend that culpability is literally a binary yes or no?
So I don't think you understood what I was saying there, and I think that you've misconstrued it, and so it's possible you just don't understand what I'm saying.
Sure, so I understand what you're saying. The problem is what you're saying is not a thing that anybody believes. You spent half the conversation trying to distinguish between responsibilities and obligations and separating those things from the harms that they cause. That was one of the reasons why Hutch had so much problem like understanding what you were saying, because literally nobody talks about obligations or responsibilities separate from the harms they cause. This is why the more responsibility, the more obligation you have, it's usually because as a result of not fulfilling those obligations or responsibilities, more harm will come from not fulfilling those roles or things. And you're trying to pretend that like having a responsibility and failing to adhere to that responsibility, you're not culpable for any of the harms that follow. That's an untenable, absurd position. There's no way that you believe that. I can't believe that you believe that.
I think the better inference is that you just don't understand what I'm saying, and I can clarify it. So you think, so what I'm understanding you to say is
D shoots point blank with the bow, with how has your brain degraded so much. Yeah, I mean, I think Destiny is like legitimately pissed though. Like I think that's what's going on. I think Destiny is legitimately pissed, and that's why, yeah, I think there's something to say about it, because you have to keep in mind that they were planning to move in together and create content together before the whole drama went down. And then ever since the drama went down, they basically all canceled plans. And Pisco basically burned his bridge, right? Yeah, like it's basically a really bad breakup, okay? That's from what I kind of intuit between Pisco and Destiny. It's a really bad breakup. So it's like his ex, you know?
That you think that my position is that when I say something like the word responsibility, that I'm somehow distinguishing it from like ethical responsibility, and that therefore we cannot like put someone morally at fault for things where I'm referring to it as responsibility. But the truth is you just don't understand what I'm saying. I do think that people can be held responsible for reckless and negligent action. What kind of person do you think I would be to think that they couldn't be?
Then how could you possibly argue that you couldn't be held somewhat ethically culpable for the behavior that your community engages in if you are directly contributing to the things that are causing them to engage that way?
Right, because you just didn't understand what I meant.
You stop saying I didn't understand.
Yes, so I'll tell you. So you can. So
nobody you've spoken to, Pisco, you realize nobody you've spoken. I've heard Joanna talk to you on stream, that nobody understands what you're saying. So don't pretend that everybody's getting it except for me. Nobody understands what you're saying, Pisco. You're having 7-hour conversations with friends on podcasts who don't understand what you're saying. So please stop pretending that. Okay.
So let's just like hash it out and make sure that you agree, right? With what I'm saying, and whether or not after I've explained what I've said, whether or not you agree with it. So I understand ethical culpability to be equal to moral fault. Another word for that is responsibility. Okay, and sure. I think that you are only ethically culpable for the ethical wrongs you in fact do. Okay, so you are not ethically culpable for ethical transgressions that you do not in fact commit. You agree with that, right? So far?
No. There's a transitive thing that happens that you're completely missing. Let's say that somebody creates a trap in the middle of a room, and I tell somebody, knowing there's a trap there, walk to the end of the hallway.
Can you just hold on a second? So is my Twitch stream up right now? Just because you're banned, right? I just gotta make sure it's offline. Okay.
I'm pretty sure they rewrote the rules for Hassan like 12 times, so you're probably.
So I just undid the Twitch.
You send somebody to walk down a hallway knowing there's a trap in the middle of the room, and they fall into the trap. You're trying to do this weird game of saying, well, you didn't actually place the trap and make them fall into it. So what you would be morally culpable of is giving them bad advice, knowing that they might fall into the trap, but you wouldn't be responsible for them actually falling into the trap itself. So that's your position, yes?
So no, it's not my position in the way that you've described it right there. So my position is that one's ethical fault, that their state of
I'm saying it. I'm really invested in this shit in a probably not so good way. I said again, this is really depressing to cover, okay? Because Pisco always reminds me of someone who could have been, not who he is now. And I think that something has happened to the timeline, okay, that has really turned it in the bad direction. But hey,
mind is integral to the kind of ethical, transgression that we're talking about. So, for example, you have an ethical obligation to refrain from intentionally and maliciously causing the death of your child. You'd agree with that, right?
Sure.
There's no ethical obligation to be free from, ending your child's life in every respect, right? I mean, there could be some situations in which your child is an initial aggressor against you, right? And where you would be justified to end your child's life. In other words, one's moral fault is directly related in our heads and the transgression to a state of mind, right? And when I say you don't have ethical fault for intentionally calling CPS, it means only that you don't have ethical culpability.
But you would have an ethical fault for luring other people or encouraging other people or baiting other people into doing it.
Oh, yeah, so you would be ethically culpable, as I was trying to lay out to Hutch, for recklessly...
No, hold on. To be clear, tell me if I misstate you.
Yeah.
You very, very cleverly and bizarrely danced around that by saying that the only obligation you had was to make sure that you were behaving in such a way that made it so that you weren't getting banned by Twitch or otherwise coming under harm of the Twitch terms of service, basically.
No, I know...
any ethical obligation, you spent like 3 hours arguing this. You can pretend that I didn't understand or Hutch didn't understand or nobody understood this. But yeah, I understand.
Well,
you're maybe a really bad communicator.
We can just do it one by one.
Well, because I don't know if you're gonna rewrite the whole thing. So let's just stick on the examples that you gave.
Wait, no, okay? Because you just made a claim that I was being shifty and clever.
You were.
But wait.
Yes.
Well, I just want to take, because you just said something that like I was limiting the amount of exposure in the case of increasing risk to only consequences related to Twitch. But that didn't happen, Stephen. That was the first thing I mentioned, and then after that.
RK, thank you so much for the 5 Australian. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
I said, and
so
also,
if you want, we can find. Well, yeah, if you want, we can find the exact clip.
Yeah.
Okay. Hutch said something along the lines of, "Are you saying it was something like, is there no reason not to, or why shouldn't you moderate your community or something like that, or what is the purpose of you moderating your community?" And your response was something along the lines of like, "Well, as long as the action isn't too burdensome, you should do whatever you need to in order to basically make it so you don't come under TOS action from the platform." Oh. And then you very cleverly snuck in, "Now the bad actions down the road might tie into this." But you were doing a huge work there to separate any bad actions that resulted from your lack of moderation. We can find the clip if you want.
No, I mean, it's not the case. I think it's because you read into, for example, and we can use this one, the Bad Empanada situation when they asked me, "You agree?" So this is what Hutch says, right? Hutch says, "You agree Bad Empanada is a malicious actor?" And I said, "I know he has a reputation for being a malicious actor, and I've seen him act in conformity with it. So my answer is yes." And when you heard that, me say that in real time, just reacting honestly, you took that negatively. You took a negative inference against the way I phrased that.
Hold on. Right? Wait. Repeat what you just.
Did Destiny do that? I probably disagree with Destiny then, right?
So wait, let me just understand. You think that Bad Empanada, your favor, that for you to throw on, I have to know most of their content, is an absurd statement compared to I need to be generally familiar with how they engage with their content.
You're alleging that it is possible to gain a representative sample of how one runs their content based on a small segment of their streams. That's right?
It can be, yeah.
Okay. And so when Hutch asked that question, I think what he was implying is I did not have sufficient familiarity with their content for the scope of my claims, which I think is preposterous. I think the scope of my claims
it seemed like you had almost no understanding of their content whatsoever when he was asking you questions of like...
virtue of what? Is that clear?
So when you saying things like, well, I don't know if they ever read their chat. It seems like you've never seen any of their content ever if you're making a statement like that. You didn't seem to offer up any positive claims about like, this is what I think their content is. Like you asking for him to justify every single statement he made.
Hang on. Just slow down, all right? I think that merely showing that something appeared in a stream or in the chat isn't sufficient for us to conclude that there's been a failure to moderate. And you would agree with that. I'm sure that there are times in people's streams in which
I would agree with that. That wasn't the subject matter. That wasn't the subject of the conversation. The subject is if you do a stream that is centered on a topic and messages are showing up that seem to run in parallel with what the video is saying, with what you're implying, with what the rest of your community is saying, that for you to retreat to this thing of like, well, isn't it possible that maybe they missed that one message? It's like saying maybe it's possible somebody missed the swastika when they were walking to Hitler's bedroom. Like it's just such an absurd statement given the context of what was being talked about. It's not like there was a single chat message that went by that Denims didn't catch. She was watching a hit piece video on Ethan, reading comments literally about calling CPS and everything else, and giggling and laughing along with it and talking about the deadly dangerousness of the disease.
I don't think it's absurd at all as you try to characterize just then. And I want to be able to finish this.
Okay, wait. So I just want to put a pin in this then. Do you think that Denims was aware that people in her chat, more likely than not, were calling for CPS calls and were saying stuff akin to this? Okay, then why even have the conversation? What have you been talking about for a year if you're not even sure of this?
So
you had a 7-hour conversation with us yesterday.
I just want to be clear. You're certain. What is your level of certainty that she saw the messages that you claim that she saw?
95+%. There could be some brain disease. There could be some other thing going on or whatever, but...
Okay, and that's because the chats in fact showed up, right? That's why you believe it?
No, there's a ton of stuff we can. We can look at her reaction afterwards to all of the calls and everything else, and the giggling and the celebrating and the joking about it and everything else.
But you would agree that's not what is being talked about. What we're talking about here is a failure to moderate, right? And that's not contingent on her reaction to the Bad Empanada video, is it?
No, but her reaction to the Bad Empanada video can definitely give us insight into whether or not we feel like she might have seen the message.
Sure,
for instance, if that CPS call comes out and her reaction, I don't know why you're asking this, you know the answer to this. If the reaction to that message comes out and she's like, Jesus, guys, what the fuck? Well, like, this isn't cool in my community. We don't do shit like this. I was like, maybe she didn't
so I just want to say, assuming she saw it, right? Assuming she actually saw it. But her reaction to the Bad Empanada video, I just want you to make sure you answer it.
Hold on, wait.
I've let you ask the question, Steve.
Whatsoever. Any of these messages and any of the chat, she had no awareness of them at all?
You asked that question, and what did I answer? Do you remember what I answered? What did I say?
That the reaction to the messages themselves can't prove whether or not she saw the message and failed to moderate?
No, you asked the question, do you think that she saw those messages? You asked it. Do you remember what I answered?
That you said you don't know?
I don't know. But you say you do know, right?
Low IQ conspiracy theories are a threat to high IQ conspiracy theories. That's my conclusion so far.
I can make a probabilistic guess,
and the reason, and in virtue of what can you make that probabilistic insight?
Because streamers generally watch their chat, because chat will generally respond to messages in stream, because streamers usually have other moderators in their chat.
So the only thing that I'm bringing up here, and the reason why I'm bringing that up is because, yes, streamers watch their chat. I watch my chat. Hutch watches my chat. I know from experience, and I'm sure you know from experience, that if a small amount of people, as compared to a big amount of people, compared to a moderate amount of people, making a certain comment, that will bear, or whether we're looking at chat, that will bear on whether or not we ought to have culpability for a failure to moderate. You'd agree with that, right?
Not necessarily. No, it depends on the comment. No? Of course not.
So there's a situation in which, let's say, one person in DGG says something crazy, the worst thing someone could possibly write in DGG, and no one catches it. That changing the level of intensity of the message is going to bear on whether or not there's a failure to moderate.
Correct, because I think that depending on the community you've cultivated and depending on the moderators you have, I think people in chat would be responsive in a predictable manner to that message. Yes, if somebody in chat typed out a lengthy thing of this, I'm going to drive down and kill, Kafka Esquire. I'm going to drive down, I'm going to murder him in chat. And they type out a whole thing in chat, and nobody says or responds to anything. I don't believe that would happen. That's beyond credulity to me.
So Kafka, I mean, I'll appeal to you. Is that convincing to you? So because some individuals say some bad things in the chat, absent a showing that this person
it's not some individual saying a bad thing in chat. It's about cultivating a community to be receptive to these messages, watching a video that is parallel to these messages, reading chat comments that seem to align with these messages, and then having the messages show up in chat. You're making it seem like it was a mysterious case of this message was a one-time thing that popped out of nowhere. Obviously, I would be sympathetic to that because the intent.
There's absolutely no way Pisco can defend Denims. I'm sorry. I don't know if there's a reality out there where it is possible for Pisco to do this. How do you know? Like, even if Destiny was arguing this position instead, and Pisco was arguing the opposite opinion, Destiny would lose. Because of how crazy the position is. That's how crazy it is. Because they could switch positions and Destiny will lose because of how crazy the position is.
Aspect from both the community and the streamer are completely absent there. Something you've completely never spoken about at all, almost to Hutch in that conversation. But when the intent seems to be there, at least heavily implied from the creator, and when the receptiveness is there from the community, and then the messages start to pop up, you can't act like that's a happy accident. Who knew? LOL. Oops. Especially given the response to those messages afterwards,
which was to condemn it, right?
1 second. Pisco,
Denims condemned the CPS calls?
Did Denims say that she didn't agree with the CPS calls?
I feel like this was after a lot of pushing.
But do you know?
I didn't follow this or talk about this obsessively for a year, so no. I probably saw this clip like 7 months ago.
Okay,
Why, do you want to go and find the clip to see what her initial response was?
We can. I just think that when there's a failure to moderate and someone is making claims that she absolutely saw it and had a bad response to it, I think the burden is on them. And just saying, well, streamers generally look at their chats, I don't think that's going to do it. I mean, I'm sure
the claim is that streamers generally look at their chats. Why do you keep saying that?
Well, plus the messages were really depraved. I think in order to say that there's like some irresponsibility here, you're going to have to look at the number of messages, any evidence that she actually saw the messages, any evidence.
Dude, are you actually fucking kidding me, dude? What, she has to okay, so you're basically telling Destiny, okay, he has to prove that she has seen very specific messages in which she is able to intuit things. So you're telling me that Destiny has to provide some degree of mind reading. You have to, Destiny has to show that he is able to have like the sixth sense and know exactly what Denims is looking at in the fucking chat? What the fuck do you show that? Like, it's unfalsifiable. It's unfalsifiable because there's no way you can disprove it. You can't. There will always be an air of doubt. There will always be room for doubt. You cannot know beyond the shadow of a doubt whether or not this can be shown or not shown, right? It's not possible. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, I just realized I'm not sure how your charitability is. Do you generally respond that we are being ridiculous and trying to be funny, not actually disagreeing? If so, wait, what do you mean? Huh?
That someone DM'd it to her. That's the kind of stuff to show that claim.
No,
not just that it
no,
existed.
no,
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 okay.
you're fine.
You don't even believe this. This is why I'm saying your arguments are coming. You're not. I know you're not this stupid.
What don't I believe?
Let's back that you would need every single one of these like discrete percentage figures on like what was the messages per hour and what was the eye tracking on the screen per hour and what was the blah blah blah. If I was watching a video on stream that talked about how to kill black people, and while I was watching this video, I was laughing along like, oh man, you could kill black people, and then some people in chat started typing up like, oh man, I'm gonna go kill a black person. All right, there's this black person near me that I should kill, and then 5 days later, a black person near me ends up getting killed. There's no way that a year later you're like, well, do we really know that Destiny saw that particular message in chat? Like, what were the messages per hour? Like, we know that sometimes he doesn't catch every single message. You would say, well, no, you're clearly cultivating a community of people that are receptive to the message. You're watching a video that is echoing the message, and you're laughing along and giggling at the message.
But let's just break it down. I mean, so if there's an unhinged individual in your chat and they say something totally unhinged, and the community just kind of like disregards him, no one brings it to your attention, and it turns out later on, let's not introduce for the moment, and we can add it later, that you're that you're cultivating a community specifically to go after these people, whatever you want to say. But just that by itself, you don't think that we would say, well, hang on, you can't blame Destiny for this. You can't blame Destiny for this. They didn't see the chat.
So, and
when it was brought to, let me finish. Wait.
There has to be a name for this, where like it like the other side is demanding pieces of evidence that is almost impossible. That is almost impossible to produce, right? How do you demand pieces of evidence that is almost impossible to produce? How the fuck are you supposed to show that? That's ridiculous. That's insane. Otherwise, you can't make any kind of predictions or any kind of best guesses, like at all. You're just completely brain dead retard, because you're just sitting there and you can't make any kind of assumptions on anything. You can't have gut feelings. You can't have assumptions. You can't get a read on the situation, because if you don't have the numbers, you're unable to make an inference. Like, I don't know. Very silly. Stupid. But
Stephen, can I please finish?
No, hold on.
Why can't I finish?
Keep looking at Pisco's chat. No, don't worry. I know this. Okay. Full of anti-fans.
My question. Let's go piece by piece, right?
Yeah,
I agree that if it was one crazy message, you wouldn't hold a person accountable for that. Okay. For sure.
So
not what we're talking about here, but go ahead.
No, and what I would say is, hang on a second. Right to Bear Arms didn't see that. And as soon as it was brought to Stephen's attention, they banned the person. Right? These are the arguments that you had all the time with people who would come in to DG and be like, oh my God, look at this comment that was right there. It was so mean. It was so horrible. And you didn't do anything about it. And you just let it happen. And this is the exact same arguments that you were like, well, listen, I hold my community to high standard. And when it's brought to my attention, we take action. That's what you would always say. And I would say, okay, that's reasonable, right? If someone is doing something and they like, there's a lot of shit that happens.
The same thing over again. So, this isn't this situation though.
So the disanalogy, I'm guessing, is because of the fact that they're cultivating like snarkers or people who do a certain thing, right? Who have a certain malicious attitude. Is that right?
I would say probably the larger aspect here is the fact that Denims was watching a video that was basically calling for, or getting as close to calling for this thing as possible. Chat was vibing with the video. Denims was vibing with the video, and then people in chat started to do the next logical thing of talking about CPS or CBS calls. These things are you saying that there's a lack of connection there from A to B to C to D?
No, I mean, I don't think there's a lack of connection in the same way I don't think there's a lack of connection between the Republicans when they argue about what you already know what I'm going to say. That there's a clear connection between the people in terms of the same kind of connection, calling people fascists, saying that they're going to destroy the country, and we make this argument for Trump all the time when we're talking about.
Hold on. Calling people fascist? How does that relate to anything we're talking about here?
So let me give you an example, right? So you just said it's not hard to see a connection.
No. Do the example that you just gave.
Yes.
How is calling people fascist?
I'm telling you. You asked how is this analogous, didn't you?
Okay. Sure.
So when I say when I'm building out what you kind of said, I'm trying to say this is the basics of what Steven said, and how does it apply to the thing I'm about to bring up. And so when you say no, it kind of seems like you think I'm dodging it, but I'm just directly answering it. And so I think it would be a lot easier if you just let me go through it. So you said basically, they don't have to explicitly say
just
it.
To be clear, you said you had a 5-hour talk with Rob Noah and you had a 6-hour talk with Hutch. I don't think you're in any position to say any conversation led by you is made easy, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, I don't know what that shows. You have long conversations with.
No, I think no. It's because if both people were actually trying to have a good faith discussion, I don't think a single good faith, like if both people were trying to maximize their charitability, I think that in that situation, I think the conversation should be ideally resolved within 1 hour, unless you like really enjoy how to like argue and shit like that. Because yeah, again, like I think it's really rare, I guess, to me, or unexpected to see anyone spend like an hour, more than an hour, like trying to be maximally good faith and not making the conversation work, right? If you spend 5 hours or 4 hours, maybe someone is being obtuse at some point, or something is going wrong, or maybe there's some kind of continuous like misinformation or lack thereof or disconnect, right, that is going on. Anyway, yeah.
People all the time. How does that show that like a particular thing, like
You had like
it
a
might be
5-hour
helpful?
call with Hutch and you covered basically no ground. I'm just saying it's funny for you to imply that I'm the one that is slowing down the conversation. You yap a ton and it takes you forever to get to the point.
I'm not saying
I'm
not saying that I'm always like the most fucking short. I'm just like, let me fucking get to it. So you went and said something like,
I didn't say that you're always sure. You just mischaracterized what I said, but that's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So you said when you lay it out A to B to C to D, you don't have to explicitly say it for someone to get the picture, right? That's kind of what you were saying just then. That the mere fact that, you know, Denims is laughing along to it, seemingly very receptive to the argument being made by Bad and Panada, that, you know, we don't have to be able to show that she like explicitly said, go do this, to have that kind of argument, A to B to C to D, right? That was your framework, kind of?
Yeah.
I'm trying to talk about the fact.
I understand you're going to play games around the explicit word, but yeah, go ahead.
Wait, Kafa, do you think, I just want to appeal, if you're going to keep accusing me of bad faith, Kafa, do you think anything I'm doing right now is improper? Do you think I'm playing weasel games? I'm trying to address what Steven is saying.
I'm listening. Yeah,
but like, it's tiresome when you're accusing me of bad faith in the middle of these.
You're not at the bad faith part yet. Keep going. Maybe you won't be. Maybe I was wrong. Prove me wrong. I want to be wrong. Go ahead.
All right.
Yeah.
So when the Republicans come up and say to you, Steven, you live in plausible deniability. You call all of our people fascists. You say that they are scum of the earth. You say that they are essentially scum, and that you refuse in front of us to condemn violence. And so even you might make some self-serving statements here and there, but you do A to B to C to D. And so why shouldn't we hold you to the bad things that happen afterwards? Talk to me about the disanalogy there.
Because one, I don't watch videos of people talking about how to kill conservatives. Number one. Number two, I have no reason to believe that any killer or murderous person has ever come from my community. Number three, calling somebody a fascist or scum of the earth or whatever, one of the things that I say all the time, everybody listens to knows, you have the right to think that about other people. You don't have the right to kill them for it, okay? Freedom of speech, you can have absolutely.
I just leave now. I will see on the astral plane where your earlier guest resides. JW, thank you so much for coming in. I'll see you later tonight, okay, in your dreams, okay? I've got something to give you, and it's really important. Okay, we need it to save humanity.
Important use in this country. Okay, and number four, you can say that I refuse to condemn violence in particular circumstances. There are hundreds or thousands of clips out there of me saying, literally right after the Charlie Kirk thing, there is a fucking 30-second clip of me saying the guy that shot him should hang for it. You should never kill people in this country. I have an unambiguous position on political violence. You might think differently because of a clip or two that you've seen, but it
I don't think differently.
I don't think time in any parts of my community. But I'm just saying that. But the funny thing is that if you change any one of these things around and imply that one, people wouldn't be far more critical of me, or two, that I wouldn't change my own behavior. If I had a chat and we were joking constantly about like, man, if I was going to kill like a conservative, I wonder what weapon we would use. I bet you could do it with a single shot rifle. I bet you could do it from the roof. If I were to talk shit like that in my chat and then Charlie Kirk gets assassinated, what do you think my response would be? To giggle and laugh about it? Or do you think that
to laugh about the killing? To laugh, to make jokes about the people being killed?
Yeah.
Laughing and making jokes is not the same as actually trying to. I don't view these as exactly the same. I think that's different.
Would that be a response? I don't know. Would it be?
No, if I had a chat room and we were talking about the optimal way to assassinate or murder a conservative and they get killed in that exact manner?
Well, hang on. If you're joking specifically about it and then afterwards you make another joke about it?
Yeah, because you're trying to like you're trying to not subliminally, fuck me. You're trying to like edge your audience into doing something specific, right? And then it happens like immediately afterwards. Then yeah, of course it's irresponsible or anything like that, right? Like basically, you can attribute that really easily because the amount of time in between the instigation and the actual happening of the situation is extremely short. Just like how Trump is talking about taking the fight to the Capitol. This is actually a really good example, okay? January 6th. You obviously, if a Republican says like, oh, you don't know if it's Trump that is actually taking the fight to the Capitol building. You don't know whether or not Trump is actually trying to get people riled up for January 6th. He's not culpable because you can't make that connection or something like that, right? Oh fuck, my thing just crashed. Oh yeah, by the way, it's not like you can't prove that Trump is trying to. Obviously, we would call them retarded and ridiculous, right? Because it's like, how could you possibly say that? Obviously, he was trying to rile them up so that they can go to the Capitol building, so that they can try to delay the vote, right? That was the entire plan of that. I don't know. It's so retarded. Like, in my opinion, it's just so retarded and so stupid. Yeah, to even imply in any way like that. Anyway,
I'm not joking, like not necessarily joking, but like saying like, yeah, I think if you wanted to kill a conservative, this would be the best rifle to use. These would be the best conditions, the best place, and then a week later, a conservative gets murdered using that, like more or less.
No, okay, actually, no, the fucking January 6th shit is so good. Because I really wish that somebody would bring up January 6th. I think January 6th is such a good example of this instigation by Trump, that ultimately resulted in something, right?
Pretty much what we're talking about in chat.
So when the plans are jokes or not
Such a good
jokes, the first
example.
set of plans that you're talking about, the first set of
I don't know if it would
conversation.
matter if everybody in chat was kind of like, yeah, you could. I think you could. And was like looking up shit. Like, oh, from this day, this range, I think,
I feel like there are a lot of like edgy jokes that are being made that are made about
Oh my god, and do you know why Pisco doesn't believe any of this? It's because Pisco is the person who talked Steven into covering January 6th. That's why that's the nail in the coffin. That's the nail in the coffin. Because ultimately, why the fuck would Pisco argue any of this if he was the one trying to get Steven to look into January 6th in the first place? Hello?
been killing conservatives that DGG engages in. And I think that they're all taken in that sense, and I don't think that people think that they're serious. But basically, what I'm suggesting is, wait, can I finish?
Well, you didn't even answer my question, but no, because
what was the question?
You said that.
What question do you think I didn't finish? I just want to address what that answer.
Do you not think that I would like severely change my behavior or make a statement, or would there be massive?
Yeah, you would condemn it, right? You would no. No.
You would condemn it. No, I would change my behavior.
You would stop calling Charlie Kirk a fascist?
No.
What would you do? Sorry, I'm trying to understand.
Like it's very clear to me that Destiny is like heartbroken over Pisco. I think that part is obvious. Okay, they really are like kind of like a diverse couple.
No, I'm trying to understand.
That's fucking stupid, bro.
What would you stop doing?
Did I just tell you? Imagine if we were calling Charlie Kirk a fascist and then he got killed. Was that the example that I gave you?
If you're saying that he should be killed, or if you're saying that the conservatives should be killed, you would stop doing that, right? Is that what you're saying?
If I in chat were talking about the optimal ways to murder conservatives, and then some conservative would get killed a week later using more or less what we talked about, I wouldn't just come out and say, I condemn the shooting. Because if I were to come out and say that, people should roast the fucking, we condemn the shooting. You guys are literally fucking plotting it in chat. No, it would be a severe course correction in my community. It would be like, holy fuck, like somebody just got killed using the exact fucking thing.
You would stop doing what?
We would definitely not make any more of those jokes. That's crazy. I don't know if that killer came from my community or if I'm contributing to it. Like that.
It would matter whether or not they came from your community. That you would isn't the risk? Isn't the whole
no,
argument
it
here
matter
that?
At all.
I would like to finish. I would like to finish. So, regardless of whether they came from your community, Hutch's whole thing is it doesn't matter if we know whose community it comes from. That's Hutch's argument.
Hutch was incorrect. No, Hutch doesn't even believe that. If he said it, he was misspeaking because you were mind fucking him. Number one, and number two,
it does matter. So I want to be clear.
It doesn't matter.
So it wouldn't matter in your case either. So are you going to call on your people to stop making jokes about assassination? Hello?
I'm going to ask, I think for the third time. Was the example that I gave was making jokes about a thing?
The stream is not yet disconnected. I'm assuming it is actually because of Arc Raiders, unironically. But then I don't know why yesterday Arc Raiders ran fine. Like yesterday Arc Raiders ran fine. I don't know why. Because it ran for the entire time. And I ran it for like 6 hours as well. And there doesn't seem to be an issue. Whatever. I'll figure it out later.
Yeah, so that's what I'm understanding. Maybe if I'm not hearing well, maybe I have a block in my head.
If any other programs or games
Let's say in chat, we're discussing between three...
I have Amazon Prime open, but like it shouldn't do anything. It really shouldn't do anything. Like I have Prime Video open, but I don't think it should do anything.
Different rifles that we think would kill somebody in a single shot.
I've already done
the appropriate distance by which to shoot at them, and how much training would be required before we could take the shot and kill them, and then how we would escape.
Yeah.
Destiny, real quick. I'm sorry. One second. Let me just ask a quick question. I'm going to try to cut through. Sorry, everybody, to interrupt it. Destiny, are you saying, like, just to use a term that might be helpful, there's an element or a feeling of conspiracy that exists in the chat,
right?
Where they're discussing about a crime as if it's
no,
a realistic
I don't want to use because Pisco doesn't believe in conspiracy crimes or any of that. So there are no crimes like that in Pisco's world. So no, I don't want to talk.
I definitely believe in conspiracy.
Sorry, I was going to say, do you guys know whether or not like Steven actually brings up January 6th in any of this?
I definitely believe in conspiracy.
No. We're not talking about any of that.
You don't think I believe in conspiracy?
Prime video that chews up RAM and VRAM.
If somebody in chat, if all of us were collectively engaged in this discussion on the optimal way to assassinate somebody, and everybody seems to be talking along, if you want to call it a joke, that's fine. But everybody's talking along, and then somebody ends up dying a week later because of the same type of killing.
So it's a situation in which they're talking in an ambiguously serious sense.
I think it should
it's not so serious that anyone can say that it's like genuine plans, right?
Yeah, sure, I'll close it then.
Because you didn't want to accept what Kafka was saying there about conspiracy. But it's not so obviously joking that it couldn't be fairly characterizable as a joke. Is that right? It's ambiguous.
Sure.
I don't know if he ever brings up January 6th.
Okay. And so what you're suggesting is...
because that's the perfect example, right? Just like how Denims was building up to the instigating, Trump is also building up to the instigating, right? Because Trump unironically has a history of trying to prepare people to be disenfranchised with voting and shit, right? Just like how Denims probably this isn't the first time that she is mentioning Ethan's kids, and nor is this the first time she's mentioning anything related to like concern, like fake concern or shit, right? Like the patterns are exactly the same when it comes to Denims and when it comes to Trump, right? When it comes to January 6th and when it comes to CPS call instigation, right?
Those kinds of comments, not fully jokes, but not fully explicit planning, serious planning, wouldn't you change your behavior in the community going forward? That's your question? Yeah, I think that you would change your behavior going forward. I think the problem there is the disanalogy is with what you're talking about. With the
what
kind
is the disanalogy?
Yeah, so the disanalogy is in the context in which Denims was watching that clip, it's not talking about government action. It's not her agreeing to do anything in kind of like the preparatory. Wait. Can I finish what I'm saying before you like spaz out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Like you agree, she's not like agreeing to contemplated government action, right? She's not agreeing about the best way to do the infringement on Ethan, right? She's not talking about the best way to plan a bad or malicious act against Ethan. You agree with everything I just laid out so far?
Not really.
Which part of what I just said did you not agree with about characterizing Denims?
It's the thing. It is the thing that is logically entailed by or would follow. I'm sorry. Oh, careful. Not logically follow. It is the thing that would consequentially follow from the behavior they're describing. If I were to make a plan to get a bullet right in front of somebody's head as quickly as possible from 100 yards away, that would be a plan to kill somebody, even if that's not the actual last thing that I'm planning. Yeah. Right. To say that, Hutch asked this question. I'm curious. Do you still stand by this? If you genuinely believe that somebody's kids are being sick, are sick because of severe neglect from the parents, such that they're crawling around in dog shit, do you not think that that is an adequate grounds by which to notify CPS?
So I don't think you understood what I was saying there. I think that
Can you then have
I think you should do a yes or no.
I will.
Would that be adequate grounds to call CPS?
Yes or
I think
no,
it would be
yes or no,
adequate
yes or no.
grounds for a person who believes that negligence is
Either
materially
yes or
harming a
no.
child, and that's happening. I think I'm justifying that would be justified. What I was saying there, which I think that you did not understand, is that is not itself a justification.
Bro, dude, Doobie is so cringe. I don't know how Doobie is like donating so much every single Pisco stream. Like Doobie is probably like single-handedly like funding Pisco's entire fucking career at this point. I've never seen anybody even donate close to what Doobie is donating. I don't even know what Doobie is doing IRL. I don't know how he has so much time to watch Pisco and do a job where he is being paid this much. Or maybe he isn't actually like maybe he isn't actually working and he's like some kind of boss that lays around and does nothing while his workers do all the work. I'm not entirely sure like what's going on here, right? Because I'll be so curious to see like what Doobie actually does IRL. Jesus Christ.
By which I mean, someone could get from that, reasonably or unreasonably, a particular justification, and they could argue that it's justified, but it's not itself a justification. So the analogy that I want to do to demonstrate the difference between
how is it not itself a justification?
I think it was something that brought up like Doobie could be a fraudster, but I don't know why she's making that connection. I don't know. There could be a lot of other explainers that is not just like, oh, Doobie is a criminal.
Okay. So a justification, I understand that to be, and maybe this is just my failure to communicate, is saying something like this. You should,
as much as I want Doobie to be a criminal, okay?
In other words, it's someone making an argument to a particular conclusion or prescription. It's someone adopting certain reasons, right? In virtue of what is this okay? In virtue of this justification.
Sure. So you should call CPS if you think that somebody's children are being neglected to the point they're getting sick.
What I mean to say, what you didn't understand there is I was making a distinction between reasons that someone might have that apprehension versus they themselves doing it, right? And so the example I provide is, you agree, wouldn't you, that a lot of people, maybe even millions of people, right, upon hearing the fact, and I believe that you think these are all facts, that Trump is a fascist, that he's trying to destroy this country, that he is materially hurting and the cause of misery and death across the entire world, and that he could absolutely be the cause for the destruction of our society as we know that. Do you think that that is a justification to enact violence against Trump? No, right? Even though those are all true things, and even though there are
Remember that YouTube takes a cut? Yeah, Doobie is a fucking moron.
Millions of people who could come to that conclusion.
But the difference is,
right?
The difference is that you don't know what I'm going to say.
Well, you just agreed that it wouldn't. That you're acknowledging the difference between reasons. Yeah.
Because the difference. What the difference is because.
Also, by the way, I think I don't have to edit today because everything I went over today is technically not Slop. Oh no, I did go over Slop. I think all the debates can go to the second channel. Never mind. Ugh, I still have to edit. Never mind. Okay, I'm fucking fucked. Okay, never mind.
Before I said this,
dude, I work so hard every day. Okay, you guys need to give me money. Okay.
This is the thing that is consequently entailed by. The reason is because there are a plethora of ways to address
every day.
A difference, even a severe difference in political opinion. There are very, very, very few ways to address severe child neglect.
Yeah,
if you want to make this analogous, then you have to say, you need to give me, what are the other things that people could have done with that information?
Yeah, so I'm not saying that an individual themselves would not be justified under my view not to call CPS there. I just want to be very clear about that in the scenario as presented, where there is, but it's not just them getting sick and rolling around in shit. Right? It's the neglect part of that it's important, because you're a father, right? You understand that things happen that are like that's what's so horrible about the notion that CPS is justified in this context, which I've always said it's not justified. Is
but the
because
thing that Denims was watching and talking about was explicitly no, because you're trying to make this about something that's not. It was explicitly about neglect.
So I agree that.
Wait, do you agree? Hold on, let's do very basics. Do you agree that the video was about neglect? Denims was watching a video about neglect.
Among other things, but which neglect is a central part of it, yes. It's not only about neglect, you'd agree that? Do you have a problem with me qualifying that?
I don't know what the qualification is.
Wait, I just want to be clear. And
keep it up. Rip cut from YT but can't be bothered to use kick.
I'll see if I can use it, okay? Don't worry. I'll see if I can still try to make it work. Dividends will work? Yeah, of course. If I have to spend time after stream and I'm not getting any immediate payoff, especially when it comes to editing and cutting up the VOD and then making the thumbnails as well, which, by the way, all of these take some degree of like getting used to, making the thumbnails and shit like that. I have to wait for it to upload as well, which probably requires like an internet connection. Like, again, like, I mean, people can justify and say like, oh my God, it's not work. But bro, what the fuck? Yeah, I do feel like I'm like, anyway, thank you for attending, Australia though.
And I just want to make sure that we have total agreement by Kafka as well. When I just qualified there's nothing wrong with me saying that there's other purposes of the video, right? There's nothing wrong with that?
No, there's not.
Okay. It's not weaselly for me to say that? Okay, cool.
So it's about neglect, right? So if you are telling your audience and you're watching something, especially, well, maybe even, well, not even especially, actually, this would be an element of the wrong. It's a necessary part of it. If it was built on a lie, okay? So you have a thing built on, according to Ethan at least, a lie, that somebody is neglecting their child. And it's at such a severe point that the children are now becoming sick multiple times.
Yeah.
And Denims is supplying, she has this epistemic justification to make all of these things even worse. Oh, diseases that adults and children get are really bad for children. Oh, this must be why they're sick all the time, whatever, right? How are you not, what is, to a reasonable person listening, what options do we have before us that would be moral to pursue?
Yeah, so I'm not saying that it...
Can you answer that question and then you can,
that
what options do they have to pursue?
Yeah, so the general audience?
Sure. What options are there? There's nothing or...
They could do nothing, which is the case for a lot of... You agree that there's a great deal of moral wrongs that people that are shown in videos, and the vast majority, they're not directly saying that call for audience action, right? So, for example,
no, you don't need examples. Yes, of course. Obviously, I agree with this.
Okay,
but that's not my question.
Okay.
My question is what could a person do? They could do nothing or...
Yeah, they could do nothing. That would be the vast majority of cases. They could, bring it to Ethan's attention if they care to do that. They could leave it to, people who are closer to the family. If you actually, if you, I think, are deluded enough to think that this is deserving of a CPS call, which I do think it is deluded.
Why would that be delusional?
I think it's delusional on Ethan's own video. Do you not think it's delusional on what they were doing, on what you heard from Ethan? What Ethan said, essentially.
On what you heard from, we're not talking really about what we heard from
Bad
Ethan.
Empanada.
Really, we're talking about what we heard from, yeah. So you don't think that somebody could listen to Bad Empanada's
better chemistry with Pisco than Dan? True.
video and think, man, I think CPS
could they
should
think
probably
that?
get involved here.
I think that people could possibly think that. Yeah, they could definitely think that.
Okay, you understand that. Do you think Denims understood that?
So I think that Denims could understand that. Other people could think that, yes.
Okay. And was Denims doing anything to counteract that thought, or was she furthering that thought?
Yeah, so I think that she was, in some ways, adopting a lot of what, by laughing and by being coy about it. Do you disagree with that characterization? She didn't explicitly endorse it, right?
Stronger.
Yeah, but that's the weapon that they use, right? Like, just to be very, very honest, right? That is the weapon they use in order to introduce plausible deniability into the equation, right?
Well, the fact that she started to talk about that when diseases happen that are the same between adults and children, it's really bad for the children. Doesn't seem like she was being coy or joking. It seems like she was like
she was adopting it, right? She was adopting it.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So, but she didn't go out and say, but she was adopting the characterization of the harm, right? Not adopting the response that you're proposing here, right?
Correct. But my argument is that the response.
So I'm gonna do an analogy here, which is the vaccine analogy.
Why can't we just talk about the thing?
No, because I want to remove our intuitions about Denims and her malfeasance here, and I want to take a different case to see if our reasoning holds up. Do you have a problem with that? You don't have a problem with that? Yeah, no. So suppose that you have a crazy anti-vax family, and they go on YouTube and they say, I love my baby daughter, I love my son. We didn't give him any vaccine, we didn't give him this, and that. And I know that there's a raging case of measles going on here in Arkansas, whatever. But I know that with the grace of God, they're going to be okay. And I'm actually sending them to school, and I don't care about anything. But I know they're going to be safe. I know it. And a liberal streamer, let's say yourself, watches that, and you directly say, this is so irresponsible. They are placing the life of their children at risk. These kids could quite easily die, and there is no reason to do it based on a delusion. These parents are completely neglectful. They're so irresponsible. What are they doing? And then later on, some people call CPS. And commentators
Later on, like, didn't it happen like almost immediately, or
Come up to
what
you.
do you
And they
mean
say,
later on?
"What the fuck, Steven? You did this. Are you culpable for that CPS call in the moral sense?"
Not only would I be culpable, I would probably brag about it. If that was a person's actual position, that they felt like not vaccinating their kids was child abuse, and they were saying things like that to the audience, and then CPS was called, do you think the person would be like, "Oh my god, I can't believe you guys called CPS"? No, the person would probably say,
True, they did brag about it. Okay, you have to keep in mind that the Hassan people did brag about it. So yeah, you have to keep that part in mind. Yes, true.
good, they deserve to fucking lose their kids.
No, but
what are you talking about?
You don't take the view that CPS is justified to call on everyone who is part of an anti-vax family.
No, because you don't have a legal obligation to vaccinate your children, and a lack of vaccinating your children doesn't imply negligence in this case in the United States of America.
Yeah,
getting sick because we're crawling around in dog shit.
We're not talking about legal. We're not
almost,
talking about the legal standard here, are we? You don't think
to some extent. I think
Oh,
that
we
the
are
legal
talking
standard
about
has
legal
baked into it. The legal standard has baked into it a whole lot of ethical assumptions and implications. Yes,
Well-
if for instance there are some laws that if somebody is following the law to some extent, we would probably assume like, okay, well, this person's probably trying to especially when we're talking about CPS, which is a fucking government body. They're not there to enforce ethics. They're there to enforce the law, right? If you were to send a kid to school every single day in filthy fucking clothes or naked or whatever else, right? And, well, I don't know if it's not ethical or not, but like maybe it's against the law. You'd say, well, there's probably something wrong here. There's probably something not good here. The disease that Denims was talking about specifically was a disease of negligence, right? And not vaccinating your children does not necessarily mean you're being negligent. You might have a disagreement.
You don't think so? No, in the sense that we're talking about,
personally,
not.
I do.
Yeah,
personally,
yeah. So
I do. Sure.
okay, so
but I don't. But CPS isn't here to address that type of. I don't know if I call it a moral failing or a disagreement on epidemiology or whatever. That's not what the CPS tool is not used for that. But if I were telling my audience this is neglect, this is basically child neglect, I think they should lose their kids. I don't think like if I was driving that narrative that fucking hard and somebody did call CPS, like, what do you think my response would be like? Oh, I can't believe you guys did that. Oh,
well,
no,
I'm not here to speak to what your.
I'm
not here to say what your response would be, but I just think that like even though I think
because I answered the analogy, and you didn't like the fact that my response would follow that completely. It makes your analogy completely fall apart. Why would you say you're not here to say my response would be after asking me what my response would be?
No. With respect to if you were shown back what happened to that child and or what happened in that situation, but what I'm trying to talk about is specifically the situation in which there's this anti-vax family. You're saying that you would feel culpable.
You okay, Foods? Yeah, I'm okay. Why? Wait, why? Wait, why are you asking? I'm okay. Now I'm worried. Jesus Christ.
For the call that took place that you don't know about, that you didn't adopt, that you didn't want to happen, and someone did it. Right? Someone did do the CPS call. Now you would recognize.
If I would feel some level of culpability, of course. If my audience is doing things powered by things that I'm saying, even if I'm not aware, even if
even if you don't want it. Even if you explicitly don't want it, you didn't say it. But after, no, you didn't say it. Wait a second.
You didn't say it. Nobody operates in the real world that way. You don't have to say anything directly.
I understand. No.
You just look lost in thought. No. I was trying to type. I was trying to DM and shit.
I understand. But in the moment,
looking at some other
it is
shit.
Your belief and intent that you don't want someone to call CPS in the hypothetical I'm presenting, which I assume is mapped onto what you just said. And you didn't say it at the time. So there's.
Okay. Every single time I zone out and or some shit, like that doesn't mean I'm lost in thought. Okay,
there's no expression of any kind of government interaction. You just talked about the health risks there. And then someone does it. It's something that you didn't want to happen. And then afterwards you say, hey, this is not okay. Do you feel that in that moment, in the situation in which you didn't want CPS to be called in this vaccine case, but someone took your genuine, correct, true statements, different than this situation where I think it's not true, but your genuine, correct, true statements about the vax case and called CPS, that you would be culpable for it? Because you just pointed out the health risk.
Much, no.
Right.
No, it's not right. Because the thing I told you earlier that you're missing, the reason why this is disanalogous is because a lack of vaccination doesn't necessarily imply neglect.
Another really good example that I think that Steven should bring up is DUI, right? Fuck. Does anybody bring up DUI? Like, why the fuck would we issue punishments for DUI if they haven't killed anybody, right? Well, like, why would we do that if they haven't directly caused any deaths or anything like that when they're driving drunk?
Epidemiological difference.
I know we disagree.
DUI comes up later.
Wait, I know we disagree on that. But someone
I'm trying to
hears you say that.
Yeah, I'm also trying to think of more examples.
They don't have the kind of view that you do. Someone from your audience hears you say that. They don't put two and two together, that the vaccine position doesn't raise a cognizable claim for the CPS stuff or whatever.
There's going to be some level of knowing or some level of intentionality or some level where we're going to say, well, could a person have known that? If I'm talking to my channel, like, I saw this dude outside yesterday who looked just like fucking Agent Smith, I swear to God. And then somebody walks out and starts murdering people. He's like, fuck, I think I do live in the Matrix. Am I culpable for that? Probably not. Right, I don't think that there are many people that think that anti-vaxxing is a legitimate reason to call child protective services. If we were to poll the entire US, my guess is that number would come up at less than 10%. But for the amount of people, if you were to poll them, if children are getting sick because they're crawling around in dog shit all day, do you think that CPS should be notified? That number would probably be over 50, 60, 70%. Do you acknowledge the difference between those two things?
I acknowledge that you probably find find a bigger percentage of people who would say that CPS should be called in one scenario versus another. I totally acknowledge
when we
that,
say bigger, we're talking like 1 or 2 orders of magnitude bigger.
I don't know what the basis is for you to say that. I mean, I don't know. I'm telling you,
you have nothing in your. Wait,
I know
so
it's
you
more.
Think that, you think that like it might be like 5 to 7% difference, or it might be like 5 to 90% difference.
I just told you I don't know. You said 2 orders of magnitude. I understand order of magnitude to be like 100 times, 1,000 times more. That's what I understand it. Not to be like 25 more.
Like 0.5, like 0.5% of people are like, okay, well, if they're not vaccinated.
You think if you, and I just want to make sure, Kafka, you understand this. So you think that if you pulled America, when we're talking here about an order of magnitude, that there would be, something approaching, 10 times, 100 times more people in America who would say that, the poop situation that we're talking about, that's child neglect, and it would be an order of magnitude less, would say not vaccinating your kids.
Like 8 to 80% or 7 to 7.
Wait, but why the fuck would you need some kind of like study like that, or like some kind of like fucking? I just don't understand. Like, do you really need statistical analysis on literally everything, like including Denim's chat and shit? Like
70% or 6 to 60%. Yes, I think it would be about that significant. I don't more.
I don't have that intuition. I think that if you ask like every Democrat, or I don't know, like 80% of Democrats, they'd probably say that it's neglect to not give your kids vaccinations. I do agree, like I said before, that I think it'd be more for the.
Are we talking about neglect?
I thought that's what you were just talking about, neglect, right?
We're talking about neglect rising to the level of having to notify CPS. Not neglect as in like you've been neglectful. You're using this in a very casual sense now.
Okay, well,
the thing that I said earlier.
You're accusing me of deceit this whole time. I'm totally. Wait, no, hang on a second.
You just tried to focus on whether or not the order of no. Okay,
there's no war games.
Wait, if somebody sees that children are crawling around in shit versus somebody else says that family doesn't get their COVID shots. Do you think that there would be a significantly larger percentage of people that would think, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just said I don't have the intuition for the orders of magnitude. I'm just saying. Yeah.
Okay. And it would be a fair assumption that most people would probably know that, right? That like if I tell somebody that these kids are crawling around in shit all day.
I think that would be most people's intuitions.
Yeah. Okay. So if Denims is watching that, we know that that's going to be most people's intuitions. We look at the chat typing stuff about CBS, and then we see a response to the call. Why would we not think that?
So let me ask you a question. If people's impressions are that a baby is eating poop from a dog animal or something, and they contracted a disease, on those facts alone, like if you were to ask Americans, hey, you're given the situation in which someone reports or tells you that that they know that the baby contracted a disease at a household for eating poop, and that in Giardia, whatever, they got Giardia. How many Americans do you think are going to say CPS is justified on those facts? It's probably going to be some amount, even though we all agree it's not justified on those facts. You understand?
Yeah, but we're not talking about like.
Well, why are we going to? This is overthinking it. No, sorry, this is not overthinking it. This is like dishonest, right? Like I don't think this is overthinking. This is just dishonesty, right? Yeah, because there's no reason for you to go to like, oh, this like fucking overall statistical analysis. We're not talking about that. We're talking about common sense, okay? We're talking about conservative common sense here, okay? We're going to return back to tradition and go back to right-wing Asmongold type shit, okay? It is time to bring back conservative common sense, okay? Conservative common sense being this, okay?
One time, this happened one time.
Because, dude, it's just good to have some common sense sometimes, okay? I'm just saying.
Somebody got sick now.
Yeah.
We're talking about somebody saying, hey, if you want, we could flip it. Let's say that a kid shows up one time at school and his clothes are a little bit dirty. And then somebody calls CPS and the police show up and, they find out this kid is being severely neglected or whatever else. People would probably look at the person that calls CPS like, oh, whatever, I guess you got lucky. I guess, good catch or whatever, that would be it. Let's say that a kid shows up and he's been sick, all year long, and you find out, the kid is like, oh, well, the dogs poop everywhere in the house and we get sick all the time. Let's say that you call CPS then. What would people's response be? They'd say, yeah, you should have. Good job. Nice. They give you credit for it. They say, good job. You should have called CPS. You did the right thing. Good. Congratulations. Yes.
I understand. Right. So I understand that people would see a difference between those two scenarios. What I'm trying to tell you is the fact that someone would think that what Ethan was doing is neglectful doesn't per se make them unreasonable. And I want you to acknowledge that. Even though they're wrong, you and I both agree they're dead wrong. But the fact that someone thinks that it's neglectful, that opinion doesn't mean that they're...
Also, not only that, like, even if we were to accept Pisco's framing, let's just say we accept Pisco's framing, wouldn't Denims still be wrong? Wouldn't Denims still be wrong because, like, she is still doing bad commentary in the sense of, like, she is putting that out there, which will raise the chances of somebody calling CPS? Like, even if we assume that people haven't called CPS because of Denim's actions, right? Shouldn't we automatically assume as well that, like, Denims has done something irresponsible here, and the fact that she drastically increased the chance of somebody calling CPS, like, shouldn't we put that, like, responsibility also on her? Yeah. This is
They're
retarded.
in bad faith, right? They're just not thinking clearly, right? Doesn't mean that they're bad faith. Do you agree or no?
Well, I don't know if I would call it neglect. I think we would be at like the level of gross negligence or recklessness if you're a content creator putting videos out on the internet for people to consume.
No.
I'm sorry. Maybe
not. What I'm saying is, if someone takes the view that what Ethan did was neglect, that isn't per se a bad faith opinion, right? Someone could interpret the statements.
Oh,
given
sure.
by,
I don't necessarily disagree with that. I would almost fight you on the points when you guys were talking to Hutch. You guys were saying the CPS caller was the one who had more culpability. I don't even know if that's true necessarily. If you listen to the things that these fucking crazy people say constantly, and you're like, Jesus fuck, and you're a mom or dad or whatever, you're like, well, fuck, man, I'm gonna make a call to CPS.
So let's break it apart.
That person would necessarily be in the wrong compared to like Denims or somebody else.
I want to explain what I was saying, right? I basically was saying that it's plausible to me that Denims violated her ethical obligation to refrain from failure to moderate, and to refrain from.
Sorry, when you say plausible, you mean that it is logically possible that the prerequisite conditions such
that
there's
a good chance. There's a good by plausible here. I mean to say it's a case that I think merits looking at, and on balance I think is reasonable, that she didn't push back enough on what Bad Empanada was doing. I conceded that during the discussion. I missed it. That she.
Wait, why are we phrasing it so she didn't push back enough?
Why? What's the problem with phrasing it? Wait, what's the problem with phrasing it that way?
Making it sound like, because if a person murders somebody and the other person was holding them down the entire
I probably look really creepy when, like, staring at the video intently like a fucking retard, because because I don't have a game. Like, obviously, because the game keeps crashing, I don't have a game in the upper right-hand corner because it keeps on crashing the stream. So, like, the fact that I'm probably just staring at the video like a fucking, like, retard probably, like, is probably a little bit creepy, okay? I'm just, like, staring like...
time. You wouldn't say, well, the guy holding them down wasn't
Intently
pushing back
staring
enough on
at
his
it,
friend
okay.
murdering the guy. She was assisting here with the claims of negligence. She wasn't just like neutrally watching you.
Probably because people are used to people are just kind of used to, like, me darting my eyes back and forth because I'm playing a video game.
All I'm trying to distinguish. Okay, you are so paranoid. The only distinction I'm trying to make here. Wait.
Oh my god, this is like the anti-fan gaslighting, right? Like, this is anti-fan gaslighting where it's like, oh, you're so paranoid. You look locked in. Oh.
Let me state it.
No. The reason why I'm fighting on this characterization is because when you start with the thing, if she didn't push back enough, it sounds like we're starting at zero and we're arguing to how much should she have pushed back. But I'm not starting at she just did nothing. I'm starting at she was culpable in
for even watching,
right?
For even watching it, right? That's what you're trying to say.
Or for watching. No, that's not what I'm trying to say. For even, she wasn't just watching it. She was watching it and agreeing with it and supporting it and laughing along with it. Her whole chat was going along with it.
So first of all, I think that we should calm down for a second, all right? And just let's chill, all right? So what I'm saying there is trying to distinguish. Maybe I should include also the kind of adoption or the implicit adoption that we're talking about here, where she's nodding along and being like, oh, that's crazy, Chad. Yeah, it's very dangerous. Okay. So, but all I was trying to distinguish when I said failure to push back is the situation in which one is merely watching it and then critiquing it, right? That's all I'm trying to do. And when I say you're paranoid, what I'm saying is you think that what I'm doing here is some kind of coverted attempt to help Denims. That's really what you thought I just did there, right? You thought that, right? Okay. So,
oh, dude, what? Yeah, of course. I think any normal person would think you're absolutely delusional and crazy. Yes.
All I'm trying to do, I'm telling you in real time, I'm trying to distinguish a situation in which somebody is just watching.
Like, what an absolutely crazy thing to die on the hill on. Jesus.
They're like a Bad Empanada video for the purpose of breaking it down and for the purpose of criticizing it, and someone who is
unaware of her impact on, because this is somebody who could encourage rape, murder, whatever, if she's this fucking retarded. Can you agree with that?
No,
if you're going to tell me that she's watching somebody who's clearly celebrating, you said it yourself, very obviously reveling in the misery that's been caused and joking about the CPS call and everything else, and she's sitting here watching it and giggling along in conjunction with, I showed you all those messages in her chat just from a 60-second clip. And you very cleverly, I know because you've heard people make the claim that Ethan did this, said that this came from a 10-minute compilation somewhere else. But that just came from a 60-second thing.
Hang on a second. Wait a second. I'm not gonna. I just want to pause. I just want to pause. Whenever you do one of those comments, I think that we should address it.
How bad faith do you think people can get to? Like, holy shit! It's like the most. Pisco is like dying on the most shameless hills.
Not doing that. Someone who is not pushing back.
You would want to do that. Notice now, in order to make that work, you're using someone. You're using general nouns or pronouns or whatever, right?
Denims.
Denims. Then we wouldn't. If you want to talk in more generalities, we talk in more generalities.
You know what it feels like to me? It feels like when the lefties are like, you didn't say it's genocide hard enough. You like they're reading into like the fact that, you know, my language here, where I'm trying to be precise as possible. I'm trying to address everything you're saying. They're saying because
you're not. The reason why I'm acting like this is because people, when I look at people like Hutch and Josiah talk to you, these are like the most almost naive levels of good faith, and you get into the most like debate perverted mindset possible, where you're crucifying these motherfuckers on the most technical. It absolutely is. No. The ends of these conversations are fucking crazy, and these people's minds are getting fucking destroyed as you're trying to run circles in the most perverted manner possible, such that you're making statements as crazy as Hutch is asking, like, if somebody thinks that like your children are being threatened or they're going to die or whatever, is that a good reason to call CPS? And you're like, well, no, not necessarily. Because Jesus Christ, like, it's insane.
When you say it like that, yeah, we definitely can. When you say it like that, it sounds like you're not understanding, or you don't believe me when I said this difference between someone having.
It's cathartic. It's sad.
No one is understanding. Besides,
okay. So, do you understand the difference between stating facts from which one could justify an action and stating a justification for an action? You understand those are different things? Fair. And I was referring to one versus the other.
But you shouldn't be. In a very strict syntactic
But do you believe
sense,
me? Do you believe me when I said that I was referring to justification as opposed to the set of facts from which one could reasonably justify? Do you believe me right now that I'm autistic enough to make that distinction?
No.
You really don't believe that?
No.
So what was I doing there?
Because this is the test that I use, okay? When you play fast and loose with language when it benefits you, and then when you become quote unquote, I'm autistic when it benefits you, then I feel like at that point the selective.
That's called Mott and Bailey, right? Wait, guys, does that count as a Mott and Bailey? Basically, the Mott is like the Bailey when you're pushing, right? You're being very specific with you're like trying to be autistic. You're like, oh, I'm very autistic. I'm very autistic about these definitions. I'm very autistic about these. But then when you get pushback, right, the Mott is, oh, well, I mean, no. That's not Mott and Bailey. That's not the Mott and Bailey. Fuck. Hold on, I gotta think about it a bit more.
Skepticism makes it hard to believe that you're applying this in any kind of good faith way.
Everyone who talks to me understands I do this. I talked to Rob Noor for like 4 hours about how the term jurisdiction and territorial jurisdiction, that a ruling on territorial jurisdiction and venue isn't necessarily a ruling on jurisdiction. For you to sit here and say that I'm not only capable of doing that, but specifically known for this kind of shit is so laughable.
Like, look at the example that you just used. The example that you're using is a legally defined term debate with Rob Noor, who's also one of the most debate-perverted people possible.
I don't understand Mott and Bailey or whatever, but Pisco does do offensive shit, then retreats to a defense position. Yeah, that's Mott and Bailey. Yeah, it's when you're being pushed on, the point that you give out when you're being pushed on versus the point that you use to attack are not the same points, or the framing is different, or the zooming in and zooming out is different, or there is some substantial way, like there is some substantial way that point like that. Say that 10 times fast, okay? Fuck you.
No, why would you?
Because the example is basically it's a fort, right? So the Mott is the moat. The Mott is like the forts, the fencing position that you retreat back to. Whenever you need to take a tactical retreat, you retreat back to the Mott because that's the most fortified position of the fort. The Bailey is the part where it's like the ditch where you begin to like start running and charging and shit like that. The Mott and the Bailey, okay? So when you need to attack, like you go to the Bailey, and when you need to retreat back behind fences and moats and walls and shit like that, you go to the Mott. So, but they're two different positions, right? When you go to the Mott or you go to the Bailey, you're at two different positions. So, which is why when now it's the fallacy in debates, right? The fallacy in debates is like you're at two different positions whenever you try to defend or you attack, right? You're not defending and attacking from the same position. You're attacking and defending from different positions. So, very smart term. Okay, I actually think it's a really good term. Okay.
Use that comparison. Wait, you can say not just that, but that's the example that you went to. Why would you go to that example? You're demonstrating exactly what I'm saying.
No, everyone knows that I have a character for being particular about my words, trying to clarify in like the most specific way possible, and that sometimes, I'll be, clear about the mens rea of knowing versus. That's what I do.
Why did it take you like 3 hours to get to understand that what Hutch was talking about was degrees of culpability? When he said it like 4 times, you could.
Oh. A good example of Mott and Bailey is, let's just say commentary, right? The commentary community is like, when they are attacking, they're like, oh, you're a PDF, you're a PDF, you're a PDF. Actually, this kind of, no. Oh my God, this actually applies to Dan. No, Dan is the perfect example. Okay, Mott and Bailey. Okay, so for example, when Dan is attacking me, he unironically calls me a PDF with no indication that it's a joke in any way whatsoever. Okay, like in my opinion, from my perspective, because there's no prior relationship between me and Dan that would ever indicate that like something calling me that is okay. Okay, however, when let's just say he's receiving pushback, right? He's getting criticism for calling me a PDF. Well, his Bailey, his Mott is, oh, it's just jokes, it's just memes, right? It's just jokes, it's just memes. So the Bailey is the unironic accusation, and the Mott is, oh, it's just jokes, it's just memes. It's just jokes, it's just memes, right? These are two different positions, right? One being a joke, and the other one being like an actual thing that you're using, right? Mott and Bailey.
Trying to make it a binary thing of like you're either culpable or you're not culpable.
Because somebody who is genuinely trying to be good faith would probably argue like, no, I was unironically meaning, I was unironically accusing you, and when they're being defended against, they're like, no, I am still unironically saying it, right? I am unironically trying to defend this, and I'm going to provide evidence as well. That would be a good faith. That would be good faith. However, people who are not good faith will use Mod and Bailey, right, in order to retreat back to a position of like, Dan called you that for it? Yeah, multiple times, in fact. Or insinuated it multiple times, like severely at the very least, okay? But like, yeah, I mean, again, so those Mod and Bailey, okay? And yeah, it is a coward's maneuver because it shows that you're not being good faith, and it shows that you don't actually believe what you're saying either, because you can't substantiate the point.
I don't think that you're understanding. I obviously agree and think
it shows that in your heart of hearts, you don't actually believe that what you're saying. You don't believe what you're saying, because otherwise you would try to die, like live and die on that point, right? Otherwise you would try to defend that hill, right? It shows that you are lying. It shows that you are lying when you're trying to do Mod and Bailey tactics.
Such as
it's more of a demonstration of your behavior. It shows it's a demonstration of what your heart is actually like, what your heart actually believes, right? Not what is coming out of your mouth. You know?
Does it work in most conversations? I don't think you're understanding.
No,
and you may not even notice it. You may not even notice it. Yeah.
Really don't. Wait, no.
I think Nick Fuentes does that too. Yes, correct. So for example, Nick Fuentes, the Bailey that Nick Fuentes uses is, it proves a state of mind. Yeah, that's correct. The Bailey that Nick Fuentes uses is, oh, I unironically think that the Jays are controlling everything. But when he's pushed back against, the Mod is, oh, it's just jokes. It's just memes. It's just jokes. It's just memes. Mod and Bailey.
I'm about to specify.
Isn't that cool? Isn't it cool how things work? Oh, I actually think it's so fucking rad. It's so rad how language works. It's so cool. Sorry.
Dad,
do you think
you understand what you're saying out the time?
Do you think that I truly don't understand a notion of partial responsibility, that I don't understand joint and several liability, that these concepts are foreign to me? Is that what you think?
No, that I don't, which is why at the beginning of this conversation I said you must have bitten this argument for somebody else. Because I wanted to turn around when you started talking about proximate cause or but for things, and you go,
I think what Pisco is doing is C-lining though, like demanding endless proof. Yeah, I think what Radiant linked is more correct, because I think it's harder to relate what Pisco is doing to, like, I have no doubt that he is doing tons of Mod and Bailing or whatever, but like that's like more advanced examples. But I think the better example is probably C-lining, where you're demanding evidence constantly, and it's almost impossible to produce that amount of evidence in any way, right? I refuse to believe that Radiant links something that is correct. It happens occasionally.
Because it gives you insight into the mental state of the person that was spreading the bullshit in the first place.
I will explain, Stephen. I will explain. So, because the reason I kept asking, and maybe you thought this was bad faith too, I asked Hutch, well, it's possible it came from your community, right? And he was like, yes. And everyone gets exasperated, like, oh, come on, Pisco. You're trying to say it's the exact same thing when Hutch watches a video and just totally missing the point. And maybe, listen, guys, that could absolutely be my own communication deficiencies. I am totally willing to accept that. But the difference is we ascribe culpability when it comes to non-intentional states. I'm here using the model penal code, and I understand that's a legal concept, but I believe it will also apply to our ethical concepts. And I don't think you'll fight me on it. This notion of recklessness and negligence, right? You don't call someone negligent just because they introduce a trivial risk, right? You don't call someone culpable for being negligent or reckless because they are like sending their kid over to do grocery shopping, right? Because we consider that a low amount of risk. And so you just asked me, wait, let me finish my idea.
No, you don't agree with. Hold on, no, because you don't agree with what you just said.
Okay, yeah, I do.
It has nothing to do with the percentage chance of risk. It has to do with the intentionality and the responsibility that you have in terms of sending somebody into a certain direction.
Wait, no.
The percentage chance of risk is not relevant here.
It does, yeah, it is. I'll tell you what.
No, it's really not. It's really not. If a retarded kid came up to want to kill you, okay, because they're retarded, all right, chances are pretty tiny, okay? But fuck that motherfucker, I'm pulling the Glock. You know what I mean? You get me? You sliming with me?
and I do believe this, and I hope that we can agree on that.
Sure. Give me an example. Sure.
So someone is reckless when they consciously disregard not any risk, right? A substantial and unjustifiable risk, right? You don't call someone reckless.
Correct.
So the state of mind is intrinsically linked to a certain quantum of degree of risk, okay? So no one would say, for example...
No. No.
Yes,
Hold
it is.
on.
Yes.
No, it's absolutely not. It's not. What did you say? The key word there is known or justifiable. You have to have a mind state about the risk. If a father tells a child, can you go to the store and pick up something, and there are murderers in the store, they're killing everybody, and the dad doesn't know, and there's a 100% chance that the child dies when he walks in there, that's not negligence. That's not, well, maybe negligence, they didn't have the news.
That would almost be intentional. That would be like intentional, right?
Not if they didn't know, though. Not if they didn't know.
Oh, no, yeah.
Even if there's a 100% chance of death, if they didn't know, it's the known part is what talks about negligence or the responsibilities and obligations you have.
Right. But the knowledge pertains to a certain level of risk, right? The knowledge itself, the mental state of the apprehension is based on a certain significance of the risk. I'll give you an example, right? So that we can just agree on this. If someone sends them to the supermarket not knowing that there are murderers all over there, like the one that you just gave, they are not consciously disregarding a substantial and unjustifiable risk. You would agree with that, right?
Correct.
So you're not however, if they know that there's
just on what we just said there, this is why the chat groaned, because funnily enough, I actually think Hutch's, for whatever bullshit, Hutch's intuitions, I think, were spot on in all of this. And I think a lot of the groaning you were get was intuiting a lot of good stuff as well. What you just said is the knowledge of the risk. When you say, well, when Denims is engaged in some behavior, watching a video, and then somebody calls CPS, and it feels like the intent of her, the entire community of the video she's watching, is to push that type of behavior. And then you say to Hutch, well, isn't there a chance that somebody from your community could engage in that behavior? Do you really think that when Hutch is reviewing a thing critically, do you think that if you would have put a gun to his head and say, Hutch, I want you to answer this right the fuck now, do you think that you're helping or hurting this situation? My guess is Hutch is probably like, I think I'm helping. I'm trying to spotlight a thing that I think is important. And, there might be a crazy person that takes the wrong way, but for the most part, I'm doing things to reduce the amount of harm here.
I just want to be clear. That would definitely be true of the reckless mindset. But there's also this other level, and again, this is a legal concept, but I think it also fits in our intuitions, is negligence. And negligence isn't just when you consciously disregard a substantial and justifiable risk. Negligence is when you should wait, let me just finish. Where you should, I agree. Hutch is not negligent, okay? I don't think that
not
Hutch
even close to it.
I know. Wait a second.
Parallel is crazy.
Wait.
That's why people are groaning.
How the fuck do you fall asleep to me anyway? Like, I feel like I'm too loud and obnoxious. Unless you're saying that, like, oh, I don't comment enough on things to the point where you fall asleep because it's boring. Then it's like, okay, whatever, man. But yeah, I don't know. Like,
because you guys don't understand. I don't raise that point to suggest that Hutch is negligent. The point I'm raising when I say Hutch is mere increase of risk is not enough to imply a culpable mindset. The risk you need to show is of some degree of significance, and we're going to treat you differently based on whether you consciously disregard that risk.
This is a question that you're smart. You know that nobody knows. Nobody believes this. I would never. This would be a thing that you would just illustrate a quick example. But with the one that I just said, let's say you said your kid to the store, there's murders, and then you didn't know about it.
I tried to.
No, you didn't. You danced around this. It took 2 hours to get to this part of the argument.
I brought that example up. Wait a second. I brought that example up.
When you were pushed into it. When you got pushed to it.
Listen, so I'm just telling you guys can disbelieve me if you want. You can take Steven's view that I'm doing this because I'm trying to appeal to the Justilk community to improve the harassment on Rose. That's Steven's opinion. Or you can take my view of it, which is I was trying to find new ways to explain the same concept. The same concept, which is that our intuitions about culpability don't relate to the result nakedly. Our intuitions about responsibility relate to results plus mental states. And so when I said, and everyone goofed on me, and I have a bunch of replies saying like, what? You don't think that the fucking father that's being sent over there would be responsible for the death of their child? When they did that, right? They're just not understanding the point. The point isn't that the father is not responsible or culpable. Here, I'm using, by the way, when I say responsible, it's not weasel. I just use those words interchangeably. Responsibility, morally at fault, justified, culpable. Those are all words that I use interchangeably. It's not evidence of me doing a lower standard for people. I'm just trying to re-explain the same concept.
Sure, that's fine. Most people intuitively, at that point, though, would feel like the father is someone at fault because they would view that as being at least negligent of not protecting your child from going to a bad part of town where they're going to get killed.
My point is, and you don't even disagree with this, they're culpable.
You agree that most people would view the father as being somewhat
culpable in some sense. Culpable in some sense.
Yes. Correct. Cool.
So,
okay,
yes, no, but that, I was saying that. That's what's so frustrating is because people didn't.
Yeah, but you might say that people. Well, you could argue you're saying that. What you're saying is, well, he's guilty of this thing of negligence, but that's completely divorced from the resulting bad action. He didn't murder his daughter. He didn't rape the daughter. Yes, you did say that.
No.
Okay. But the second thing too is, imagine the father not only sent his daughter to a bad part of town. Imagine he got into a group chat and started telling a bunch of his shady friends.
Yeah, now it starts to seem more intentional, right? Now it starts to seem more intentional.
Yeah,
yes,
I agree.
No, yeah.
Imagine if his daughter gets raped and he laughs about it in his group chat with all of his friends.
That starts to seem more intentional, doesn't it?
What is this analogous here between what Denims did and what the dad would do in that circumstance?
What I was trying to. So first of all, let's make sure that I am going to appeal. So I know exactly what you asked. You asked, what is this analogous between the added circumstances to the hypothetical that make them different than the Denims one? Everyone locked it in. We know that, right? We know that. What I want to do though is make sure that we.
Dude, Pisco is never getting out of the Prime Kai channels, dude. I mean, Prime Kai panels. For context, Pisco used to be a regular on Prime Kai panels. Yeah, he's never getting out of the hood. Just like how he's never getting out of the Prime Kai panels, bro. Dude.
Agree so far in the framework. You might not believe I had this framework, and I want to get clarity on that. But I just want to make sure we agree on the framework. So you agree, right, that one is not culpable in the sense of moral culpability to a result nakedly, right? They're not nakedly just because you cause the death of your child. You're not culpable in the sense, right?
It depends on the
mental state.
It would depend on the
foreseeability. And foreseeability plays into role of like what a culpable mental state would look like. If something is very foreseeable and you don't cognize it, but you should, right? That would be a negligent mindset, all that other stuff. And so one is not culpable for the intentional version of culpability that I'm trying to say, and versus the negligent one. So that's all I'm playing out here. And I don't hear you to disagree with that. And that is what I intended to say, whether it came across the right way. What I wasn't trying to do was say that communities don't have responsibility for their community. What I wasn't trying to say is that there's no duty to moderate. What I wasn't trying to do was fucking protect Justilk for fucking road harassment.
I hate reading.
What the fuck?
Justilk thing, right?
Nobody is saying that.
That's your speculation. That's your open speculation. You believe, of course. So you believe I want to increase harassment on this person I don't know who has never harmed me. On basis of what?
Cover on the communities.
Why the fuck? In virtue of what? Oh, because Justilk's in my chat? I talked to counterpoints.
What? Why do the Destiny drama shit like just appear out of nowhere sometimes? Like sometimes like I'm expecting an argument about shit that isn't even remotely not remotely related. This is kind of related, right, in a way. Because he's like brain broken by these people.
It's in your community. But you don't give me that grace on that, do you?
I don't know.
You don't give me the grace that.
Counterpoints will still talk to you. Counterpoints won't cut people out of his life or cut people out of his communities.
Is that what this is about?
No, that's not what this is about. This is about I'm still waiting for you to give the example on Denims. I don't know why you're going into this.
No. The point is, the reason I'm addressing this at all is because you openly speculated that the reason why this, which is, it's maybe a little bit of words to put out, that the reason was because of a nefarious intent to increase harassment or protect a community who is known to be harassing a young woman who's never harmed me. And that is fucked up, man. You can't fucking.
What's wrong with me? When you say it's fucked up, if somebody were to reach out and harass you as a result of that, would I be in some sense culpable for that harassment?
Well, in the sense of recklessness, but I wouldn't. But if I tried, hang on, wait. No, I didn't know. Wait, I did not. No, I did not. Wait, Destiny. Wait, Destiny. So as a result of that, I might say that you're like negligent or reckless or whatever if you say that. But hang on a second. There have been people from your community that have messaged me with suggestions that are not true in a similar vein. Do you accept culpability for that? No, you don't, right?
The people might message you. The people might message you say mean things. Sure, I say mean things about your stream. Of course, I accept culpability to some extent.
But you didn't do it. No, but not the unhinged stuff, right? You take you take credit for what you actually say, not what you could increase the risk of saying.
You have to define unhinged. If somebody messages you like, I fucking hate you, piece of shit, then fine. Yeah, I guess. If somebody messages you like, I'm going to kill you, well, geez, that's kind of fucked up. I don't think I've said
just stuff like, attacking my credibility in the sense of like my credentials, saying that essentially I'm defrauding people, not, holding myself to be on, to have never been admitted to practice. Those are things that come from people who are parts of your community. Now, I've seen you defend me on that score, and I would never hold you culpable for it.
Sure.
And I'm applying a consistent lens.
Because there's a clear. No, you're so inconsistent. What did you just say?
Play stream nice, just for you.
Because but why do I even do that? Because I do see people make those kinds of attacks, and when I see it, because I don't want people to make those types of attacks, I think there's other stupid arguments you make they can attack you on. I counteract it because that shows the intent of me when I make my criticisms of you. I'm not here to criticize you for saying you're a fake lawyer, whatever else. And you can see what you just pointed to was an action that you say, oh well, look, I guess he doesn't want these things to happen.
But here's the thing, right?
Example.
So Denims did clarify afterwards, right? Now that was after she said what she said, or she watched that video and people brought it to her attention and criticized her for it. She said that she never called CPS and that it wasn't justified. That's what I understood that she said. That's from what I recall that she said. And so I'm asking, on what terms are those different?
Wait. Was this after she saw that CPS was called, or was this after a significant public backlash?
I mean, I'm not sure those are coinciding, right? Like maybe the backlash is when she sees it. Maybe the backlash is when she sees. No. I said I'm not sure about the. I'm not sure.
Tell me how you can determine that she's being sincere.
Well, hang on a second. But then what else? You're saying that she's doomed to be insincere because if it happens to be that she sees it when it coincides, when it's a public thing, therefore she can never be sincere about the apology, or you will never take that presumption.
Your statement about statements made as a result of mediation or settlements. Didn't you say Kaceytron's whole statement must be insincere because it came at the end of the settlement or mediation?
The reason why Kaceytron's statement is insincere is because it's obviously insincere. It's obviously insincere given everything we know about Kaceytron's character, given what she was apologizing for. Do you actually dispute that? Do you think that she was being genuine there? That she apologizes to Ethan's employees, she apologizes to Asmongold.
If we're going to say that necessarily every statement made at the end of mediation is insincere, then there's no possibility that you can say that, well, Denim's statement at the end of massive public backlash, that's sincere. No, that's ridiculous.
What I mean to say is, like, it's in the nature of what Kaceytron is saying, that it strains credulity, given our priors about what Kaceytron stands for, given our prior.
Wait, the sincerity thing. Is Destiny going to argue that Kaceytron's thing was sincere? Because I probably wouldn't. Yeah, I don't know. That's probably not something I would.
Priors about, I can tell someone could reasonably expect an apology for, that she actually meant aspects of her apology there. That's what I think is. I think you agree with that.
And what is in the nature of Denims and the snarker communities and all the people surrounding her? Right?
Where is the evidence of her advocating that similar type situations?
What do you mean? Evidence of her advocating for similar types of situations?
Where's the course of conduct of Denims that would, justify us taking this kind of negative inference on her apology that we would think, or it's not apology, her stating that was never intended, that she doesn't think it's justified. Where is the order?
Show me the piece of paper where Hitler wrote that we need to kill all the Jews.
No, I didn't say that. You're making it sound ridiculous when you're like, I'm.
True. Okay.
Because you are being ridiculous.
Thing.
What are you talking about?
What are the kinds of things that shows that she has a history of this stuff, where she actually wants these kinds of reports to be?
Steven, you're gaslighting. Okay, you're gaslighting.
Be filed. She actually wants you to go out and
because
talk to people
she's
IRL.
watching the videos on stream. She's laughing along with it. She's giggling after CPS gets called, and her chatters are all having a fucking goof about it.
Yeah, but that's merging with the thing itself. That's merging with the conduct itself. You're saying the conduct is so obvious that she's calling for CPS there, or that that she should know that that's a call for CPS. That is itself the evidence also that she's being insincere regarding her statement that it's not.
Did you see any of the Discord chat leaks of the Tyler Robinson's Discord group?
I saw some of them.
From what I saw, I would be I would be shocked if that group was a radical, crazy group, because it seemed like when he dropped the message in there, people were like, wait, really? Holy shit. Oh my God, this is terrible or whatever. That was all I saw. I don't know if there was more released, but from that Discord group, that's all I saw. If I would have seen him say that same message, if you would have seen him drop that same message and everybody's like, oh my God, bro, headshot, good job, fucking A++, dude, I'm dropping on Tomato Town next, right? What would you think? Would you think that there was a much higher chance that...
Yeah, we'd apply more culpability. Yeah. Where did they celebrate the CPS?
Is that... Okay, hold on. You asked me that question.
Yeah.
If we watch some clips and I demonstrate that, is your opinion, what percentage is your opinion going to shift on this subject?
That if they celebrate CPS actively after the fact, that will definitely color my opinion. And so like give you an example of what it would be, and then I'll tell you how I think it would affect my opinion. That's me being good faith, right? Agreed? I'm giving you an advance what my reaction will be before I see it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So give me the example of thing, and I'll tell you how I think it'll affect my opinion.
Okay.
That's good faith, right?
I'll be back in 5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Kafka, thoughts about this? Are you convinced that I did this to promote protection of a community that, on Destiny's view, is trying to further harass Rose? Is that what you think?
That you're doing all this to protect J-Stocks community?
Yeah. Do you think that that's why I'm doing this? That's what he openly speculated about, and that's what he suggested.
I haven't seen the evidence of that, but it's also, I mean, I've seen maybe.
Yeah, why aren't you convinced by that? I wonder.
I mean, again, I think it's, again, this comes back to more of a fact issue. I'm not really super familiar with all this. That's what I was going to come in here and discuss with you about it.
Yeah, but we've been talking about it for like an hour plus, and so
sure, but I mean, like, I think it's a thing where there's whether you intended to or not, I think that there can definitely be cover for that community.
Wait, what do you mean I'm covering for them with respect to the harassment of Rose? You think that I'm the kind of person that that would want to do that, to cover these people who are harassing a young woman? Why would I have that intent?
I'm not saying you possess that intent. I'm saying that I think that the Juice-Stock community definitely has the ability to.
I like how Kafka unironically uses the name Juice-Stock community. The Juice-Stock community, out of context, it sounds so funny. Like, if you don't have the context, I mean, even within context is horrible. Like, it's just, what is Juice-Stalker Discord about? Okay, so they're not stalking Jews, but they are stalking this person who they think are behind multiple conspiracy theories, and they track his life and all of his phone numbers and all of his emails, and they basically snark. Okay, it would have been better if you were actually stuck. Anyway.
I think they're co-opting a lot of what you do. They're trying to find you as an ally. They're, currently fighting with people in your Discord right now. They very much have an interest in bringing you to their side to some degree, whether, that's intentional or not. And I think that the nature of your relationship with Destiny at this point makes it easy for them to try to co-opt a lot of your stuff. And
I can just be myself, and like I interact with counterpoints. I'm on good terms with not so erudite. I'm on good terms with you. I talk to members who are frequenters of that community. And so in what sense is it that I've fallen into the black hole
you're also on good terms with Aaron or on Trader
Is she part of what is she doing that's snarking?
I'm not saying that she's snarking, but I'm just saying that you maintain relationships with people that are not that Destiny has issues with.
No, but that's not an example of other people that have issues with. But I'm also maintaining relationships with people that he is good friends with.
Sure, but a large part of the Juice-Stock community's issues with Destiny surround this lawsuit that arguably probably wouldn't be at where it's at without Straight Raid's involvement. It's not like she's totally removed from
Holy
this.
Crap. But that's true of anyone who's like potentially involved in the fact pattern there. And I don't want to get into actually talking about the merits of it for reasons I've already stated. And that is out of respect for the process, and out of respect, frankly, for what I was doing at the time, in the sense of what we were doing in New York. And so there's a bunch of reasons why I don't talk about that.
I agree with all of this.
But regardless of it,
you got baited on X into fighting with somebody.
No, because what they say, but it's not bait. It's just very funny that when people accuse me of being hypocritical in terms of my coverage, it's not hypocrisy if there's a reason why I'm not covering something, and the reason relates to something that is convincing. It's convincing, right? It makes good sense why you wouldn't cover something, right? You agree with that?
I'm not accusing you of any
cool,
of that.
yeah.
I'm just saying you want to stand away. You want to take a distance from all that stuff. That's fine. But there are parts of your community and your engagement online that are bleeding into it, that are that when people are trying to pull you to it. I'm saying that you need to use a Chinese wall.
So I'll ask you, should I?
No. I think Pisco is a slave to ego. No, I get what Kafka is saying. Kafka is right, but the most you guys want the most straightforward answer for all of this? Pisco is a slave to ego, okay? Pisco is a slave to ego, where, in my humble opinion, because people know that he's a slave to ego, he is prone to flattery. And people will use flattery and praise, even for the dumbest arguments, in order to get him on their side and to view them more favorably. Simple as that, okay? In fact, Pisco might be one of the most egotistical people in this entire space, if I were to go by that standard, just mainly because his arguments are so stupid and so retarded that is the only possible explanation, okay? Anyway.
Ban everything involved with the chase.
Should I ban just Stilk for my community?
Yes.
I think that there are a lot of really good reasons to do that.
Yeah.
Is it yes?
He has the intent. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. He has the intent.
Guys, your phrase equal food, true. Guys, I was banned from Pisco's community, and J Stelk is still in that community. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. It doesn't make sense. Unless everything I've been saying is true, okay?
To try to use your content, and your community to his ends, and not only, I think, harming Destiny, which, whether or not you like Destiny anymore, I don't think you have ill will towards Destiny. I don't believe that about you. And I think that you are, whether you know it or not.
Should I ban Queeman?
Your inactivity, yeah, I think you should. I think your inactivity in that
True.
brings up a lot of questions for people.
Okay.
And whenever, and I don't.
Kafka is a Foodshops fan, okay? He knows.
Know about this whole
but
thing.
I shouldn't ban
Kafka. I can feel it, okay? Kafka is a Foodshops fan. I can feel it. Kafka is a Foodshops fan. This is the vibe of a Foodshops fan, okay?
And
big comments about E3.
I shouldn't ban counterpoints, right? I shouldn't ban counterpoints.
I don't see counterpoints acting in a way that's trying to harm other people online. Right. That's my thing. Is I think that for me, with the juice talk,
you're saying I should take a stance. You're saying I should take a stance in these issues that I said that I don't want to take a stance in. You're saying I should actually take a role there, and I should go in there and actually make the decision in that sense.
I moderate my community strictly. I do. And I don't regret it.
And wade into those issues and make those banning rationales, even though my community, we don't want to talk about that shit. We don't want that drama stuff. It's something else. And
it's very difficult to shape a community culture to your liking, but the work pays off, okay? You attract better people. People want to be better as well. So there's like self-improvement aspect there because they want to fit in, okay? And you don't want to drive away cool people. That's worth it. That is worth it. Actually.
It's open to people who follow our rules. Why would I go look?
One of the things that I had to learn how to do is, I think that building up your own community from the very start, the moment you start blowing up, is one of the most important things you can try to do, okay? It is more important, in my opinion, than viewership. It is more important, in my opinion, than anything else. Or even immediate money. It's more important than immediate money. Unless you're like super broke. Why? Because they are all you have. If we take away the material gains. If we take away all material gains, they are all you have. All right?
Look at their off-server conduct and ban them. Or do you think I should? I mean, you think I should because why?
I mean, I think because they have very clear intent to try to co-opt your language to use it to harm Destiny. I think it's fine for you to go into an area that has your name.
The other day, the other week, I did a reaction of Soypill and Destiny's conversations with these two conservative lawyers, in which I almost uniformly praised their performance and said they did a wonderful job. The other time, like when people were going after Steven for trying to charge him with
Marxists voted for Kamala in the last election.
Dude, are you serious with that shit? So you think are you scared?
You can have an opinion, but that doesn't mean
you're scared that I'm gonna.
Decide even after Pisco burned his bridge with Destiny, Steven still defends Pisco in the DG Discord? Wait, where? I thought Steven didn't participate in his own Discord server. Pisco isn't willing to do the same for Steven? Some cuck Switzerland neutral type shit? True.
Well, because I state my genuine views on stuff, right? I state my genuine views on these lawsuits.
True.
Because some community that's bad could take it a certain way. I'm sure that like all the people who are fans of Denims and Hassan's, they love that I'm talking about this case in the way that I am. But that's incidental to why I'm doing it, right? It's not related to why I'm doing it. Why I'm doing it is because it's my opinion, right?
No, you're doing it because it tickles your ego.
I'm doing it is because of all the reasons that I want.
Because of ego food.
I want to talk about it, not because I want to fucking please Denims, please Hassan, but people seem to think that I do, right? Is that your impression?
Okay.
I want to have a tanky community. This is just for money. Like
I have overwhelmingly and
F for anybody else. Hold on. Sorry, there was a sudden dip. There was a sudden dip in there was a sudden dip. It has nothing to do with anything. I think that was genuinely the internet itself. Okay, I'm sorry, my bad.
To my credibility's detriment, defended you in the DGG community. And I will tell you this, Pisco, I understand where you're coming from on this, but you are a person with a legal degree. You are a person with some level of credibility on the internet, and you're a person who really was not a huge part of this drama shit in the past. And then now, after you're falling out with Destiny, we see you engaging in it. We see you come in.
Engaging in what?
Bro, this is epic shit right here. Okay, like this Kafka versus Pisco here. This is some cinema. Okay, this is actually cinema. Holy. I like it whenever Kafka takes the gloves off. Okay, I don't want Kafka to ever want to cater his language for anyone. Okay, if he is pissed, who is Kafka to these guys, by the way? God, Jesus Christ, okay? I will glaze Kafka until the ends of the earth because he's awesome. He is like one of the only smart lawyers in this entire fucking space.
Engaging in what?
In a discussion around this drama stuff that
what drama stuff? So I'm not talking about drama stuff related to Destiny.
You're talking about no, I didn't say related to Destiny.
Okay,
I said drama. I don't remember you ever, prior to the January of this year, getting in the middle of online drama stuff and things like this, and having these massive.
Hang on a second. So,
I don't think the right argument is being made here. Because I think the more correct argument is like you need to be able to explain why. I think you need to be able to explain why that's bad. Okay, why that's bad. Yeah, I don't know. Like because it takes a little bit, right? It takes a little bit in order to
culture drama. All
right, so let's just go through examples and then we'll see if you agree. Do you remember when President Sunday went after Erudite?
I do remember that.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you remember what I did there?
I do. I remember you had a really great showing against him. Your specific debate with him, and I think that you came in there.
Do you remember how many posts I remember? Wait. Well, hang on a second. Do you guys remember how many posts when I would do Sunday posts where people would keep, trying to debate me and trying to say that I was wrong about stuff, defending Kyla, and I kept defending and went on Sunday stream and spent 7 hours? Doesn't this sound exactly what I tend to do when I get pushback, significant pushback on an issue that I like wade into, that I don't just have this like neutral approach that I never address things related to streamers? I mean, what you just characterized was completely wrong, right? This is totally in keeping with my personality, right?
No.
In what way is it not in keeping with? In what way is it not keeping with the personality?
You care about the people.
Oh, come on. Wait. So now you're condescending me
against a total piece of shit.
Wait, now you're condescending
me.
You're saying that you're saying that I only defended Kyla because she was my friend.
I think that you would have defended her in any case. To the extent that you did, no. I think you would have had a take.
You think I would have defended Kyla even if I thought she was wrong and she committed credential fraud? If I thought that she committed credential fraud, I would have defended her. If I didn't know her, I wouldn't. Wait, sorry. Help me out there. So I wouldn't have waded into it unless I didn't know her. So once I provide you an example where, again, that's not true, and I've talked about something which happens to come up, or like I make a tweet about it that is to someone I don't know, I'll give you actually an example right now. So the TikTok fugitive. Remember the TikTok fugitive?
I don't. I'm sorry.
Okay. So in case you don't remember, there was this TikTok fugitive guy, and I happened to Steven, I think, had him on stream or something, and we talked about whatever. And I went again. That's another area where it's not strictly speaking the things that you're representing. That's a constitutional issue, political issue. It's more about this guy's like interactions with the legal system and whether or not the original jurisdictions had the power to make the determinations as to his kids or whatever. And now he's hiding in one of those islands. That was another example. I'm just providing you. I don't know this guy personally. I don't have a vested interest to go after this person, but notwithstanding that, I went on a deep dive. I did a bunch of research into the filings about, related to the jurisdictional issue for the family law thing that we just spoke about. That's another example of, again, a more drama related thing that I spend a lot of time on, to the point of pushing him to have those conversations. I can give you way more of those of different feuds I've had on Twitter X. This is all keeping in my character. None of this is inconsistent with what my modus operandi is.
I mean, respectfully, I disagree. I understand that your perspective is different from mine. From an outside observer watching you do these things, I remember you going through.
You look really cute in the lowlights. Thank you.
This stuff. I think that you have very strong opinions when it comes to legal stuff. I think you have very good takes. I really enjoy hearing it. And I think you are very good at defending those and really sticking to those. I think, though, in these situations, when we are looking at them, I do not think there's a very interesting legal question as to the H3 lawsuit. I do not think one exists. And so it's really hard for me to understand where you are coming from.
So I will tell you. I will absolutely tell you my initial interest in the case. But I do want to say it is in keeping with my character.
Oh yeah, sure. I just can't do these lights all the time. Okay.
And what I tend to do is to like comment occasionally on things that come before me, and then again get into these rabbit holes and get into these arguments. And in fact, it's not just that.
Bro, Doobie needs to stop.
It's like in my whole interactions with Steven weren't just like prior to January this year, weren't just glazing Steven almost all the time. It was disagreements. It was the rare occurrence that I went on strictly to.
I like how I see in chat, but who the fuck are you, Kafka? Bro, that is like the only not brain dead lawyer in this entire space.
To agree with him, and the more recent stuff when we were just doing things that we agreed on. But almost everyone who knows me and my time here is I love having these debates. I love having these arguments, and it's never been the case that I've done the kind of practice you're talking about here, or that I diverge wildly on the H3 lawsuit. On the H3 lawsuit specifically, I can tell you exactly why I did this, because I know exactly why I did this. I was about to go home. It was either a wedding or it was some other. It might have been like a bachelor party, whatever. I mean, I have the text. I was about to go home, and the lawsuit had just dropped, and my editor messaged me and was like, hey, this might be interesting to talk about. And I'm like,
tell me a horror story, Food. I'll think of something, okay?
A copyright case from Ethan, right? My last knowledge of Ethan's copyright cases was the Bold Guy one which I followed, one which I read the briefing, one which I read the opinion, and I went into that because he thought, let's experiment with this.
It's a new round.
More like pop culture-y type legal thing. Does that sound like crazy to you? That happened so far as I've related it?
No. Okay. But I don't think that cuts to what we're discussing.
Wait. So because it seems to be that we're assessing the credibility of the notion that I'm motivated to do this because I'm grifting or something, or that I'm doing it for some improper purpose. Okay, so we'll keep going. My editor tells me, why don't you react to this? Right? Why don't you let's try a different thing. Let's see what's going on. And that's what I do.
Wait, his editor is who is guys, who is Pisco's editor? And I'm just saying, I actually do know some editors in this way. Some, not all. Okay, not even most. But like, really good editors are really hard to find. Okay, I'll tell you a story. Once upon a time, Pisco tapped for 5 hours straight to the end. True base, but again, yapped. Oh, yapped. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Or I didn't think that. I'm sorry. Okay.
React to it in real time, and my going into it, I am sympathetic to Ethan because I know that he has this track record for the copyright stuff, and in the course of doing that reaction, I'm like, wait, this doesn't make sense. Immediately, I'm like, this rationale doesn't make sense. You can watch me react in real time to it, all right? You can watch me in real time. The video is up. It's one of my most hated videos. Like all my other videos, yeah, very well regarded among my own community.
But I came on stream at the time and discussed it with you. I remember all this.
And what do you think is more likely why I started reacting to people reacting to the argument and what I said there? Is it because I have a vendetta against Ethan Klein, before he said what he said? Or do you think it's because people kept bringing it up and saying, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong? And the fact that I'm responding to people saying, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, isn't that exactly what my personality is like? Isn't that exactly what I do all the time? And I bring people in to specifically have the conversations. It's just not credible that the reason I'm doing this is to ingratiate myself. If I was trying to grift, what I would do is read the fucking room and pander and
never said that.
pander and pander. That's what I would do.
Here, and it causes questions.
But what's the divergence? What's the divergence?
The divergence is that you're a slave to your ego. Is that you took the destiny?
Wait, real quick. Here.
Go ahead.
Okay. Two guys, okay? Mm-hmm. This guy first, okay?
Two brothers.
I sent you a first thing. Just send the first link to Pisco, okay? Let's just watch this one, okay? This is 9 months ago.
Okay. So, Kafka, you're gonna message to me?
Train this into the record. 1 second. I'm gonna give an exhibit sticker on this. Okay. I just sent it to Pisco.
Okay. Does this happen? Here my question is going to be as I'm putting the clip up for the audience. Is this clip before or after CPS is called? Because the claim is that they celebrated CPS being called. Okay.
Well, the title of this clip is Denims claims Hila is complaining about CPS for sympathy.
Okay.
And thought about doing worse to people. So,
I think it's embarrassing
after the CPS call.
Okay, got it.
Embarrassing for Hila here to be like, this is so traumatic for the kids. You're trying to traumatize the children. It's like, dog, you literally, the vast majority of people are not remembering anything that happened to them at 3. It's just sympathy, right? It's just, she's just pulling like the IDF classic card of like, please, my life is so difficult. Please, everyone that is against us needs fucking awful experiences because we're the ones dealing with the real awful experiences. Hila did worse to Palestinian kids in the IDF. I mean, I'm sure she's thought about doing terrible things to people when she was in the IDF. I can't comment on what she...
Okay. I think that is her downplaying the significance of CPS call. Okay?
Okay, no. Let him cook.
Don't think that's her...
Destiny's in the Pisco VC now? Oh, shit. Yeah, but, like, is there recording? Are they recording? Are they, like, is there some kind of, like, again, like they're debating round 2? He's not recording. We just lost 3 brave DGers already trying to restream. I think he better record it offline, okay?
Celebrating the CPS call? Wait, can we just...
No, wait.
Why can't we agree on that clip? So far...
We're doing this holistic, okay? No, wait. Because I'm still talking about the clip. Let me finish talking about the clip, okay?
All right.
These are messages from her chat while that clip was playing.
Is this a fair representation of them? Wait, no. So I wanted. Is this a selection of messages over like a 10-minute period, and you're picking out the worst?
This is a selection of messages that I just clipped out from the chat. Kafka, you can send her the picture if you want, so you can read along. I just did it in a 60-second clip. Okay. ACAB includes CPS, but I get the point. You're not swatting them. If you even have a family YouTube channel, you got to have CPS come and make sure they're safe.
It just is.
It's just a conversation with a social worker. It's crazy that the Zionism supporters don't appreciate having random searches of their homes, being falsely accused, being questioned, etc.
Okay.
CPS are not cops. They are not brutalizing children. They are literally just asking people questions. Like, there are so many cases of people with like 7 adopted children.
At the end of the day, it's all about entertainment value, okay? No matter how obnoxious or evil you are, as long as you're entertaining, people will always watch you, okay?
children just kept in the worst conditions, and CPS doesn't give a shit.
That's just how it works.
I just don't get why people are making a judgment call on this. I don't know why they were there. I have no proof who called. All I know is CPS checked on kids. So I'm not going to immediately jump to this is the worst thing that's ever happened to a family ever. Their kids were on the show. I personally think that any house that has a child that gets Giardia should get a quick visit, if not from CPS, then from some health inspector. If the Giardia were a concern, it's up to the doctor, not people online. I work at a school, and when you have to call CPS doesn't always mean that those children are being taken away or taken out of the home. CPS can also offer other services and other help to assist the parents. It has to be a case of abuse, like severe abuse, to have the child removed from the home. I think the real point is that CPS got called because of what they said on their show. Hila also raided homes, so if they have nothing to hide, it wouldn't be a problem, right? You're making some assumptions. Sometimes the abuse might be a step-parent, and the child might be safer with other bio-parents. It's very situational, but maybe CPS where you are is worse than here. CPS also doesn't just take kids away. They can order that they clean their house, order parenting classes, and if the situation is really bad, they'll put the kids where they feel, blah, blah, blah. There's like 10 more.
Yeah.
When you are watching the chat, when you're listening to her response for this,
I think it's downplaying the significance of CPS call. Agreed?
and yeah, I'm kind of sort of...
Real fooders watch YouTube.
giving cover for it.
Shoppers.
Do you think it's fairly characterizable as celebration?
Foodies.
Sure.
I don't. Maybe I'm crazy, right? So
when we say celebrate, we don't mean birthday party. We mean like basically endorse.
Well, I don't. Do you view this as endorsement, or do you think that it's not as a big of a deal? So, for example, I can imagine.
I think that those two things are one and the same, and you know that.
I do not think that downplaying and saying it's not as big of a deal is the same as saying that it's a good that it happened. Do you think that those are the same thing?
Okay, let me clarify. That it was an acceptable outcome of events.
Again, I think that that's, again, reintroducing the same problem. I agree that this is downplaying. I disagree with a lot of the shit that you just pointed out. A
wife goes to a friend with two black guys and says that her husband beats the shit out of her. And the friend says, well, you are kind of annoying sometimes.
He means I agree, right?
Yeah, I mean,
it's not really. He didn't kill you. Would you say that is kind of like
that is
cover to, or
that is downplaying? That is potentially saying that it's not a big deal that it happened. It's saying that it's more acceptable. I will definitely grant that, but I'm not. What I understand the claim to be is that they sell.
Okay, so to be very clear here, Destiny right now is in the same voice chat as J Stelk and Queeman right now. No, they both left? Oh, okay. I was like, oh my god, that's like D-Day for anti-fans.
Celebrated it. That is to say, they said that this was a good thing that happened. It's possible that this is, I mean, I agree. A lot of this stuff is really bad.
Okay, hold on, wait, I'm sorry, wait, hold on. I have to take a step back and I got to morph my mind because you're so out of...
Wait, what about that is bad faith?
Because you're just inhuman. You might be a sociopath, okay?
Okay.
If somebody engaged in some behavior and... Wait, hold on. Where's that Thinking Monk clip? Somebody fucking find this. I think when Charlie Kirk got assassinated, I watched this on stream. I was like pretty... there were some messages in chat that were like kind of like, wow, you guys
that sound?
Okay. Wait, we're not. Okay. Compare her response to Kafka. But send Pisco
Wait,
this.
Just dropped? Like just now?
What is your takeaway from my feeling about people murdering Charlie Kirk or people supporting it in my chat?
Okay, this is the statement from Destiny. I'm going to put it up on screen. 1 second.
Now, also keep in mind, I haven't gotten any blowback. Nobody's criticized me. This wasn't weeks later, months later, whatever. There's no lawsuit. Okay.
I know, but is like the question whether you're a better person than Denims?
No, the question is why is my response what it is versus what Denim's response is?
It might be because there are a couple conclusions. A, that you have different appreciations of the harm. B is because you're a better person than Denims, perhaps. C could also.
Perhaps. Oh, Pisco, what? You're perhaps a better person than Denims? Why are you... I don't understand.
It could be a bunch of different reasons that you think that you're holding yourself to a higher standard. I don't know why that informs our intuitions about whether this constitutes celebration. And if you agree that it doesn't constitute celebration, you can just change it to be downplaying, and then we can see what entails from that. I just don't understand why we have to, buy into the celebration if you don't think it's justified.
Hold on. Wait. Kafka, pass this one along.
Do you want me to put this video up? I was about to play it.
No, you
Yeah,
don't have to. I am a better person here. We're fine. We all got that. Here, send this one here. And give me your takeaway from this. And these will be the only two we do for now. I'm sure I can find 100 of these, but this is 2 months after the last clip.
So this is 2 months after. So this is after the CPS call has been placed, right?
The last one was after the CPS call was placed.
Right. Yeah, this one is also that, right?
Well, it's 2 months after the last one, and time only moves in one direction. So I would assume so. Yes, it's after the. CPS
I don't know
call
why are you being such like? I'm just clarifying that this for the audience. Do you think that I'm doing something wrong there? I'm just saying that this is after.
Well,
this
the first
is also
clip was
after.
9 months later, and the 9 months ago, and this clip is 7 months ago. So
What? Blueprint drop rates have been slightly lowered. Oh, but are still overall high before the 1.7. Okay, all right, gotcha. Hidden bunker has been re-enabled. Oh, fix an issue that caused an unexpected initiative quest to not spawn quest items. Missing volumes. Okay, gotcha.
still after the CPS call.
Yeah,
Yes.
there's a lot of fucking idiots in chat, and me just saying, guys, this is after. I'm just saying that,
Blueprints were crazy the last 2 days. Yeah, it was awesome.
and you're like taking
Okay,
offense. That
I
I'm
do
doing
agree.
that.
There are a lot of idiots in your chat right now. I do agree with
Okay,
that. Go
got
ahead.
it.
Wanted to show this to you guys.
Hello, is this Child Protective Services? Yes, thank you. I'd like to report a case of endemic dog shit infestation in a house. This house, as far as I know, it contains children,
Jesus.
and it also contains two Zionists. And as we all know, Zionists are baby killers. So I think this is a very dangerous situation for the children, given the dog shit and the Zionists.
With
Oh, you'll send
6 to
over a
7
SWAT
VP?
team
Holy.
immediately, SEAL Team 6? Oh man, those are the guys who killed Osama bin Laden. Yeah, I really think this is important enough of a case that you should send those guys over there. Keep those kids safe. Honestly, great service. 10 out of 10. Highly recommended. Thanks. Anyway, let me know how it goes.
How dare you make jokes about CPS? How dare you make jokes about SEAL Team 6? How dare you make jokes about Zionism? How dare you make jokes about dog shit? Honestly, I condemn.
Okay. What is our conclusion from
How
this?
would you
Do want me
describe?
to-
How
yeah.
would you describe Bad Empanada's behavior? What is he doing?
I think that he is ridiculing and reveling in and
He's making light of it, right? They are making the environment necessary in order to perpetrate stochastic terrorism, right? Perpetrate stochastic terrorism. Yeah, okay.
making horrible jokes and absolutely
Perpetrate-
he
What
absolutely
another-
justifies.
Could we
Right.
say celebrate? Sure. Could we say celebrate is akin to
Yes, no, I think-
reveling and ridiculing? Okay.
I
And when
think Bad
Denims are
Empanada
playing this
is
and-
I think Bad
and Denims are
Empanada
playing
justifies it.
laughing along with it. So what do we feel like Denims is doing?
I think
here?
she's absolutely downplaying it, and I think that she is
100.
Wait,
She's playing
Wait, why is Bad Empanada justifying it, but Denims is not?
celebration. Why is she downplaying it by playing a celebration?
I understand it. You tell me this is a totally wild read. She is interpreting this as a
Perpetuate.
joke,
Per-
and she is
perpetuate.
basically
Gotcha, thank you.
self-aware about the claim that people are making that she is trying to call CPS, and she thinks that that is ridiculous. I don't hear her suggesting, and I think, listen, I don't agree with the joke here. I think this is fucking bullshit. I think it's dog shit. I think that what Bad Empanada is doing is ridiculous.
But
I
it's
think
just
that
a joke.
Denim's kind of
It's just
downplaying it
a
as well.
joke. Yes, the
It's
classic
horrible.
Ethan.
But
Do you agree then?
Wait.
That's fine.
Wait, I just want to make sure. What I just said, that's not
just a
unreasonable. What I just
joke.
said, right? She's self-aware about this whole thing, and she's
It's
calling
just a
attention to
joke.
it.
Sure, it could maybe that could be a reasonable thing. You
Yeah.
agree that she should have like some kind of like state mandated caretaker, probably should lose the right to vote, shouldn't be allowed to live or exist on her own. If she's this at the very least should never be in a public speaking position if she is this unaware of her impact on, because this is somebody who could encourage rape, murder, whatever, if she's this fucking retarded. Can you agree with that?
No,
if
I
you're
don't
going to tell
agree
me
with
that she's watching somebody who's clearly celebrating, you said it yourself, very obviously reveling in the misery that's been caused and joking about the CPS call and everything else. And she's sitting here watching it and giggling along in conjunction with, I showed you all those messages in her chat just from a 60-second clip. And you very cleverly, I know because you've heard people make the claim that Ethan did this, said that this came from a 10-minute compilation somewhere else. But that just came from a 6-second thing.
Hang on a second. Wait a second. Wait a second.
They were justifying the CPS call.
I just want to pause.
Later.
I just want to pause. Whenever you do one of those comments, I think that we should address it. So you just said the fact that I bring up the 10-minute thing and the different window there, that was somehow wrong to do. Why is that wrong to do for me to bring that up?
I know where you got the criticism from, because I saw that same criticism come from the snarky community.
I'm losing my
like
sanity
in my
too,
Discord, is that something that's wrong? That
a lot of them are in the Discord now. Yeah.
No, okay, but if that's the case, why would it be wrong that factual information, to the extent that it's brought to my attention in my Discord, that I click on it and review it? What's wrong with that?
When did I say there was anything wrong?
No,
with
I'm asking because the implication you agree to
You're
someone who's not a
You're
social.
implying that I said there was something wrong with that. Just so I told you where it came from. Where's that implication coming from?
Because you say, and I know where you got that every 10 minutes.
Can you record it?
And you're going to claim that you didn't make a
Don't
sniper
say
comment
that.
there?
Record it.
Actually presenting a statement that I knew where you got it from.
No, because you
You
understand
see how
what
implication is so important to you? Yeah, I do understand, Pisco. Yeah, but you see how implication is so important to you now, but it's not when other people are doing it? You see the difference?
You're acting like I'm blind to it.
It doesn't feel good. No, you're acting like everybody else is blinded. You're acting like nobody's going to do what's going on, and only you can see all of it. But you're very intuitive. You very much understand when other people are making implications, but you pretend they don't exist anywhere else. It's very frustrating to deal with.
So chill. So you take what Denim just did there. Is that an endorsement for further CPS calls?
I would say, given the behavior of her chat, the communities around her, and the person she's watching and supports, yes.
That, right, what we just saw there when she's like making light of CPS. So you would take that as, so not only was she previously doing it, she is currently, or to whatever extent this, to date of this thing, actively encouraging and intentionally, maliciously more CPS calls.
I don't know if I would pile on so many adjectives there to try to give you an easier argument, but I would say that you're encouraging the behavior.
Intentionally.
Intentionally?
I don't think somebody's tickling her, if that's what you're asking.
No, intentionally.
I don't know what level of intent you need. Like, she can see the fucking future?
No, because
I don't know if you want to.
The reason I bring this up,
the chance that somebody in the audience.
The reason I bring this up,
if somebody does a bad, here, let me make a basic statement. Yeah. If somebody does a bad and you laugh and giggle at it and say, "Oh, yeah, you got him," are you encouraging future behavior like that? Yes or no?
Yes.
Wait, encouraging by which you mean
yes
intentionally?
Yes or no? Yes,
I'm going to restate it and say the exact same thing again. If somebody does a bad and you giggle along, you laugh at it.
Are you retarded?
Yes or no?
I don't know
that type of behavior again. Yes or no? You don't know what it means to encourage behavior. I want you to say that. I want you to say, I don't know what you mean when you. No.
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean.
When you say encouragement.
I don't know what you mean.
Okay, then answer to the best of your abilities.
No, if what you mean, if what you mean by encourage.
No, wait.
If what you mean by encourage.
Yeah. English language. I'm asking you to answer how you would answer. If somebody were to ask you, are you encouraging a bad?
So I understand.
With it when it happens.
I understand.
I'm not asking you to understand. I'm asking you to encourage it. Yes or no? Is that encouraging the behavior?
I understand encouragement. When someone asks me if someone is encouraging,
I don't know. This is not responsive to what I'm saying at all.
I'm answering.
I can go get a drink if you need some time to this to figure it out. We can take a 5-minute break and then you can come back and figure out how you want to answer the question.
If what you mean by encourage is intentionally encourage, I think the answer is no. But it's not necessarily.
Guys, Pisco is so bad faith. He's so bad faith. He's so bad, bro. I'm reacting to this for the first time. I promise. It's just, oh my god.
Necessitated that one who giggles along to some reprehensible statements is intentionally encouraging the underlying acts. No, I don't think that that's entailed. No, if that's your question.
Like, actually?
If somebody does a bad and you laugh and giggle along, are you encouraging that behavior?
If what you mean by encourage is intentional encouragement, if that's what you mean.
I mean it in the plain understanding of the sense of the word.
Yeah, but someone could understand encourage to just mean be causally linked to some other harm. And they could just be like,
no,
well, is it
No, nobody. I challenge you. Submit to me who understands encouragement means that you have to conspire with them to do the future bad act. Show me one person or one example where somebody believes that.
So I didn't say conspire, right? So conspire is something different.
No, but you said have be causally linked. What do you mean causally linked?
So by causally linked, Kafka, do you understand what I'm saying? So I can explain.
I think you're missing each other on this.
Yeah.
No, we're not. I asked a very plain question.
So you asked what causal is?
Ridiculous qualifiers to this thing.
I'm just making sure that
when somebody does a bad and you laugh and giggle along, are you not encouraging the same behavior?
So if by encourage you mean intentionally encourage, by which it's your conscious object to get them to do it, the answer is no, right? But if
no, bro is not retarded. Pisco isn't like retarded on this. He's just like actually just being bad faith, right? Like it's pretty obvious to me, no? Like it's just really obvious to me that he's just being bad faith, right? I think that's reasonable, right?
what you mean is there's a high risk and there's a potential risk, significant risk that it happened,
Yeah,
I think the answer is yes. You understand that? Is there anything wrong with what I just said?
If there is a high risk of it happening, would it be fair to say that a third-party observer could observe and say, person A is encouraging the behavior of person B?
Is it fair for someone watching to come to that conclusion?
Yes.
Just on the fact that they're giggling along, no.
What?
Even though you just said that you might even unintentionally be furthering that behavior, it wouldn't be fair for a third party to observe the situation and go, they would have to differentiate between the intentional and unintentional encouragement?
You're just asking the same thing, which is to say, is it enough to know that someone giggles along with someone saying something, that they're intentionally trying to further that thing? And what I'm telling you is, no, it's not enough to know that just based on that.
I didn't say intentional. You're the one that really wants to add this word in here. I don't think intentional it matters.
But wait, why can't? Why is it wrong? Why is it? Wait. I just want to be clear. Why is it wrong for me to suss out what you mean? I'm just trying to make sure that we understand each other. And you're somehow suggesting that's a wrong thing for me to be like, well, I can answer your question depending on the mental state that you're trying to imply. You want to keep things ambiguous and vague. And
no, I'm trying to adjectives that are totally beyond the point. Like it's like, oh my God, like my husband punched me yesterday. And somebody's like, did he punch you violently, aggressively? Like what the fuck? The quality is meaningless.
It could be true for one and not the other. It could be true for one and not the other.
Sure. Common parenting thing. Child, 4 years old, punches another kid. Yeah. And the parent laughs along. They're like, oh, you hit them, but you shouldn't do that. Ha ha ha. Even though the parent in that case, they don't want them to hit it. And they say, don't hit the other kid. They're encouraging the behavior by laughing and giggling along with it. That's how kids work. When you laugh and giggle along, they do the behavior.
And what you mean there is, what you mean there.
That's the same way how.
Wow.
Yeah.
What you mean there is that their actions, regardless of their specific intent, might cause it to happen again, right? That's what you mean?
Correct.
Yeah. But so there's nothing wrong with me cashing out what we're talking about, right? Like there's nothing wrong or like sweeping for me to just say, let's just be clear about what we're talking about.
No. We're not being clear. You just played another game. You just said regardless of the intent. If you want to put the intent analysis aside, we can do that, but you're not doing that. You're trying to, your initial claim was that she didn't intend to do it. Yeah, okay, that's fine. But you're saying that, well, maybe she didn't intend it. No, you said she didn't intend it, and maybe it was encouragement regardless of that. I think we can do the intentional element separately, but we can separate it. She is encouraging it, even if she's not being intentional about it.
So, I just want to be incredibly calm. When I say, if by encourage you mean intentionally encourage, I'm just making it clear to what extent I agree with your claim and to what extent I don't. I agree that this could have the effect of encouraging this kind of behavior.
I'm not
I don't agree that this necessitates that she wants this to occur more. You understand that difference? That's why, and the only reason I'm bringing up this distinction, the only I want you to acknowledge that it's good faith.
Stop.
You're good faith. I'll pretend you're good faith. I'll say you're good faith. You're good faith. Okay. Fine. What you're saying here? Okay. No. I won't even. I'm sorry. I will remove that because I just did it bad, right? I said I'll pretend you're good faith. Okay. No. I will take what you're saying at face value. Okay. So then my question will be, okay. So let's say that we have her encouraging it, and it might be intentional, it might be unintentional. Maybe she's misreading the situation. Maybe, she is in an awkward state and she's laughing about a thing to try to play it off right. Maybe, and I'll grant you that is possible. And I don't mean possible. It's logically possible and no contradictions.
Never mind. It's a Rocketeer. I'm not going to make it, guys.
I'll say that. Okay. What could we look to try to ascertain her state of mind prior to and after the CPS call? What would we look to? Because in my opinion, I think I've provided maybe not compelling evidence in your world, but at least some evidence that seems like she's kind of supportive of it happening. What would be the evidence to the contrary to say that actually she really didn't want that CPS call to be made? She really doesn't support that type of behavior.
I think that you could, if she were a better person, perhaps,
I have crap
or
on
if
me.
she were, trying to give off that impression, I think that she would be condemning it in a more serious tone. She wouldn't be this flippant. I basically think that what you've put here shows that she thinks it's kind of no big deal. It's not really a big deal. That to the extent that it's a big deal, it's okay to joke about it. It's okay to continue to put the bad empanada stuff, even though he justifies it. And so she basically is, I think, with what she's doing here and not being clear about where she stands on the CPS call and it being bad, I think she is being reckless. I do think that. And that's culpable. That's a level of culpability. The thing is,
I agree. Because past negligence, you read the reckless.
But hang on a second. But hang on a second. I always,
Well,
you understand? You understand? I always granted this, right?
No.
You
just said,
you can watch.
You ever got through the conversation with Hutch? You said she was not culpable for the behavior. She said there was almost no level of culpability. Or if she was culpable, she was only culpable insofar as she didn't monitor the audience to avoid action on Twitch.
There's a video of me going through this and declaring in which sense I think that they're culpable and which sense they think that they're not. So when you say this is the first time that you've ever come to the determination that these people have acted in some culpable sense, is just wrong. And in fact, I said so on the very video that you reviewed. And so when you're saying that we just came to this realization, it just is not true. There are not only one example of me saying this.
Then I'm so curious then. Then what was your, then I missed it then. I didn't understand anything. What is your huge disagreement then with Hutch? If Hutch was saying that she has some culpability for this call, the CPS call, and you're saying, I agree, there is some culpability there. What was the big disagreement?
Yes. So the big disagreement is people are trying to conflate one's responsibility with respect to their intentional and malicious mindsets with those who are merely reckless. And you would agree that we put so much more negative implication on someone who is intentional and malicious. You know this, Stephen. You know this, right? An actor who is intentional and malicious.
I'm appealing to Kafka here. Kafka, is the reckless standard closer to maliciousness or to totally neutral?
I don't even know.
I could have maybe a bad little reading. My understanding is you have nothing, no intent at all. You're not even manslaughter, there's nothing. Then you have things like negligence. I don't know if gross negligence is the next category, but once you start to hit reckless, I think you're a lot closer to like intentional. Like reckless is a standard of like, you should have known better.
Yeah, she should know better.
Yeah.
So for you to say that people are making this grave error of conflating recklessness with she was doing this intentionally maliciously.
You understand that? Wait, no.
These two things are very close to each other.
So I'll just give you an example, right? So someone is driving down a street, incredibly recklessly driving.
I need to update it.
And they hit and unfortunately kill a pedestrian. Someone else is taking a car and intentionally, as part of a terrorist act. Oh, look, let's remove that out of it. We'll just.
Bro, oh my God, guys, I feel like my brain is melting. Wow.
Keep it so that no one can add anything. All right. Someone is driving and they try to kill that very same pedestrian with their car on purpose. As between those two, don't you put...
Okay, I just noticed. If I only have this light on, the shadow from my hair reflects on my face. It looks cool.
So much more culpability on the person who is trying to kill the person as compared to the person who should have known better?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's my point. That was my point. All right. And what you took from that was wait. Let me finish. What you took from that was the reason I'm setting forth this standard is to protect J-Stalk.
Okay. I still agree with that. What I said.
Wait. How? Wait. In virtue of what? In virtue of what?
I like the car because I like the car example. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's say that we saw this happen. Okay. Let's say that after the person, okay, there are two worlds right now where there's a reckless driver and he hits a person. In one world, he gets out of the car, he sees the person, and he's like, fuck, calls 911, runs to a neighbor, whatever else. In the other world, he backs up over the guy, runs him over again, and drives home. Would we move the needle at all from reckless in the latter to...
Let me give you what you want. Yeah, so let me give you what you want. There are some facts that you could offer to a person that what they did was so depraved and so...
I don't even know if I even want to put this on the main channel. I'm serious. It's just that this is so brain damage. It's just so... It's impossible. Wow.
Likely to, in the context of, let's say, homicide, to cause, the harm that it did, that it reaches a degree...
This bad content dance stuff was pure cinema. Well, why do you think we're covering this now, right? The reason why, well, I mean, I would probably agree with you a little bit, right? Because this is so brain dead that I can't really say anything, right? Like, there's nothing for me to say, right? Like, other than me repeating over and over again, oh, this is stupid, this is stupid, this is stupid, this is stupid, right? There's no meaningful commentary I can give here, right? So there's nothing I can say. There's literally nothing I can say other than, because it's so obvious. It's so blatantly obvious. I don't need to explain anything. I don't need to tell you guys anything, right? Because I think that this entire thing speaks for itself, right?
We're gonna just call that like some kind of constructive intent, a constructive malice, in other words. And this is called depraved heart murder in the context of homicide. You know, you're spraying the fucking assault rifle in the parking lot. Now, no one can prove that you intended to kill the 4 people that got shot in the head. And actually, when we go to look at it, right, it turns out, you know we have a mind reader, and we know that you actually didn't want to kill anybody. But your conduct was so depraved, was so reckless, was so likely to cause the result that it did, that we are going to sort of have that kind of constructive malice, constructive intent. I'm not above that, but that's why we were arguing on the quantum of evidence that this is like, all else equal, that those kinds of comments, no, because then you have to actually make the empirical case that these kinds of comments have the tendency, like all else equal. If you had seen this,
wait, why are people voting more Pisco versus Destiny?
Hello, would you be able to predict? Would you be able to predict?
Right now?
Would you, so like let's say that I know this might be difficult for people.
When you say would you be able to predict, you're talking degrees of probability people will follow what happens. If I know right now that things related to the phone are a big bad in terms of people like swatting people, for instance, right? Now, if I start trying to, talk on stream about, I think this guy might be killing his girlfriend, and you guys know,
or doxing people, right?
Show up for this, or base, true, or you guys know that some things, right? Could you say that, like, well, this is almost like a depraved heart version of this type of thing? If you're a streamer, you know these things are happening. You're watching a CPS video on stream. You're watching all this, and then when we review the response to that, and it's one of giggly, laughing, playing memes and jokes about it.
Yeah.
What are you supposed to think?
So are you trying?
How could it not be?
So I'll ask you: Are you trying to hurt esports Batman?
Emotionally and psychologically, yes.
No, in the way that you just suggested.
I have to think back to how much gear he actually lost in Rust to actually know the answer.
No, come on. I mean, let's be serious.
Tell me no. It's a stupid pivot. No, I'm not here for you to defend Justicle's community. I don't know why you're trying to defend Justicle's community right after telling me that you're not trying to cover Justicle's community. That's very funny. It's very obvious.
Listen, I'm asking the standard. I'm asking the standard.
We can do this next if you want.
I'm asking the standard.
If you want, we can do this. We can go down this road next if you want. But I'm asking you, okay, would this not be a depraved heart type of thing that Denims is doing by watching a video?
No. Because I'll tell you why.
It's not fair to know that Denims is probably thinking somebody could fucking call CPS on some shit like this, right? I'm gonna play this. My audience is prime for it. You don't think so?
I'll tell you why. Because if you were to ask and take a poll of people at the time that this statement was made of her, just like laughing along, whatever, and you were to say like, what are the odds, right? What are the odds that someone actually calls?
Odds?
Because that's absolutely relevant to the question of whether we're going to say there's some kind of constructive malice or constructive intent given the relative odds. So I would imagine you would say in response, wait, can I just finish the thought? I would imagine that you would say with respect to doxing that you think
because it takes you for to a neighbor, whatever else. In the other world, he backs up over the guy, runs him over again, and drives home. Would we move the needle at all from reckless in the latter to
let me give you what you want? Yeah. So let me give you what you want. There are some facts that you could offer to a person that what they did was so depraved and so likely to, in the context of, let's say, homicide, to cause the harm that it did, that it reaches a degree we're gonna just call that like some kind of constructive intent. A constructive malice, in other words. And this is called depraved heart murder in the context of homicide. You're spraying the fucking assault rifle in the parking lot. Now, no one can prove that you intended to kill the 4 people that got shot in the head. And actually, when we go to look at it, right, it turns out, we have a mind reader, and we know that you actually didn't want to kill anybody. But your conduct was so depraved, was so reckless, was so likely to cause the result that it did, that we are going to sort of have that kind of constructive malice, constructive intent. I'm not above that, but that's why we were arguing on the quantum of evidence that this is like, all else equal, that those kinds of comments, no, because then you have to actually make the empirical case that these kinds of comments have the tendency, like all else equal. If you had seen this clip and, at the time you saw it, would you be able to predict? Would you be able to predict?
Yes, ma'am.
So like, let's say that.
Yay!
I know this might be difficult for people.
When you say, would you be able to predict? You're talking degrees of probability that people will follow what happens. I know right now that things related to the phone are a big bad in terms of people like swatting people, for instance, right? Now, if I start trying to, talk on stream about, I think this guy might be killing his girlfriend, and you guys know,
or doxing people, right?
Show up for this, or base, true, or you guys know that some things, right? Could you say that, like, well, this is almost like a depraved heart version of this type of thing? If you're a streamer, you know these things are happening. You're watching a CPS video on stream. You're watching all this, and then when we review the response to that, and it's one of giggly, laughing, playing memes and jokes about it.
Yeah.
What are you supposed to think?
So are you trying?
How could it not be?
So I'll ask you: Are you trying to hurt esports Batman?
Emotionally and psychologically, yes.
No,
that was a nice pivot, though.
No, in the way that you just suggested.
I have to think back to how much gear he actually lost in Rust to actually know the answer.
No, come on. I mean, let's be serious.
Tell me no. Okay. This is a stupid pivot. No, I'm not here for you to defend Justicle's community. I don't know why you're trying to defend Justicle's community right after telling me that you're not trying to cover Justicle's community. It's very funny. It's very ugly.
Listen, I'm asking the standard. I'm asking the standard.
We can do this next if you want.
I'm asking the standard.
We can do this. We can go down this road next if you want. But I'm asking you, okay, would this not be a depraved heart type of thing that Denims is doing by watching a video?
No. Because I'll tell you why.
It's not fair to know that Denims is probably thinking somebody could fucking call CPS on some shit like this, right? I'm gonna play this. My audience is prime for it. You don't,
bro, dude. This should be registered under cruel and unusual punishments, bro. I can't, dude. I can't do this. I can't, dude. Oh my god, dude. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this.
Think so?
I'll tell you why. Because if you were to ask and take a poll of people at the time that this statement was made of her just like laughing along, whatever, and you were to say, like, what are the odds, right? What are the odds that someone actually calls odds? That's absolutely relevant to the question of whether we're going to say there's some kind of constructive malice or constructive intent given the relative odds. So I would imagine you would say in response, wait, can I just finish the thought? I would imagine that you would say, with respect that you think
because it takes you for so long. You're going to say that if the odds are incredibly low, and she's going to say the odds are incredibly low, then her saying the thing can't possibly be constructive malice because she never thought that there were high odds for this to begin with. So it's foolish to say that her saying a particular thing meant that she intended for it to happen.
I don't think
but that's not the comparison. The comparison we need is a relative one. So for instance, she might think that the odds of it are low, but the question isn't, do you think the odds are low? It's not an absolute risk comparison. It's a relative risk ratio. You would say, are the odds going to be higher or lower after you do this video?
Oh, no, I don't agree with that. No,
then you're just totally wrong.
No, I don't agree with that. I think that when we're trying to intuit like a state of intentionality, that it's your conscious object to do something. I don't think that you merely look at relative risk. I think you absolutely do look at absolute risk. I think that is the case. And I think that you would proffer. I think that you would proffer this.
The risk of them having something happening. You're not trying to make it over 50%.
So
I
understand, right? Like that you would probably proffer this in defense of your conduct. You think, right? Like it wouldn't be justified to cause physical harm to some of the people who have antagonized you, right? It wouldn't be justified to do that.
I don't have to think about who we're talking about.
No, but let's be honest. Like there are people for whum you think it's justified to dox them. That's not a position that you shy away from, right?
I'll use your mom's key.
Generally speaking, yeah.
And if someone came to you and said, it turns out that one of these people gets hurt by someone bad because they've been going after you. They're trying to defeat, the next liberal Joe Rogan or whatever. I think that you would say, I couldn't have predicted. At the time I doxed these people.
No, why would I say something? No, that's a Pisco's world. That's a ridiculous argument.
Really?
As soon as real life information is thrown out and doxing and all that shit comes out, these are parts of the thing that are possible. Yeah. Why do you think I hate this fucking community so much? It's because they've engaged in this behavior towards me, towards my girlfriends, towards anybody in my life for over a year now. Yeah. Wait, fucking annoying to me.
And so when you say that in response, doxing is justified, you're not saying therefore that hurting them is justified.
Not
physically,
no.
Yeah. So if someone said like in response to you,
but don't you disagree with my viewpoints?
Doxing them,
wait, are you here in the Discord? What's your thing?
You take to be a self-defense dox that what you're doing is grossly reckless and that you're causing potential harm to.
Wait, are you in our server?
Befall these people harm that wouldn't be justified under the circumstances.
You would say wouldn't be justified. I don't know if I would agree with that.
Well, I thought we just cleared that. Kafka, I don't know if you heard, like, I thought we cleared.
You said wouldn't be justified. I feel like these people have been attacking me relentlessly for almost a year, engaged in and up to potential physical altercations in real life that they're instigating or encouraging.
I thought we just agreed that it wouldn't be justified.
I said I have to think about it, didn't I?
Oh, I mean, and maybe you'll bite the bullet that what you're doing there, a kind of constructive intent to physically hurt them. I don't think you would bite that bullet.
I did.
You have the constructive intent to physically hurt the people you're doxing? Are you going to bite that?
I think that in a way, I think that you.
Oh my god, guys. Every single road leads back to anti-fan shit. Oh my god. Guys. Pisco is repeating dumb shit. He's doxing because these communities are doxers. They're doxers. Oh my god, whatever.
Would accept that is a potential outcome, sure.
No, but would you bite the bullet that that's your constructive intent? That when you dox people,
I don't like biting the bullet here because none of these pussies that you hang out with bite the bullets on any of their behavior. So why would I give you the line of rationale so that they can replay this stupid fucking clip over and over again?
We don't have to use you. We don't have to use you.
No, I'm not gonna. No. Keep the conversation focused on Denims. I know that you want to win brownie points with your new friends. Okay?
That's not what I'm trying to do. Fuck Hassan, fuck Denims, fuck Hassan, fuck Hassan, fuck Denims, fuck Distil, fuck Queeman. Wait.
Say fuck Queeman, right? Like, he should say fuck Queeman or fuck Chase.
Wait, listen. I don't hang out with those people. I don't hang out with Justilk. I don't hang out with Queeman. I don't hang out in, their servers. I don't go around talking shit about you. Do you hear me doing that? Do you hear me going out and saying all the horrible things? That's occasionally I'll disagree with the political take you give. I'll cover your shit, in my opinion, fairly.
I understand that you don't do that. You're playing the role that the epic centrist played, basically.
Yes. Oh God. Do you know what's the worst feeling? The worst feeling is that you know that Steven is correct, but nobody will believe him, right? Like you know for a fact that he is correct, but nobody will believe him. It's one of these things. God, it's so sad. It's so sad because it's one of these things where it's like, oh, they're out to get you. They're out to get you. Oh my God, they're out to get me. They're out to get me. Except this time it's actually real, right? Like, you know how like there's some kind of shadow in the corner and they're out to get you or some shit. And then everyone's gaslighting you. They're like, no, come on. These are kid stories or whatever. And then like you're in a haunted movie. You're like in a horror movie. And then one day the shadows do actually jump out to get you and no one will believe you in the end. Like, he sounds schizo, right? Like, Destiny, like, if you remove all context from everything, he sounds like a schizo. Like, he sounds someone who, he sounds deranged. He sounds insane. So, I don't, but then we all know it's real. We know it's real. Also, Galileo, thank you again for the $5, but we know it's real.
That's all the fucking Nazis back in 2017.
That's what you think I'm doing.
Guy.
You think I'm trying to fence ride, and you think I want brownie points from every side. Is that what you're thinking?
Absolutely so no, just from their side. But yes, that's why Doobie's donated like 700 fucking times.
I just reviewed
in order to donate shit to you.
I just reviewed a Doobie conversation where I talked.
Doobie donated over $1,000 in this conversation, apparently. Oh my God! And in addition, don't forget that Tectone has spent over $500,000 on Genshin Impact. That's not related to anything. I'm just saying it because I don't want people to forget. Okay.
So much shit about Doobie's position on the strikes. If Doobie wants to donate to me, wait, hang on a second.
Is this a MAGA argument? I don't agree with Trump on everything. I actually super disagree with that one condominium that he tore down in New York City in 1997. I don't get this conversation is pointless. You're never convinced me on this. Listen, I'm admitting I'm brain broken on it. It's unfalsifiable to me. It's no point in arguing. It's a faith-based position that I hold. I have special revelation from God for you doing this, so it's not even worth arguing. Back to the Denim thing.
Why?
Okay?
Why?
Well, here, you know what? Actually, here, I'll drop this here. For you to be so incredulous and build like, oh, you say it's constructive intent to hurt somebody, blah, blah, blah. Most people would.
It sucks as well because every single time Steven has one of these debates or anybody has one of these debates, it's just gaslighting. It's all gaslighting. That's the worst part. It's so triggering to see this gaslighting. This gaslighting is unhinged. But you know, what can you do?
Say yes when it comes to doxing and when it comes to doxing adjacent behavior, which is also probably one of the reasons. I don't know why. I don't think Hutch even brought this up. funny, actually, we're in an area where you said, well, even bringing attention to a thing could be bad, right? And I feel kind of bad bringing it up, but I think it's important. One of the reasons also why Hutch might be annoyed by people like Bad Empanada is because Bad Empanada literally, I'm pretty sure, posted his fucking docs on a video that fucking Hassan played.
Wait a second. I agree that shit is fucked up.
To be fair for Hutch, his information is much easier to find than others, okay? But don't ask me why. Anyway.
I agree that not only that this kind of excuse that people say, well, you have public access to it and so it doesn't count. I think that's chicken shit. I think it has to do with your...
No. We're not talking about... I don't care about your virtue signaling here.
Wait, no.
There is a guy who is engaged in...
Yes, I agree. I'm agreeing with you.
Yes, I know. But then when Hutch says, Bad Empanada is a known guy for doing bad stuff like this, and
I say yes,
videos on... And you say, well, I know he has a reputation for...
Well, no, what I said was, hang on a second.
Denims is playing videos of him on her stream that then possibly leads to CPS being called on Ethan. You're like, wow, is there a direct causal link? Can we actually logically link all of these activities to one another? Come on. That's an absurd set of arguments.
We just broke this apart. So with respect to the Bad Empanada comment, I immediately said, he asked me. I'm just reacting and I say, I know he has a reputation for being malicious. I've seen him act in conformity with it. And so my answer is yes. That's what I said. And the reason that you think I'm giving cover for Bad Empanada, though you can watch previous streams where I say, is this person like Bad Empanada? Do they do the kinds of things that Bad Empanada does? Clearly implying that I think Bad Empanada is a malicious actor. You can try now, because of the order that I did it, which was honest, it might be in your mind autistic, that somehow I'm trying to give cover for Bad Empanada. That is so unjustified.
This is my... No, it's totally justified. When you asked Hutch, I think it was like, why is Ethan doing this lawsuit? And he gave a reason. And
I want the recipe for this.
Well, I think it's because it's a malicious thing. And I want
the blueprint for Torrent. Why? Because it just feels so good to use. Oh my god, I love it when it goes. Okay.
It's like, okay, sure, yeah, it's possible he used two reasons. You were very sharp and very keen to clarify. Excuse me, you bald fuck. I didn't
say that. I love Hutch.
You didn't mean that it was logically possible that they could have these two positions. Because when you say that now, it gives you the ability to weasel out of it later. You were like, I need you to say they have two motivations at least.
Yeah,
and you forced him to take that position. But when you say, when somebody says, I'll
tell you exactly what happened.
When you say,
people can compare.
I listened to it.
Okay, I was there too. Why do you think that I'm not allowed to contest your rendition of that conversation? So he asked me. I just think that it's like that he could have had two motives, and I'm just clarifying. By that, do you mean that there's some good reason to believe he had a second motive, or do you just mean the bare question that I wouldn't disagree with is that he could have it? And the reason why I'm doing that is simply because people have asked that of me, and I've said, yeah, of course he could have two motives. And what they've taken from that is, see, Pisco admits that he could have two motives, and therefore what the fuck is he talking about? That's what's happened before in the past. And
okay, I'm going to say this is one of the only time I'm going to say this is a not mad thing, I guess, or I'm going to try to be... When you speak like this, every single person, Hutch included, hears an accusation carried along there that they are intentionally and maliciously trying to conceal their true beliefs. Especially when you started that conversation off by saying, I want to make sure that we both agree that this is an important conversation to have, because I don't want to run through all the points.
Why do you think I did that? So what's informing my conduct in the conversation is what I've had to deal with, which are I think very obnoxious situations.
Wait, hold on. I don't disagree with anything you're going to say. I'm just saying that to say all of that, and then to get to Bad Empanada, I was like, you think the Bad Empanada is a bad guy, right? And you're like, well, I understand that he has the reputation of being a bad guy, and I have seen him do some bad things.
No. Okay. Destiny misunderstands. Pisco has actually said, well, I understand he has a reputation for being a bad guy, but yes, right? Oh, I understand he has a reputation. It sounds like he's about to apologize for him, or trying to run defense for him, but then he says yes in the end. I will say that, putting all that stuff there beforehand does kind of run defense for him, but it kind of does actually. But at the same time, he still said yes, and I feel like at the end it's just something that isn't exactly a talking point, because Destiny is hinging on the Bad Empanada talking point a lot. When from my perspective, it's not really the biggest point here. Anyway.
You understand that you've hedged yourself in that case. You're Fort Knox. No, you've hedged against everything there.
The reason I hedged and qualified in the sense of I didn't immediately say unambiguously yes is I was racking my brain to see if there were moments in time that I'm specifically recalling such that if someone wanted to challenge me in that moment, can I actually like produce these examples of the accusations that I'm coming up with?
You're fine.
Not all of us are so flippant and
Saki, I love you too much to hate you, okay?
reckless as you to make these accusations off the cuff of certain individuals without having the evidence prepared, like the accusation that you said that I actually want to protect a community that's harassing a young woman. I mean, so
sure,
I'm thinking out loud, I'm just honestly telling you what
human beings just don't have a clip reservoir ready to produce immediately.
But do you think I don't act like this?
You said that they harassed me?
But Steven, I've acted like this as long as you've known me, right? People have always said, why can't he just get it out? Why is he so wordy? This is not something that is out of character or out of step for me. This is how I engage. And now, are there ways that I can improve?
Yeah, and that's a problem, okay? Stop engaging. Stop being peace guys.
For sure. What is unjustified is to say, oh, he's just grifting to make money from fucking Doobie. He wants to protect his community.
Yeah, because Doobie is single-handedly funding your entire career. Doobie is bankrolling your whole... Like, normally I would say it as a joke, right? Normally I would say it as a joke, but it's just like, bro, he's fucking bankrolling your entire operation. No!
What the fuck?
I put together in my head how unbelievably and insanely aggressive you are with somebody who is relentlessly golden retriever levels of good faith and charitability to you, and you're trying to crucify him in the last,
to Hutch. This is condescending to Hutch, man.
It's not condescending. I have a lot of respect for people like Hutch and Josiah. As in, when I say this, what I mean is like, I think Hutch views you. He respects you. He views you as a friend. He respects you intellectually. He has all these things in his mind for you, and he's trying his best to get
Hutch
out
is
his
my
point
boy.
of view. Yeah, and you're trying to run these ridiculous
did I do this with you?
Him.
Wait, did I do this with you back in the day?
I like that. We enjoy this. This is fun for us. But it's different. Like with you and Rob Noor. Do you have the same conversation with your mom that you do with Rob Noor?
You should ask my mom, man. Sometimes, listen.
With a person with a client.
It depends. No, not a client. No. But like, if you ask people in my personal life, like, and we are having a like back and forth, I don't know what to tell you. Like, this is just how I engage in discussions. I've always done it. Everyone will tell you that it's in conformity with what I do. And the reason why we have those exchanges with you and I treat you, because
would you ever use Torrent with a silencer? That would be the most mean thing ever. But
I don't treat anyone differently. I don't want to treat people.
He should, at the very least, ask why Dudit would want to give him so much money, especially when D is debating him. Yeah, I mean, dude.
Different. Now, sometimes if they're coming on, it's a different kind of moment, and like I can tell that they're really struggling. But I just like don't view Hutch that way. I'm going to treat Hutch the way I treat people in the debate, right? This is a debate about the fucking merits, and so I treat Hutch the way I would treat you when we're talking about self-defense, right? Do you see any big difference with how I treated Hutch versus how I treated you in self-defense?
You're doing this weird, like, normative. You're trying to equate normatively these two things, but it's not like you're saying like, well, if you treat them differently, but you treat them differently.
No, you're acting like I'm treating Hutch maliciously, and because I don't.
Voice is cracking slightly. Guys, is it cracking for the rest of you guys too?
Yes, I think you are in this.
But it's just totally in line with...
I would go on a whole tangent and say, Pisco has lied so much about my past. I was like, really? About basically everything. I was like, well, what do you mean? Like, here's a clip. Pisco said I was a pro fucking StarCraft player. What a fucking retard. I barely played StarCraft.
Yeah? What? Philosophy. Am I cracking up a little bit?
Like, I've never played StarCraft. I was a StarCraft 2 professional, right? You would look at that and you'd be like, well, what do you mean StarCraft 2? Well, Jesus Christ, is that really that big of a difference there? I wouldn't expect you to know that. It's not because I think you're retarded. It's not because I think you're an idiot and don't know the difference. I wouldn't expect you to delineate between StarCraft and StarCraft 2. The same way that I wouldn't expect any normal human being outside of the Ask Yourself Discord server to talk about a logical possibility, meaning that syntactically, the deductive logic follows that there is no contradiction between two of the statements. That's not a thing that any normal human being thinks about.
So you might disagree and you might think I got like debate aids from Avi and Isaac recently. And I have talked to them recently in like the last year, right? and we've had these different conversations where, in many ways, you know, I credit a lot of what they've said to, like, I understand people are going to take the different view. This is stupid and should never do it. But it's really helped me think about like where the disagreements are. I like when I think back to the socialism conversations that we had with Counterpoints, with you, with Econoboy, all these other people. It really makes me think that there's a lot of semantic lack of understanding, and that really opened my eyes. And people can see the conversations I had with Isaac. They can see where you know, I'm being introduced to a lot of these different ways to analyze conversations by Avi, who I just had a conversation with. And there's just like a very clear way, like why this is now coming up and why I'm more.
Bro, I fucking hate that Avi guy. What the fuck?
Thoughtful about the terms people are using. It's because of that. It's not because I hate Hutch. I don't hate. Why would I do a podcast with someone I hate?
Okay. No, Steven is talking about the way that you come off or the logical deduction from it, right? He's not talking about, oh my God. It's just like how, okay, the reason why people also get really heated over debates is because, let's just say you were debating a friend, right? Like, even if you were debating a friend, one of the reasons why like they can come to disrespect you is because if you're really, really bad faith in the debate against them, as a friend, you owe them that good faith. As a friend, you owe them more good faith. This is why whenever somebody talks about any subject on stream with a friend, they are always using a softer voice. They're always using a better like perspective. They're always trying to be more friendly. But if you're incredibly bad faith, right? Even if you're speaking with a nice voice, you're being incredibly bad faith. You're not treating them with the same respect that they would expect to be treated from a conversation in good faith, right? Why even have, yeah, again, this like basic fucking like social autism 101 is so retarded. I heard Pisco hold a VC, Zip Zip debate him, Queeman, J-Stock, and others. Is that true? Yes. But like we don't have the recording. Well, at least I have the recording. I have the recording, but apparently I can't play it on stream. Wait, why can't I play it on stream again? Can anybody tell me why I can't play it on stream? Why can't I play it on stream? Because it's like, I feel like they should be whatever. I don't care.
And maybe you just don't understand what comes off. But what you're talking about, I agree with you when it comes to Isaac and Avi. Even if I disagree on their vegan thing, and even if I think the Azure Sub Discord servers, whatever, they are very good when it comes to their logical statements and their deduction. And if you
about semantics,
thought about that before, I learned things. Yeah, and I learned things in those Discord servers in terms of how to formulate better arguments. No, I understand. But I'm saying that when you take propositional logic and you apply it to an ordinary ass conversation.
No, but it's not prop logic. All I'm doing there. Is that
a friend should warrant a higher bar because you know their history warrants it? No, because you like them as a person, so you want to show them a greater deal of respect, right? You want to take more time to get to explain concepts to them. Yeah,
include me into where I'm like, a lot more.
Hold on, guys. I'm preparing my loadout. Okay. Oh wait, hold on. Where do you guys want to go? Which map do you guys want to run again? Like, do you guys have anything you guys need to complete or?
I'm cool with whatever. Yeah, same.
Okay. Okay.
I can bring in a key too if we need.
Because I've been looking for. Okay, I kind of want to clear out the keys. Okay, so we're probably gonna aim for the keys thing. Okay. All right. Good luck. Okay.
Thoughtful about it than I used to be. Is semantics, is to make sure that before I answer something, like what just happened with encouragement, right? Before I answer something, I just want to make sure that I know what I'm committing to, and I want to make sure that we're using the same terms and that we're not equivocating. Another example of this is when it came to the socialism conversation. I just want to be clear. What do we mean by socialism? Then when we're going to condemn it, if what we mean by socialism is 100% owning the means of production, no avenue for private enterprise, whatever, then we might have a different conclusion than socialism means the government does stuff. And so I'm a lot more thoughtful about making sure before I agree to a proposition to make sure I understand it.
Okay. Like even the example that you just used, okay? Disagreements over what socialism is, like there's heavy semantic content in terms of like you're talking a hugely substantive difference between these two definitions, okay? Which it is good to differentiate on. But when somebody says like is it possible that I could jump to the moon? And you're like, I think you actually use it. Well,
I use that, yeah. No, I use that to the reason I'm
normal human being. You never in your life. And if Hutch tried to get you on that later on in the conversation, where he was like, "Well, you said that it was earlier. I know that everything you're saying is bullshit because you said that it was impossible to demonstrate this, but you also said it was impossible to jump to the moon. And actually, you can't demonstrate a logical contradiction involved in jumping to the moon unless you involve the laws of physics and all that. Like nobody talks. Nobody thinks like this. In your mind, what are the chances that Hutch is going to pull a fucking?
How does Zip did Destiny ever join? Well, I haven't watched it actually, right? Like from my end, I haven't actually watched it because, I mean, I just never really had the. Yeah, I just haven't really watched it. I'm sorry.
A fucking philosophy trick on you like that to get you in an argument.
No. I suspect that what Hutch means is it's a decent chance. That's what I suspect. All right.
Then just say that.
Wait, no, but
when you say possible, you mean plausible, right? Yeah, and then you move on, and you're done. You don't have to spend 20 minutes explaining possible realities and all possible universes and like just say that. Move on.
But when I say why I'm doing it, because like it becomes like a hang up in the conversation. The reason I do it is just to show people like I'm not trying to fuck with you at all. I just want to make sure that when the audience sees this clip, they're not going to be able to cut out me saying, yeah, he could have had 2 different motives, and then people say, look, he said that. Like the only reason I'm doing it is not because I don't suspect Hutch means plausible, that he doesn't mean this.
Metal parse.
And when I say that, like,
already?
I'm just trying to take this moment to get people to appreciate why I'm doing it in good faith. But you turn it into, I've heard the term that you used, slimy, that I'm getting these opinions from other people, that I'm trying to like basically pull the wool over Hutch's eyes because I guess I don't know why. Like I want him to suffer. I want Hutch to suffer. How is that in line with the rest of my...
Well, I mean, no, your intention is never to make Hutch suffer, but you disrespect him. Absolutely. Wait, no, bro. If I had a friend that was treating me like a fucking dumbass, and they were trying to, like fucking try to fool me at every single possible turn, like, how do you think I would feel? Obviously, I would feel like a piece of shit because I feel like I wasn't deserving of your respect. Yeah. Oh my God. Sorry.
The rest of the stuff I do. I don't think that I've ever like have I shown to be malicious?
I don't know
Hutch?
if it's intentional.
We go at it.
I don't know if it's intentional, but I know that like when you argue with, if you argue with me, if you argue with Rob Noor, these are like the kinds of combos you engage in.
Yeah, and I treat Hutch the same way. Wait, like, and you see, you see on Live and Learn when we have conversations about Mom Donnie, about the fucking shutdown. It's the same shit. And in those moments, like, yeah, I treat him the way I would treat other interlocutors in that moment. And sometimes Hutch is, I love him. He's my boy.
Okay, I'm queuing up, okay?
Sometimes I think he's sometimes unwilling to answer a question. And I have to push a little bit. Not unlike you, and not unlike maybe sometimes.
We're going to do magnetic storm, damn battlegrounds, okay?
Me, right? I think I try to answer questions, but, we all have our moments. So all I'm just trying to say.
I'm going to be trying to open the key for the damn staff room key for the research and administration building on damn battlegrounds. Yeah, I'm going to be trying to unlock that. And let me see. And then there's a damn testing NX key that I also want to use, okay? So there's going to be some keys here that, like, there's going to be 2 keys I'm trying to open here. And yeah, okay, that's it. All right, good luck.
I'm not treating him
I'm gonna ping it on the map on where I need to go, okay?
Any materially worse. And why would I do that? What's the incentive that I have to just shit on him? Like, why? What is the possible justification that I would to do that? Hutch wanted to have a conversation.
Just by the way, guys, like, bro, Hutch is also like, is it really a coincidence? Like, do you guys really think it's a coincidence that the haters also fucking hate Hutch? Like, do you really think it's a coincidence that these motherfuckers also fucking loathe Hutch? They fucking hate his ass, bro. They fucking hate his ass. So yeah, of course, like it's insane. This bitch.
So did I. I thought it's useful.
Doesn't matter.
I want to.
So in the future, if you're on stage with some politician or something else, there's like, do you think it's possible that we could fund some program with ABCDFG or whatever? You're just going to say yes or no?
Well, I think it's like that.
Are you going to say, well, when you say possible, do you mean does it entail logically a contradiction or not?
I think there's a.
Listen.
Listen, I think there is a more clean way you can say it. I don't know about possible. I do mean likely or something like that. Maybe there's a faster way to say it, but that is an advice like maybe I'll accept in terms of like saying it in a less, I don't know, a less annoying fashion. But the thing is, it doesn't show I'm malicious. It doesn't show that
Oh my God. Why is the thing lagging? Wait, why is it on 1080? I don't need 1080. Hold on.
I'm trying to.
There you go.
It might not show it, but it feels that way.
It feels that way when
damn testing NX key, staff room key. Wait, what? On testing NX and research administration. Okay, which one's the closest? Testing
annex.
Yeah. Okay. Let's look for the locked room door.
You fucking say it, dude. It feels that way when you basically say that everything I'm doing in that context is to try to fucking like mind fuck Hutch. It seems condescending to Hutch.
How do you think? I'm curious.
Yeah.
I'm curious. No, stop doing this. It feels like you're saying that Hutch is stupid. It's not that. It's a different thing. We have different skill sets. We excel in different areas, and we do different things. It's not like I don't think that Hutch spends all of his time doing a fucking hardcore. I'm a fucking debate lord. Blah blah blah. Like I don't think he just does that. I don't think Josiah does that. I think both these people are very intelligent people. I respect their political.
Oh my God,
I'm
I'm
the only
stuck?
fucking guy in the whole gaming world who's not a fucking political retard. I have a ton of respect for him.
Are you actually fucking kidding me? Okay, all right, sorry. I
So
got
it's
it
not.
now.
Don't stop doing this weird thing. Where it's like, oh, you're
What?
saying I need to treat him like a fucking retard?
No, I don't treat him
I'm not
differently.
saying that.
I treat him like a smart person with
wait,
who I debate
hold on.
with.
You said you made the claim. You made the claim that when
Hello,
you say
finished product?
it is that way. How do you think Hutch felt at the end of your conversation?
I think he felt great. I think he felt fine. Why would he feel
Why
bad?
did he feel fine?
Okay,
Yeah.
but then one of us is super artistic. Because my takeaway was,
Oh,
I
shit.
think
Watch
that
out.
there's a feeling that you get sometimes where you have a very blue ball, unsatisfied feeling where you're like, I feel like I just argued for 4 hours, and I feel like we didn't actually cover anything. Which I don't even think you guys got to the central point of.
I don't think we did either. Wait, no, I don't think we did.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
4 hours, you barely got through the meta conversation. I would be surprised, and I could be wrong. I would be surprised if Hutch came away from that conversation like, man, that was a really good argument. I think it was probably like, fuck, that was so unsatisfying. I feel like we didn't get to talk about anything.
Well, I'm not sure, but did you see us like do the aftercare there, where I'm like, I love him, nobody attack him? Why would I do that? Is that you think that that's also performative, so that I don't get like
Yes, it's
the notion
performative.
that I'm
Yes,
just trying to like fuck with Hutch?
yes,
And
it's
maybe
performative.
Aftercare means? What is aftercare for?
Yeah. Oh, come on. That's you're making a joke. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
No, I'm
after
not
you
making-
fuck
I think
someone.
sometimes
After
people
you
use
fuck
it-
someone. Yeah.
Yes,
No, but
exactly.
no,
After
but
you fuck
you're
someone.
not
no,
the
but that's
aftercare.
Someone in the room. Someone up there. Someone up there.
Oh, shit.
You're being
Hold on.
fast and loose. You're
Stay
being
away,
fast
stay
and
away,
loose.
stay away, stay away.
No, you're being you're being fast and loose. That's not
Watch
at
out.
all what I fucking
I'm
meant. What I meant
sticking by
is
squirt.
I made sure
Oh,
after
shit, you
that,
got
right?
struck,
I'm not
dude.
saying like go fuck yourself. He's such a bad faith piece of shit. What I said was, by the way, guys, I love Hutch. Hutch is my boy. I'm not just saying that facetiously. I like Hutch a lot. I do a fucking podcast with them.
I'm not saying you're saying it facetiously, but I'm
no,
saying
Oh
like,
my God.
the
Are you
conversation was
actually for
probably
real?
deeply
Okay, dude.
unsatisfying.
Holy fuck, bro.
there are aspects about it that were unsatisfying to me too, but that I don't.
Oh,
know.
no. Oh my God, that's
Okay.
Nothing of
crazy.
substance was spoken about. It was like a
All right.
debate with Rob Norris and
yo,
Wilson. Where it's
these
like,
people are
I didn't know what the fuck I
unhinged.
just debated for 4 hours.
Oh
The
my
way-
God.
I can tell you my
You-
impression.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wait, hold on.
You know what you did.
Oh
You know
my
what you did.
God. At least,
No, I can
we're
just tell you my impression.
We got wrecked.
bro, what the fuck? Wait, hold on. What kind of were they just like throwing a bunch of bombs? Dude, I
Yeah, I
swear
think
to
so.
bro, I swear to God, if it said that like we were killed by like fucking like a fucking Keller or some shit, like I'm gonna lose my shit. Okay, I will actually lose my shit. Okay, I swear to God, every single time I'm killed by like some fucking hunky donkey fucking five fucking ammo hairpin or some fucking 10 ammo fucking bullshit. Okay, I better be killed by some epic weapons. Okay, I swear to God, every single time it's a pharaoh. Okay, every fucking time it's a pharaoh. What did I get killed by? What did I get killed by? Hold on, leave. Proceed to the end of the round. Go. I want to look at the weapon. Okay, I want to look at the weapon. Okay, I can't. Okay, I can't with this. Okay, this is unacceptable. All right. Okay, listen. Oh my God, got knocked out. Okay, what did I get knocked out by? It doesn't even tell me. Okay, it doesn't matter. I don't care. I don't care anymore. Okay, I no longer care. I no longer care about anything. I just lost like 20,000, 30,000 credits worth of gear and 40,000. Okay, it doesn't matter. Anyway, sorry. Back to commentating. Okay. Hold on.
Why do you
wanna
think
hear
he
it.
said that? Do you think Hutch was actually like sleepy?
Fuck.
I don't know. I mean, like I think he was probably like frustrated with the conversation. I don't think that he's.
Yes,
but I
but
don't
not
think.
frustrated
I don't
and,
think. I don't think that he's like sad or angry about it. I just think he's fine after.
No, but there are different types of frustrations. There can be frustrations like, fuck, like, I didn't have, like, the information here, or like, oh, fuck, he got me on this point. And then there's a frustration of, like, I feel like my intuitions are being twisted around, and I'm being yoinked around to all these different topics of discussion.
Really?
And I don't even really know what, yes,
Have
100%.
you ever felt that way?
I got smoked by a Philion. They were using endgame weapons to kill us? No. They were using endgame weapons to kill us? We didn't stand a chance. Okay, we are not running event maps ever again. We're straight up not running event maps ever, okay? Because these are the sweatiest, the most pathetic, loser Asmongold fans, okay? All right,
Talking
anyway.
to me?
sometimes, but not.
So just because that's a feeling that exists doesn't.
Though, because both of no. Because usually both of us, generally speaking, well, no, I have felt that way after the fucking rage combo that we had, the time before last or whatever. But like generally speaking, we're both collaboratively trying to build towards some end, and you're not usually trying to like sneak away from things. Like I feel like actually you kind of have in this conversation, which we'll go back to. But I do feel that way when I debate with Andrew Wilson, or when I watch every Jordan Peterson debate.
Well, no,
these are never debates that feel good because they're constantly trying to form away.
Hopefully that people can understand a difference between me and Andrew Wilson. The difference is, and I hope that people remember my conduct when it was reacting to the insurrection.
I'm happy when someone uses hardcore gear to kill me. You know what? Me too, okay? I fucking hate people using freeware to kill you. Oh my god. It makes me think to myself, I have a skill issue. Fuck.
Had with Andrew Wilson when I felt that people that, for example, this is exactly where I defended you, right? Do you remember when he said something like, it's not my burden to show whatever. Remember when he said that? And everyone and their uncle was saying, "Oh, he's right. You know, he doesn't have the burden. That's correct. He doesn't have the burden." But then partway through the conversation, he makes a claim like, "I think that the definition you provided would better fit the term riot as opposed to insurrection." Of course, once he made that claim, he is putting into issue some kind of referent to what words ought to mean. And so he needs to provide it. Wait, no. I just want to finish the fucking. Can I finish it, please? I defended you on No, not in terms of the personalities there. I defended it from his tactic trying to hide his relative burden in that context on the same grounds where I was saying that it actually is Hutch's burden now with respect to whatever point he was making about Denims' intent. I was defending you when you were correctly stated to Andrew Wilson, and he was using a slimy, insincere debate tactic that he didn't have a burden anymore. So that's precisely what I'm not trying to do. I'm open. I have calls to have people come in so they can chat about stuff.
I'm just saying that my guess would be is that Hutch probably felt like that was an Andrew Wilson or Rob Nord debate that he had with you, not like a debate with a friend who's collaboratively trying to build towards some argument.
It was a debate, man. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. We've had conversations before.
Okay, listen, we're going to open that room. If it's the last thing we do, fuck. Okay,
I think
let's
go. The fact that I started from the perspective
we're going to do it
of
on the regular map,
can we just agree that this matters?
Because I'm a pussy.
It's trying to build some set of like understanding and girding principles where we can walk away from it having at least some better sense of a position. And maybe that kind of style works better with Avi and the
we should have been moving faster. I think that was the thing. Anyway,
these other types of people. I don't have any problems with those people. Maybe it's because, they're
nothing matters.
But it is not an indication.
But what you just said was fine. When you said maybe that style works better with those other people, that's what I'm saying. I think it does. Not because Hutch is stupid, and not because somebody is able or not able, but just because of how different people do.
Okay, so then why don't you give me the benefit of the doubt there instead of fucking accusing me of trying to grift to tankies? I mean, that's
not
basically
tankies, motherfucker.
Because it's the difference between negligence and recklessness. You should know better. If this is a private.
Bro, dude, these anti-fans are not tankies, okay? They're like very far right, typically speaking. Anyway, hold on, be right back.
Conversation, I would have a difference of opinion about it. This was a
with respect to tankies? Wait, with respect to tankies? In what sense am I trying to grift from, like, grifting is something you do, I think, right? Unless you think that there's unintentional grifting. I feel like grifting is an accusation of intent. You're doing something insincere to make money. And you've accused me.
How many individual donations has Doobie sent in this stream? That's what I'm accusing you of. How many people in your chat right now, or in your Discord, are also in Discord, are also in Doobie's Discord, are also those are the that's the example.
Should they be banned? Should they be banned? Should they be banned? Should they be banned?
At least that.
Yes.
Yeah. That's not relevant to this.
Wait, no, but no.
Yes.
It's not about should they be banned. You're doing it right now with the binary. Oh, wait. So should they be banned? Right? Imagine I have like a fucking Nazi in my. Imagine I have nothing. You can't do anything.
Yes, Destiny. Get Pisco's ass. I was gonna say something crazy. Okay. Okay. Listen.
Nothing you can do.
No. Tell me what I ought do.
No. I'm telling you that there's either ban or murder.
No,
otherwise
I'm not saying. I'm being serious. Wait, I'm being serious. What ought I do with respect to Doobie's donations? Should I not accept them and give it back? I'm asking what the moral duty that. How would I comply?
It's not about accepting or denying the donation. It's the question of like, why are all of these people super supportive? That's the question.
Presumably because
I don't even care. That's not even that important. That's not even the central part. I think I laid this criticism out like at the beginning of the thing, and I spent 5 hours listening to this. That's not my central thing. I'm not saying like, oh, it's because he's brain broken on this.
So can we be? So you don't think that I'm grifting for tankies, do you?
No, not for tankies.
Yeah. Why? On virtue of what?
Oh my god!
You think I'm a tanky supporter?
You're one of the smartest people I've ever had the pleasure of talking to online, and some of the things that you were saying to Hutch yesterday were so unfair. unfathomably unbelievable that I cannot believe that they originated from the same mind as the person I spoke with and were friends with for 2 years. That's just impossible for me to believe.
That's cute.
That Hutch can ask you a question as plainly as if
It's
somebody
a
says that some
breakup.
children are maybe dying in a
it's a
house. Do you think
breakup
that justifies a CPS call?
Oh, shit.
Well, does it logically mean that causally it's linked and you have to necessarily imply that every single person in the audience is going to be calling CPS, that it would be a justification for them calling? That's impossible to me.
I love the wingman. I mean, the
yeah,
amble.
of course. Sure, of course. Yes, Hutch. That would be reasonable for you to call CPS at that point.
I guess I'm shocked because I feel like I've always interacted this way. I feel like it's consistent with my personality. And people, for better or worse, it's been divisive. It's been divisive. There are people who have always hated my contributions, who have always called me a pedant, who have always said that like the contributions I have are, it's always like,
oh, boo-hoo, woe be me.
Technically, you know, and they put the fucking,
boo-hoo.
Everyone put it in chat right now.
Yeah, sucks to be you.
The glasses guy with the little fucking.
It's actually a rom-com.
It is a rom-com. That has always been my reputation, for better or worse. I don't always agree that is, in fact, the case. I don't agree with that shit.
Sure,
but
I agree. But the difference is that when people were complaining about you there,
yes,
they were complaining about the style, but not the substance.
Yes, it is research
right?
administration,
Might be right.
right? Yes,
God, he's so fucking annoying. Oh, he might be right, but he's so fucking annoying. The main complaint right now, though, is on the substance. That it feels like you're running cover for all of these people by employing the most insane arguments, the most Majin Buu tatted Vegeta fighter in the history of all of argumentation.
Just give me a second.
That if we go back to the
sorry, just gonna quick, you guys cannot actually. One second. Chat. Okay, we got it. No more chat. YouTube chat. Sorry, you're done. Go ahead. Sorry, you're saying.
What? Okay, I don't care about YouTube chat. Okay.
No, they were doing TOS stuff.
Based.
What's the point? Like, no. What? Like, what?
Hold
like,
on, wait. I'm curious. Going back to everything that we said before. Okay. When Denims was watching all of Bad Empanadas stuff, the first video related to the CPS stuff, where he's talking about the fucking Gargia, whatever the fuck it is, and then the laughing about when Elon and Ethan complain about it, and she's like laughing at in response to them.
I think it's a wrong thing. I think it's a wrong thing.
No, and then and then when she watches the Bad Empanada joke.
Yeah, I think that's culpable.
Jesus.
Yes.
Okay.
That's so.
Do you think that
but I was just clarifying.
Wait. Let's say that a second CPS call happens. We don't know who's from. Let's say a second CPS call happens.
Right.
Do you think that she would have some culpability?
You guys are giving me a heart attack.
Second CPS call occurring. That she'd be partially responsible for it happening.
So I understand culpability to refer to a moral fault, right? So it's just some kind of like moral. Yes.
Oh,
so the answer is yes with respect to recklessness. Yes with respect to negligence. Not yes with respect to intentional malicious.
All right, let's find this fucking door.
Wait, why is there a moral fault related to recklessness?
Yeah, because so that kind of conduct contains a substantial and unjustifiable risk.
Correct. So it's tied exactly to the harms that could result.
But
for
that
instance,
doesn't mean that we have the same moral intuitions.
What key is it?
With respect to someone, and we.
It should be damn staff room key.
Oh, that's on the
went
first
through
floor.
the fucking car example to show that it's and that's what I mean, right? Like.
No, we absolutely have the same moral intuitions. If somebody drives drunk and they get home, the person doesn't say, you drove drunk home? And the guy's like, yeah, but I didn't hit anybody. They say, you could have killed somebody. You wouldn't
This was my example, right? Because why the fuck Cam is gone? Oh my god, dude.
say, excuse me, I didn't kill anybody. And even if I did, that's a separate action than just driving drunk. So these two things are not logically entailed by one another.
Okay, so I agree that we would, just because you didn't cause the death of another person, and just because you didn't actually have the results of something, you could be like charged for, I don't know, drunk manslaughter or whatever the fuck that is. I mean, there are some situations in which, I mean, the kind of conduct that issue with drunk driving is so reckless at this point, and everyone knows it. So we understand that. So I'm not trying to say that the bad act only occurs when the kind of result elements. I'm very intention pilled. When I will treat very differently someone whose conscious object is to produce a bad result as opposed to someone who.
Oh, Pisco? I bet Pisco takes a poop, he puts it into his hand, and he smears it all over his face, and he's like, well, technically, there is no real intention for me to smell really bad. I just wanted to smear poop on my face. Yeah, no shit, Pisco, you're a moron! Anyway.
Was acting really, really recklessly or even negligently, and bad stuff happens to happen, or it just happens, right? Absolutely agree with that. No doubt about it.
First floor. Okay,
All I'm trying to say is there's a huge significant difference between those two things, and you have to really be honest with yourself. At the time
lockers,
that Denims watched that video,
wait, hold on.
you knew,
wait, real quick, because we might agree on everything, okay? But because I just want to disagree with one thing. You said, it goes back to the question I asked Kafka to moderate.
Cooling
you
fan,
say there
my
is
beloved.
a huge difference between these two things. I personally, I don't
Liars,
see.
my beloved.
There is some, but I don't see as much daylight between like depraved heart and first degree.
She sucks out. No, I'm the best.
Oh, no, that's not what I'm saying. No. Depraved heart.
Like that's recklessness.
That's an area where recklessness. It's so reckless. The risk is so great that it's going to be some kind of constructive intent. So we're going to treat it actually the same.
I don't think, isn't depraved heart used as a second degree murder justification generally?
No, but like essentially you're fulfilling the malice aspect of murder. The thing that makes it the worst is you're so reckless that we're going to treat you like you basically try to kill them.
Like my own computer, because I have no fans.
Yeah.
Wait.
But when somebody is watching, or I just don't understand how what Denims is doing is not on that level.
This is
and
why.
If I didn't think it was her response, why doesn't it seem like the response indicates that is basically what she was doing?
So the reason why I think that I'm not going to do that kind of constructive intent is because all else equal, I think the risk of someone else doing the CPS call on the basis of that statement, that statement is a but-for cause relating to some. So that's what you have to show, right? Like the risk is related to the thing, right? What is the thing itself? The thing is her making that comment, right? The additional risk by her making those comments and having those reactions is essentially small in comparison.
Looting gives me
dopamine. The but-for doesn't even need to be demonstrated.
Dopamine.
If you go out and you drunk drive, and somebody goes out, somebody else goes out, and they hit somebody.
Perfect. So that's an action that in its tendency has an incredibly high risk to do the thing, right? It's just we're so lucky that it didn't happen.
It really doesn't, right?
Wait,
it doesn't.
Drunk driving?
I'm sure. Yeah, probably. My guess is going to be less than 1% of drunk drivers actually get into an accident. Unfortunately, in the U.S., a lot of people drunk drive.
Okay, maybe I'd agree with that. But what I'm saying is, at least at a bare minimum, right? I think that we've shown like a much higher tendency when it comes to drunk driving and some kind of related offense, some kind of accident.
Yes, I agree with you. But can you?
Okay. Listen, we have a shotgun in here, free shotgun for anybody who wants it. El Toro. Okay. I'm taking some purples if I want it. Okay, Wolfpack. I'm also taking a Wolfpack, 100%. Okay, hold on. I'm also gonna be putting Snow Globe in the safe pocket. Oh shit. Hold on. Oh, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Oh yeah. I gotta protect like on Blueprint. Okay, all right, that makes sense. Let me think. Fine wristwatch. Okay, I don't need rubber parts. Heavy ammo. Yeah, because I use heavy ammo. That makes sense. Okay, what's in here? Wait, hold on. Wait, what else was in here?
Muzzle brake 1 or 2. Muzzle brake 2.
Oh, muzzle brake 2. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Ooh, extended medium mag 3. What the fuck? Oh, and a what? Sorry?
A bandage. That was about it.
Oh, bandage. Okay, I'm gonna leave that shotgun in there. I'm taking other valuables.
I will take the shotgun.
Okay. Yeah, let's go. Okay, wait. Music album. Compensator. Ooh, compensator. Yeah. Yes, let's go. Oh no. Wait, do you have security breach? Squirt?
I don't know.
Oh. You don't know? How do you not know?
Oh no, I don't comment no, my bad.
Okay. Okay. All right, wait. Let's go to testing annex now, okay? Wait, hold on. So, because wait, do I have the keys for that? Let me see. Yes, I do. Yes. It's a damn testing annex key. Okay, damn testing, okay? And then we're gonna exit through the thing because otherwise we're gonna run out of inventory space. All right, okay, good luck. All right, back to commentating. Okay.
Clarify for me, because it feels like you just stumbled into that argument I made before, which is it's not about absolute risk, it's about relative risk. It's that you're taking an action that's going to significantly increase the chance of something happening, not just that the absolute risk of it happening is high.
No, I don't think that's true. So like suppose that for example, that you have the tiniest little sip, or so I won't say that, a medium sip of wine, okay? You have now just significantly increased the risk of a crash, right? But you're just sober, right? You are.
Yeah, but in Pisco's example, right? Like, bro, in the example of a DUI, Denims is like chugging down 5 bottles of whiskey, 2 bottles of vodka, 3 beers, 5 fucking pitchers of beer. That's the equivalent, okay? She is literally injecting into her veins alcohol, all right? That is the equivalent of this example. And then she's going for a ride, and then she hits like a family of 5. That is the equivalent. Anyway, whatever.
Or sober. And so, yeah, it's a significant increase in risk, but by all accounts, it's not significant enough such that you are in any danger whatsoever of crashing more than, like, I don't know, you being tired on a particular day,
my God.
or you having like a bad fight with a partner on a given day.
In
that context, notwithstanding, wait, I just want you to grant it, right? So in that context,
I think I won't grant it because I think there might be a hypothetical where I would, but because I don't know if having a single sip of wine does anything mentally. Your body might just
no, but assume, right, that you've taken a sip of alcohol such that it has significantly increased the risk, similar to the
avoid
risk
Rocketeer.
Of distraction
we don't
from
have to
a fight,
for it.
similar to the risk of having 2 hours less sleep than you would have, right? But you're still good to drive under every normal standard. In that context, right? Notwithstanding the increase in relative risk, you are not reckless, right? You're not negligent. Agreed?
Oh my God, is that a Rocketeer?
You're recklessly driving if you have like 2 hours sleep deprivation equivalent impairment for staying up a little more. Like, we would treat them a little differently, all else equal.
Oh, sure.
What we wouldn't do, though,
to tie it into the example for like Hutch, right? Like, if Hutch watched the video to debunk it about a bad thing, and somebody in the audience might have done it, because say, well, hold on, we would treat that a lot differently than somebody watching the video and giggling and laughing along with it. Right.
No, I agree with that. But the question isn't, as between those two cases, which one would we see is more culpable between two people who are relatively not culpable, right? The question is, would that situation, that is, where you have a minor sleep deficit, but not nearly the, to the extent to which it would impair your driving,
entering 3 hours right before watching this,
some kind of normal standard of driving that we would all accept, in that situation, notwithstanding the increase in relative risk, you would say that person, they're not being reckless, they're not being negligent, they're able to.
The early morning lost viewers. What do you mean?
The drive, and they've, you can even make it more crazy, right? Like, you have a NASCAR driver who, under optimal circumstances, would never, ever, ever drive bad at all. And this person has like a big swing of alcohol, but he's not over the legal limit. And he's impaired like 30% of his driving skill, but his normal rate of driving is just so far above everyone else. And you've brought him. It's not really a big deal. That to the extent that it's a big deal, it's okay to joke about it. It's okay to continue to put the bad empanada stuff, even though he justifies it. And so she basically is, I think, with what she's doing here and not being clear about where she stands with the CPS call and it being bad, I think she is being reckless. I do think that. And that's culpable. That's a level of culpability. The thing is,
I agree, because we're past negligence.
But hang on a second. But hang on a second. I always, you understand? I always granted this, right?
No.
You can watch.
You ever got through the conversation with Hutch? You said she was not culpable for the behavior. He said there was almost no level of culpability. Or if she was culpable, she was only culpable insofar as she didn't monitor to avoid POS action on Twitch.
There's a video of me going through this and declaring in which sense I think that they're culpable and which sense they think that they're not. So when you say this is the first time that you've ever come to the
Bro, you just have to understand that, I'm sorry that I'm a person and I have opinions. Anyway.
Determination these people
you can do that to me.
In some culpable sense is just wrong. And in fact, I said so on the very video that you reviewed. And so when you're saying that we just came to this realization, it just is not true. There are not only one example of me saying this.
Then I'm so curious then. Then what was then I missed it then. I didn't understand anything. What is your huge disagreement then with Hutch? If Hutch was saying that she has some culpability for this call, the CPS call, and you're saying, I agree there is some culpability there, what was the big disagreement?
Oh, hell
yes. So the big disagreement is people are trying
solo
to
Stella Montes prepared loadout
one's,
Anvil.
Responsibility with respect to their intentional and malicious mindsets with those who are merely reckless. And you would agree that we put so much more negative implication on someone who is intentional and malicious. You know this, Stephen. You know this, right? An actor who is intentional and malicious.
I'm appealing to Kafka here. Kafka, is the reckless standard closer to maliciousness or to totally neutral?
I don't even know.
I could have maybe a bad little read. My understanding is you have nothing, no intent at all. You're not even manslaughter. There's nothing. Then you have things like negligence. I don't know if gross negligence is the next category, but once you start to hit reckless, I think you're a lot closer to like intentional. Like reckless is a standard of like you should have known better.
Oh my God!
Yeah, she should know better.
Yeah.
So for you to say that people are making this grave error of conflating recklessness with she was doing this intentionally maliciously,
You understand that? Wait, no.
These two things are very close to each other.
So I'll just give you an example, right? So
Oh my
someone
God.
is driving down a street, incredibly recklessly driving, all right? And they hit and unfortunately kill a pedestrian.
Hell yeah.
Someone else is taking a car and intentionally, as part of a terrorist act. Oh, look, let's remove that out of it. We'll just keep it so that no one can add anything. All right. Someone is driving and they try to kill that very same pedestrian with their car on purpose. As between those two, don't you put so much more culpability on the person who is trying to kill the person as compared to the person who should have known better?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's my point. That was my point. All right. And what you took from that was wait. Let me finish. What you took from that was the reason I'm setting forth this standard is to protect JStalk.
Okay. I still agree with that. What I said.
Wait. How? Wait. In virtue of what?
Are you actually for real?
In virtue of what?
I like the car because I like the car example. Okay.
Are you?
Yeah.
Let's say that we saw this happen. Okay. Let's say that after the person. Okay. There are two worlds right now where there's a reckless driver and he hits a person. In one world, he gets out of the car, he sees the person, and he's like, "Fuck." Calls 911. Runs to a neighbor, whatever else. In the other world, he backs up over the guy, runs him over again, and drives home. Would we move the needle at all from reckless in the latter to
Let me give you what you want.
malicious?
Yeah. So let me give you what you want. There are some facts that you could offer to a person that what they did was so depraved and so likely to, in the context of, let's say, homicide, to cause the harm that it did, that it reaches a degree we're gonna just call that like some kind of constructive intent, a constructive malice, in other words. And this is called depraved heart murder in the context of homicide. You're spraying the fucking assault rifle in the parking lot. Now, no one can prove that you intended to kill the 4 people that got shot in the head. And actually, when we go to look at it, right, it turns out, we know we have a mind reader. We know that you actually didn't want to kill anybody. But your conduct was so depraved, was so reckless, was so likely to cause the result that it did, that we are going to sort of have that kind of constructive malice, constructive intent. I'm not above that, but that's why we were arguing on the quantum of evidence.
Does anyone have a link? Just go to Pisco's channel. It's not hard. Go to the VODs playlist.
This is like
Stop
all
asking.
else equal, that those kinds of comments, no, because then you have to actually make the empirical case that these kinds of comments have the tendency, like all else equal, if you had seen this clip and, at the time you saw it, would you be able to predict? Would you be able to predict
right now?
Let's say that I know this might be difficult.
When you say would you be able to predict, you're talking degrees of probability that people will follow what happens. I know right now that things related.
How long ago was this debate? 2 days ago.
The phone are a big bad.
They
in
had
terms
a more
of
recent
people,
one in private.
swatting people, for instance, right? Now, if I start trying to talk on stream about, I think this guy might be killing his girlfriend, and you guys know,
or doxing people, right?
Show up for this, or base, true, or you guys know that some things, right? Could you say that, like, well, this is almost like a depraved heart version of this type of thing? If you're a streamer, you know these things are happening. You're watching a CPS video on stream. You're watching all this, and then when we review the response to that, and it's one of giggly, laughing, playing memes and jokes about it.
Yeah.
What are you supposed to think?
So are you trying?
How could it not be?
So I'll ask you: Are you trying to hurt esports Batman?
Emotionally and psychologically, yes.
No,
in
the way that you just suggested.
I have to think back to how much gear he actually lost to actually know the answer.
No, come on. I mean, let's be serious.
Tell me no. This is a stupid pivot. No, I'm not here for you to defend Justicle's community. I don't know why you're trying to defend Justicle's community right after telling me that you're not trying to cover Justicle's community. It's very funny. It's very obvious.
Listen, I'm asking the standard. I'm asking the standard.
We can do this if you want. I'm asking the standard. If you want, we can do this. We can go down this road next if you want. But I'm asking you, okay, would this not be a depraved heart type of thing that Denims is doing by watching a video?
No. Because I'll tell you why.
It's not fair to know that Denims is probably thinking somebody could fucking call CPS on some shit like this, right? I'm gonna play this. My audience is crying for it.
I'll tell you why. Because if you were to ask and take a poll of people at the time that this statement was made of her just like laughing along, whatever, and you were to say like, what are the odds, right? What are the odds that someone actually calls?
Odds?
Because that's absolutely relevant to the question of whether we're going to say there's some kind of constructive malice or constructive intent given the relative odds. So I would imagine you would say in response, wait, let me, can I just finish the thought? I would imagine that you would say with respect to doxing that you think
because it takes you for someone. You're going to say that if the odds are incredibly low, and she's going to say,
we're not going to spend much time on this today. Again, I want to kind of, yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm calling out Death Tome. Death Tome, listen to me. If you keep spamming my DMs, okay? Go and ask Stumbling, okay? To file an unban request, alright? Stop DMing me, okay? I'm the streamer. I hate you, okay? I'm gonna block you. All right.
The odds are incredibly low. Then her saying the thing can't possibly be constructive malice because she never thought that there were high odds to begin with. So it's foolish to say that her saying a particular thing meant that she intended for it to happen.
Yeah, I don't think
but that's not the comparison. The comparison we need is a relative one. So for instance, she
You're
might think that the odds of it are low, but the question isn't, do you think the odds are low? It's not an absolute risk comparison. It's a relative risk ratio. You would say, are the odds going to be higher or lower after you do this video?
Oh no, I don't agree with that. No,
well, then you're just totally wrong.
No, I don't agree with that. I think that when we're trying to intuit like a state of intentionality, that it's your conscious object to do something. I don't think that you merely look at relative risk. I think you absolutely do look at absolute risk. I think that is the case, and I think that you would proffer. I think that you would proffer this.
The risk of them having something happening. You're not trying to make it over 50%.
So I understand, right? Like that you would probably proffer this in defense of your conduct. You think, right? Like it wouldn't be justified to cause physical harm to some of the people who antagonize you, right? Wouldn't be justified to do that.
I don't have to think about who we're talking about.
No, but let's be honest. Like,
you fucking man won't tell me why? Yeah, because you're being annoying, and you're still being annoying. Hold on. You just want to be banned from every platform. I understand. Okay. Sorry, my community is not your personal dumping ground. Okay. If you don't like my community, if you don't like me, then like, why should I keep you in my community? Okay. Hold on. Where are you? Boom. Bye. Good luck.
There are people for whom you think it's justified to dox them. That's not a position that you shy away from, right?
Generally speaking, yeah.
And if someone came to you and said, "Oh, it turns out that one of these people gets hurt by someone bad because they've been going after you, they're trying to defeat, the next liberal Joe Rogan or whatever," I think that you would say, "I couldn't have predicted. At the time I doxed these people."
No, why would I say something? No, that's a Pisco's world. That's a ridiculous argument.
Really?
As soon as real life information is thrown out and doxing and all that shit comes out, these are parts of the thing that are possible. Yeah. Why do you think I hate this fucking community so much? It's because they've engaged in this behavior towards me, towards my girlfriends, towards anybody in my life for over a year now. Yeah. Wait, fucking annoying to me.
And
yeah, I remember that this was the part that I kind of want to listen to, just mainly because this is concerning anti-fan shit, and I also think they... Yeah, just fucking video series of you being a fucking child. Wait, who are you talking about? Me?
And so when you say that in response, doxing is justified, you're not saying therefore that hurting them is justified.
Deserve to be called out for banning people because of fucking... Okay, all right, bye.
Physically,
cringe.
Yeah. So if someone said like in response to you doxing them, what you take to be a self-defense dox, that what you're doing is grossly reckless and that you're causing potential harm to befall these people, harm that wouldn't be justified under the circumstances, you would say
wouldn't be justified. I don't know if I would agree with that.
Well, I thought we just cleared that. Kafka, I don't know if you heard, I thought we cleared.
You said wouldn't be justified. I feel like these people have been attacking me relentlessly for almost a year, engaged in and up to potential physical altercations in real life that they're instigating or encouraging.
I thought we just agreed that it wouldn't be justified to physically hurt them.
Jesus, how much?
Why should I have to think about it?
Oh, I mean, and maybe you'll bite the bullet that what you're doing there is a kind of constructive intent to physically hurt them. I don't think you would bite that bullet. That you have the constructive intent to physically hurt the people you're doxing? Are you going to bite that?
I think that in a way, I think that you would accept that is a potential outcome. Sure.
No, but would you bite the bullet that that's your constructive intent? That when you dox people,
I don't like biting the bullet here because none of these pussies that you hang out with bite the bullets on any of their behavior. So why would I give you the line of rationale so that they can replay this stupid fucking clip over and over again?
I'll give the justification. Yes, you dox in order to harm people. But however, if they harm you first by doxing you, then aren't you justified in doing that back? Like, for example, if you try to cultivate a community in which you basically have all the overlap with Kiwi Farms and all the overlap with all of these other doxing communities, and not only that, like the various content creators in your like anti-fan community are also doing the doxing, then like what? Yeah, then yeah, what is exactly the point? Also, notice here how Destiny is trying to use tit for tat here, right? Like, he's like, what? I'm not going to disavow until you disavow, right? Like, there's no point in me addressing anything you're saying until you're ready to talk about it in good faith, right? Anyway.
We don't have to use you. We don't have to use you.
No, I'm not gonna. No. Keep the conversation focused on Denims. I know that you want to win brownie points with your new friends. Okay?
That's not what I'm trying to do.
Talk about
fuck, wait. Can I say? Fuck Hassan. Fuck Denims. Fuck Hassan. Fuck Hassan. Fuck Denims. Fuck Justil. Fuck Queenman. Wait. Listen, I don't hang out with those people. I don't hang out with Justil. I don't hang out with Queenman. I don't hang out in their servers. I don't go around talking shit.
That's not even true, because right after this call, like, isn't it? Oh, I thought that was a player. Fuck me. By the way, Pisco's lying, just FYI, okay? Like, he is straight up lying. He literally hangs out with them. Yeah, he literally hung out with them, like, 1 day ago, right? In the fucking, voice channel, okay? I mean, he'll probably pull some semantic game like, oh, I don't literally hang out with them. But, like, bro, come the fuck on, dude. Come the fuck on. You allow them, all the fucking Destiny haters in one fucking place. What? What are you talking about? Like, are you delusional? Right? Oh shit. Why are you just standing there? There you go. Boom.
About you. Do you hear me doing that? Do you hear me going out and saying all the horrible things? That's occasionally I'll disagree with the political take you give.
There's so many of these guys.
Cover your shit, in my opinion, fairly.
I understand that you don't do that. You're playing the role that the epic centrist played basically for all the fucking Nazis back in 2017.
That's what you think I'm doing.
Enlightened guy.
You think 100%. You think I'm trying to fence ride, and you think I want brownie points from every side? Is that what you're thinking?
Absolutely no, just from their side. But yes, that's why Duke has donated like 700 fucking times.
I just went. I just reviewed
in order to donate shit to you.
I just reviewed a Doobie conversation where I talked so much shit about Doobie's position on the strikes. If Doobie wants to donate to me, wait, hang on a second.
Wait, is this a MAGA argument? I don't agree with Trump on everything. I actually super disagree with that one condominium that he tore down in New York City in 1997. I don't get this conversation is pointless. You're never convinced me on this. Listen, I'm admitting I'm brain broken on it. It's unfalse.
I think this kind of reminds me back then of God, what was it? What was it that I want to talk about? Oh yeah, this kind of reminds me of and you know what? I'm gonna bring him up, okay? But I promise, with all the peace and love in the world, okay? I love you, okay? But Surefire Otaku, like whenever he talks about Sargon of a cod in the past, he's like, oh, we have disagreements, we have actual disagreements or whatever, but it's very clear that it goes deeper than that, right? And I don't know. It's very clear that you can have disagreements with friends, but you still hang out with friends that you disagree with, right? Like, you guys are still united on one goal. It doesn't matter if you guys disagree on, like, one single thing. What matters is whether or not you guys are aligned on, like, this one goal of, like, Destiny destruction or some shit, right? Or maybe you excuse the behavior because they are people that you are more amicable to or did donate from, right? That doesn't mean that every single whale or every single donator or every single oiler has to agree with you 100%, right? Like, what a ridiculous position, right? Anyway.
It's viable to me. It's no point in arguing. It's a faith-based position that I hold. I have special revelation from God for you doing this, so it's not even worth arguing.
But
back to the Denim thing.
Why?
Okay?
Why?
Well, here, you know what? Actually, here, I'll drop this here. For you to be so incredulous and build like, oh, you say it's constructive intent to hurt somebody, blah, blah, blah. Most people would say yes when it comes to doxing. And when it comes to doxing,
which is why the anti-fans love it.
Behavior, which is also probably one of the reasons. I don't know why. I don't think Hutch even brought this up. Funny, actually, we're in an area where you said we've been bringing attention to a thing could be bad, right? And I feel kind of bad bringing it up, but I think it's important. One of the reasons also why Hutch might be annoyed by people like Bada Banada is because Bada Banada literally, I'm pretty sure, posted his fucking docs on a video that fucking Hassan played.
Wait a second. I agree that shit is fucked up. I agree that not only that this kind of excuse that people say, well, you have public access to it and so it doesn't count. I think that's chicken shit. I think it has to do with your...
No. We're not talking about... I don't care about your virtue signaling here.
Wait, no.
There is a guy who is engaged in...
Yes, I agree. I'm agreeing with you.
Yes, I know. But then when Hutch says, Bad Empanada is a known guy for doing bad stuff like this. And then
I say yes.
Videos on, and you say, well, I know he has a reputation.
Dude, he isn't just right. Yeah, exactly. Bad Empanada isn't a person who is just simply known for that, right? Because then it sounds like you're providing cover, right? I mean, even though, like, again, I'll defend Pisco on this one. He has said yes, right? Like, he has said yes about, I do think that he is somebody who is reprehensible. Like, that's what I garnered from him saying yes afterwards, even though he did all that caveating. However, the caveating was still gay, right? Like, we can all agree that the caveat, the amount of caveats that he has made was like totally gay, right? I don't know. Like, that's just the way I think about it. But
what I said was, hang on a second.
Denims is playing videos of him on her stream that then possibly leads to CPS being called on Ethan. You're like, wow, is there a direct causal link? Can we actually logically link all of these activities to one another? Come on. Like, that's an absurd set of arguments.
We just broke this apart. So with respect to the Bad Empanada comment, I immediately said, he asked me, I'm just reacting, and I say, I know he has a reputation for being malicious. I've seen him act in conformity with it, and so my answer is yes.
There are 3 minutes left.
That's what I said. And the reason that you think I'm giving cover for Bad Empanada, though you can watch previous streams where I say, is this person like Bad Empanada? Do they do the kinds of things that Bad Empanada does? Clearly implying that I think Bad Empanada is a malicious actor. You can try now, because of the order that I did it, which was honest, it might be in your mind autistic, that somehow I'm trying to give cover for Bad Empanada. That is just so
Let me be genuine here. This is no, it's totally justified. When you asked Hutch, I think it was like, why is Ethan doing this lawsuit?
Oh my God.
And he gave a reason, and then you were like, well, I think it's because of this malicious thing. And Hutch is like, okay, sure, yeah, it's possible he used two reasons.
God.
You were very sharp and very keen to clarify. Excuse me, you bald fuck.
You didn't
mean that it was logically possible that they could have these two positions. Because when you say that now, it gives you the ability to weasel out of it later. You were like, I need you to say they have two motivations at least, and you forced him to take that position. But when somebody says that,
I'll tell you exactly what happened.
When you say,
people can compare.
I listened to what it.
Okay, I was there too. Like, why do you think that, like, I'm not allowed to contest your rendition of that conversation? So he asked me, I just think that it's like that he could have had two motives. And I'm like, I'm just clarifying by that. Do you mean that there's like some good reason to believe he had a second motive? Or do you just mean the bare question that I wouldn't like disagree with is that he could have it? And the reason why I'm doing that is simply because people have asked that of me. And I've said, yeah, of course he could have two motives. And what they've taken from that is, see, Pisco admits that he could have two motives. And therefore, what the fuck is he talking about? That's what's happened before in the past. And
okay, so, I'm going to say this is one of the only time I'm going to say this is a not mad thing, I guess, or I'm going to try to be. When you speak this, every single person, Hutch included, hears an accusation carried along there that they are intentionally and maliciously trying to conceal their true beliefs. Especially when you started that conversation off by saying, I want to make sure that we both agree that this is an important conversation to have, because I don't want to run through all the points.
Why do you think I did that? So what's informing my conduct in the conversation is what I've had to deal with, which are, like, I think very obnoxious situations.
Wait, hold on. I don't disagree with anything you're going to say. I'm just saying that to say all of that and then to get to Bad Empanada, I was like, you think the Bad Empanada is like a bad guy, right? And you're like, well, I understand that he has the reputation of being a bad guy, and I have seen him do some bad things. You understand that you've hedged yourself in that case. You're Fort Knox. You've hedged against everything there.
The reason I hedged and qualified in the sense of I didn't immediately say unambiguously yes is I was racking my brain to see if there were moments in time that I'm specifically recalling.
This stuff is kind of hard to show because, like, you have to show, like, the overall bias or, like, the overall, like, state of things, right? Like, okay, I'll pose an example. So you have to show a pattern of behavior, right? If Destiny is pointing out multiple instances of behavior that Pisco is doing that is hedging for every single person on the side of Hassan, and every single person on the other side, aka Destiny side, he is not actually hedging, or he is actively avoiding, or actively, like, kind of being a little bit ambivalent or whatever, right? Or he tries to have no reaction, then yeah, like, I would say that demonstrates some degree of bias, right? But the thing is that you can't pin it down to one moment. You can't pin it down to, like, one event. You can't pin it down to, oh, this is the moment in which that proves, this is the smoking gun. This is the smoking gun that proves that you are biased, that you are evil, and that you are full of hatred for the anti-fans, right? No, right? That's not how it works. You have to show a pattern of behavior over time, supplementary evidence and main evidence. It's kind of like a court case, right? Like, that is kind of like a court case. But at the same time, Pisco gets to hone in on, like, the like I feel as though Pisco takes advantage of the specifics. So then he is able to weasel his way out of positions, right? It's like, oh, so are you saying that like me doing this one thing is like defending the other fans? Are you saying that? Yeah, obviously that's retarded, right? Because again, what's trying to be pointed at is like this overall course behavior or some shit. I mean, I don't even think Steven wants to talk about it in depth, right? Just mainly because, yeah, I don't know. It just seems as if like, I think it was Catholic that brought up the first thing about this issue, right? Like he doesn't even want to talk about it in depth, just because it's just such an ass thing to try to explain to somebody, right? Like you sound like a total schizo, and nobody else believes you when you're talking about like this weird fucking harassment coming in, right? Anyway,
such that if someone wanted to challenge me in that moment, can I actually like produce these examples of the accusations that I'm coming up with? Not all of us are so flippant and reckless as you to make these accusations off the cuff of certain individuals without having the evidence prepared, like the accusation that you said that I actually want to protect a community that's harassing a young woman. I mean, so sure, I'm thinking out loud, I'm just honestly telling you what
human beings just don't have a clip reservoir ready to produce immediately.
But do you think I don't act like this?
You said that they harass me?
But Steven, I've acted like this as long as you've known.
There are people in this space with clip reservoirs. Reservoirs. Most of them are definitely anti-fans, though. A lot of anti-fans just like load up a bunch of clips on their computer to make sure, like, oh my god, okay, I gotta write this down. Okay, all right, I'm gonna deploy this when I could in a moment's notice on an online argument. Okay, so then I can poison the well or some shit, right? And only recently, like there are some schizos on Steven's end, okay, which I fucking love. Okay, I love you guys. Okay. Who are also saving clips on their and links on their own side, right? People keep on assuming that DEG is some kind of like scary fucking I don't know, like organized thing, right? But that's what the anti-fans want you to believe. Instead, they're just a bunch of retards, okay? Like I would probably say that DEG chat is really, really toxic. But I don't think that they're as organized as like the anti-fans paint them out to be, nor as whatever. But I will say that DEG is super toxic, though. I will say that.
On me, anyway. Right? People have always said, why can't he just get it out? Why is he so wordy? This is not something that is out of character or out of step for me. This is how I engage. And now, are there ways that I can improve? For sure. What is unjustified is to say, oh, he's just grifting to make money from fucking Doobie. He wants to protect his community. What the fuck?
I put together in my head how unbelievably and insanely aggressive you are with somebody who is relentlessly golden retriever levels of good faith and charitability to you, and you're trying to crucify him in the last, like, 2 hours of the
This is condescending to Hutch, man.
It's not condescending. I have a lot of respect for people like Hutch and Josiah. As in, when I say this, what I mean is like, I think Hutch views you. He respects you. He views you as a friend. He respects you intellectually. He has all these things in his mind for you, and he's trying his best to get out his point of view. Yeah, and you're trying to run these ridiculous syntactic
did I do this with you? Wait.
Okay, like another thing I noticed Pisco doing is that whenever he says something like, oh, Hutch is my boy, I feel like what he actually is trying to say is, Steven, I can't believe that you are trying to turn me against Hutch and Hutch against me. Why are you doing this? Why are you trying to promote a rift between me and Hutch, right? That is what Pisco is actually trying to say, right? I don't think Pisco is saying Hutch is my boy in an endearing, lovingly kind of way, right? He's saying this in a way where he is utilizing the relationship between him and Hutch in order to weaponize against Destiny and his allegations, right? Does that make sense? Listen, I'm the anti-fan expert, okay? I know everything, okay? I know all the tactics these people use, okay, in order to do stupid shit.
Did I do this with you back in the day?
I like that. We enjoy this. This is fun for us. But it's different. Like with you and Rob Noor. Do you have the same conversation with your mom that you do with Rob Noor?
You should ask my mom, man. Sometimes. Listen.
Okay, I'm going to skip forward. Boring.
For failing your moral responsibilities, your moral obligations, your professional obligations. We tie the harm that results from the worst cases of people not following these responsibilities to the failure to follow the responsibility. That's why when you get a DUI, it's a big charge. But why? You didn't hurt anybody. You can drive home from wherever and not hurt a single soul. Why do you get a DUI? You might not even break any traffic laws.
I totally agree that we should be like that. There's certain reckless conduct that are felonies, right? Manslaughter is not like a minor thing. Manslaughter is a felony, all right? So there are absolutely states of mind that are reckless, that there's some things that you could do that are reckless that are worse than other things you could do that are intentional, right? I would say that intentional.
How long has Pisco even known Hutch? Probably for a long time.
Trying to pickpocket
I don't know,
someone
at least for a year.
is
I don't know. That's my
better
assumption
than
anyway.
drunk driving, right?
It doesn't really
now,
matter.
in the case of the intentional act,
wait, real quick. Yeah. Funnily enough, those things tie into where you have the greatest level of obligation, where you have the greatest level of responsibility. The greater the responsibility, the greater the obligation, probably the greater moral fault by not following said.
So then maybe you would understand why when I'm talking to Hutch, I'm bringing up things like risk. Is this a significant risk? Is this an insignificant risk? But instead of you saying, and trying to think, maybe Pisco is getting at something here. Maybe it's actually relevant to talk about the amount of risk, and that will.
Well, the reason why Steven isn't doing that is because you're wrong, right? Somebody would only react in such a manner where they go like, oh, maybe Pisco's onto something here if you're right, okay? But the problem here is that you're being overly obtuse and you're stubborn and you have a lot of ego and you're eating ego food, right? That the anti-fans are feeding you. The anti-fans are like growing ego food and you're like swallowing the ego food up. Like you just want to, you're ego slop, right? Like you're just trying to consume ego slop.
Play into how we factor about the ethical obligations.
It is.
You took that as yet another slimy debate tactic. But of course, the amount of risk bears on the ethical question.
It's not about the amount of risk. It's about the amount of unnecessary risk, and especially the intentionality of the violation of the obligation.
Well, I mean, Pisco would have a better time with friends if, he stopped being so egotistical. Okay, right? He's just so full of himself. Like, look at his smug ass face.
Even if you know, I could right now give like orders to my chat to go and kill some fucking person, and chances are of anybody falling through, there's probably less than 0.00001%. But just the fact that you could issue the order like that
so
is
any
already
kind of,
really because that's a huge failure of a massive obligation.
So let me give you
Denims has a chat. She has obligation to the chat to not be engaging in behavior. It's going to get people swatted or CPS called.
Let me give you a perfect example. I think sandwich thrower. You know the sandwich thrower? He got let off. All right, whatever. But the sandwich thrower, he threw something at ICE or National Guard or whatever. And let's say that he's throwing that sandwich with the intent to kill the fucking guy. All right. You can prove that he threw that. Now he's a deluded asshole, or he is like so incompetent that he has no comprehension that his sandwich has exactly zero chance of killing this person. And he does it anyway. I'm going to treat that person as like an attempted murderer. Okay. So, or at a bare minimum, it's going to be some significant penalty. Yeah, you didn't have a gun there, but the only reason you weren't successful in killing them is because you're a stupid person that tried to use a sandwich because you had like some notion that they might be allergic to something or whatever. So I absolutely take the view that intentional conduct. I'm an intention cuck. I've said it always. That intention to me is the most important thing. That is why I was making this point. So absolutely, if you could show that Denim's conscious object was to make the CPS call happen, I think that's a lot easier case than the kind of statements that have been shown. Those statements absolutely down.
Isn't an open secret that Hutch dislikes Destiny? Because in public, I've never heard Hutch call out Pisco. I'm not sure if you're right, because Hutch does criticize Pisco, no? Is that not true? I feel like Hutch calls out Pisco, no? Or am I wrong?
Plain, those statements absolutely unjustifiable. Those in the same way, by the way, I think that
dislikes Pisco? No, Hutch likes Pisco. I think Hutch does like Pisco, but he isn't virtue signaling about how much he likes Pisco. I don't know. I think Hutch does like Pisco. But
jokes and other people's jokes sometimes are unjustified. I'm not saying that they're the same thing. I'm not saying they're the exact same thing, but I will take issue with certain things. But like, I don't think when you're calling, making certain jokes about Corey Compouture, making certain jokes about victims, I don't think that you want them to die, right? I would defend you, and I have defended people like Rob Noor who have accused you of saying that you want Republicans to die, right? You don't want Republicans to die.
Hutch said today that he and Destiny are not friends. Yeah, I know that.
Hey, do you? Hello?
No, but what's the difference?
The difference is it's not your...
Dude, Destiny wouldn't even call Hutch a friend, but Hutch and Pisco were once friends.
Conscious object to make them die. Now, someone might look at your conduct and say...
No.
Okay?
We're also not... If somebody called CPS on Ethan, and like Denims and Kaceytron and all them, it's hard to separate because these communities are so fucking toxic. But if they just laughed at that fact, then it would be gross, disgusting, or whatever. But let's say that again, to make the reason why your analogies are so mindfucky, the dad and the daughter one was a good example, is because you're erasing the part where they are watching something that is driving the behavior. If I was watching video after video, if I was talking about like, this is one of the reasons why I don't do, even though I like guns, I don't tell people, guys, we need to get armed, we need to start training. I think somebody donated asked me 2 weeks ago, like, should we start arming and training? It's like, that increases the risk of a whole bunch of bad shit. I usually don't push, I don't think I ever push people in this direction. But like, if we were watching videos on like best ways to assassinate conservatives, best ways to intervene so 911 can't get to people in time. But if I was watching it and then a conservative got shot and killed, and then I started laughing and making jokes about it, like, would you not look at me and go like, are you like hoping that somebody in your community, would you not look at me? And even if
I would treat you differently. Like, listen, I would treat you differently if that versus current facts. All right. So I'm just giving you what you want.
Sure.
I would treat. Can I finish?
I feel as though Pisco would never ever give Destiny the same charitability that he gives Denims, and I think that is probably the most telling point, right? Like if you really ask yourself, right, just ask yourself, hey, like, do you really think that he would give him like the benefit of the doubt here or something like that? I just don't even know. I don't think so. I legitimately do not think so. But I like the fact that the fact that I don't think so should be pretty telling itself, right? People like MAGA, they can read the minds of Democrats where he can't know Trump's mind. He can determine Ethan's and Kent, but not Denims. Yeah, exactly.
I think Hutch, but I think Hutch would also do different as well, right? So Hutch is somebody who's very critical of my jokes and all this bullshit because he's a soy fuck liberal, whatever. That's fine, okay? He's critical, but I think, I could be wrong, but I think that Hutch would have a much more negative view of me if I was in my chat saying like, okay, guys, how are we getting the next conservative like?
All right, boys, back into Stella Montes. Oh,
let's theory
yeah,
craft.
baby.
Like, what are some sick? What are the best guns? The best loadouts? Like, how do we not go? Like, it would be way worse.
But the thing is, like, I agree that to the extent that there's no facetiousness there, because there's edgy jokes and there's kind of like ambiguous things, right? And we want to avoid the situation where it's just like obvious conspiracy or obvious attempt, right? And so
makes me
we're
violent.
putting out that one. So you're giving a kind of example where it's on the margin and it's unclear whether it's a joke, right? Because if it's very clearly
I don't want to go back to Denims though. I'm gonna skip forward a little bit actually. I don't I no longer care about Denims here. Started.
Compliance incident. The fact that you have a self-standing obligation to mitigate risk. I'm going to repeat it and make sure you hear it. So I'm going to say it twice. That you violated your duty to moderate does not mean you are culpable for actions that underlie it.
If you're not culpable.
Yeah, that's very consistent with what I just said.
I guess.
Okay, so you said that something about like if the action has the risk a streamer faces has a low cost of compliance, and there's an obvious benefit to the low cost of compliance, there's a self-standing obligation to mitigate risk.
Yeah.
What risk were you talking about?
So the risk relates to the likelihood that some crazy person is going to do something crazy.
Okay, wait. Why would you have an obligation to mitigate that risk, but then not be culpable for the actions that happen if you fail to moderate that risk? If there's no culpability, because right afterwards you said you're not culpable for any of the actions that underlie the risk.
It depends what you mean by culpable. So when I use culpable in that sense, it relates to an ethical violation, not to the result independent of itself.
It is an ethical violation though, right? If you fail to moderate the risk, then you have an obligation to moderate, and then a bad thing happens.
What I'm referencing though, when it comes to culpability, isn't the result in and of itself. It's the act, by which I mean the intentional, volitional, malicious act. That's what you're not culpable for. When I'm talking about culpability, it isn't a kind of naked result. It's culpable with respect to not just an outcome, but the state of mind and the improper moral fault. That's what I'm talking about with respect to culpability.
Okay, I just want to ask. Okay, then I just want to ask for this. Okay, when Hutch said that you are culpable for what a person does, do you think that Hutch literally meant, let's say that you say something and a person goes on first degree murder somebody, do you think that Hutch means in actuality that a transubstantiation occurred and your body morphed into place of the other person, you also are guilty of the...
I'm way more vocal today because I woke up at like 4 p.m. So I've only been awake for like 5 hours.
Crime of first degree murder, that you did the exact same thing. Do you think that's what Hutch
I think he means moral fault, right?
Correct.
Okay.
That is proportional to the potential bad outcome that you have an obligation to prevent the risk of.
Hang on. Moral fault with respect to a moral obligation, correct?
Yes, but the moral obligation is tied to the potential risk.
Sure, no. But it doesn't exist independent of the mindset. That's what I'm saying. The moral obligation exists not just in the result, but in the actual. It must, by necessity, include the state of mind. Otherwise, it might not even be a moral obligation, right? You don't have a moral obligation independent of the state of mind, right? So that's what I meant. That's what I meant.
You said it might. Sure, but you said it might exist out there somewhere. I'm glad you clarified. You said it might exist out there somewhere. But can you honestly recall off the top of your head, I'm not going to push you for clips like you did, Hutch, okay? And like you did for me earlier. Can you honestly recall a time where Denims was sincerely and deliberately talking to her chat and intentionally saying, like, guys, we don't engage in this type of behavior? Like,
I think another thing that I noticed kind of is that you'll notice that the way that Destiny debates when asking for evidence is different from Pisco, right? Like Pisco actually does C-lining where he constantly asks for the most ridiculous standards and evidence. But then Destiny will be like, oh, I don't mean to put you on the spot. I don't mean to like try to get you to say X or Y. I don't try to get you to produce this thing. I don't want to put you on the spot, blah, 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 right? And he sometimes takes people at face value unless he knows that they're wrong, right? So it's like, it's like the two ways, like there are ways to demonstrate like good and bad faithness, right? Like, yeah, I don't know. It's just stupid.
We're not doing this here.
I remember the one time where after it happened, where she said, you know, I never called it and it's not good. That's what I recall. I don't remember the exact word she used.
I never called it and it's not good.
I don't remember. I'm telling you right now that I remember I thought that she condemned it and I thought I saw that clip. It's possible
this place
that
is a maze.
It's more Weasley language. I'm not saying that that's not true, but that's what I recall.
Wait. And you know what? Let's grant all that, okay? If that clip didn't exist, or if it only came after a ton of public backlash or lawsuit threat or whatever else, if it came like 2 months ago, okay?
Not
like
enough for intentional malicious, no.
Sure. Would that... Wait, would it change your mind for the recklessness?
No, because I've already granted that.
Oh, shit.
Oh, wait, so you granted that her behavior is, you agree that it was already at the reckless
Jesus?
Yeah.
Well, then I won't even bother to argue a higher standard. Why doesn't recklessness grant some moral culpability to the person who engaged in the reckless behavior?
Yes, that was the whole conversation. You missed the part where I said, yes, she's culpable for the things she actually did. Did you not see that when I said that?
Get away from me! Get away from me!
No,
from those things.
You're just not understanding what I mean by culpable. What I mean by culpable isn't indexed to just the result by itself. When I say culpable, it includes some notion of moral fault, which is indexed to a state of mind. You don't have, I'll just say it, you don't have...
But the moral fault is also indexed to the potential harms that result from the failure to adhere to the obligation.
No, I agree.
Do you agree that or disagree with that?
No, I agree that it's related to the relative risk and the harm. That's why I was bringing up those concepts with Hutch, and that's why it shows that I'm good faith, because I'm aware of the different issues when it comes to issues of causality. I brought up proximate causation in the context of where things break the causal chain. So yes, I'm aware of these concepts. I'm deploying them in the conversation. Maybe I'm not as clear as possible, but it is consistent.
Like if a person, but this is why, okay, I'm going to explain this with the doctor thing and tell me if I'm not understanding or if I'm stating it accurately, and I'll just say nobody understands what you say when you mean this.
Bro, I should have chose medium shields. Fuck. Especially in fucking Monta, like fucking. I'm actually lucky that a lot of these raiders are not like aggressive. Because this is like the official PvP map, so it's like, yeah, you have to be careful.
Okay, a doctor decides to never wash his hands or do anything, and he goes in to perform surgery on a person. Okay, we all, I believe, I don't know the fucking rules. My guess is doctors probably have to scrub in before they go into a OR operating room or whatever, right? Doctor doesn't do this. Yes. Patient ends up dying because of a secondary infection, okay, or because of some primary infection or whatever, right? If that was
is this the only cute hair you can choose in this game? Yes, I'm not joking. This is the only good hair. There's, like, you may think, oh my god, why do you choose such a girly hair? Dude, it's the only good female hair. It's the only good hair.
We would say that the doctor, he had
I would literally spend money to get better hair if I could, okay?
Moral and professional, and legal obligation to scrub.
Yeah, because it's the only good one.
Fail that obligation.
Correct.
When you fail that obligation, the moral failing is seen as accepting the consequences of all the things potential that could result in the failure to adhere to that obligation. In the specific scenario where a patient died, he has some moral obligation there for the death of the patient. Like Denims would have a moral obligation
to the extent of his state of mind, to the extent of the moral violation. That's what you extend.
And the recklessness state of mind is enough to say that she didn't adhere to her obligations, her professional obligations to her chat that she should have otherwise.
But I'm telling you now for maybe the 10th time, I grant that and did in the conversation. Do you understand that?
Okay, then just the final thing, I guess. So then what do you disagree? Do you think your biggest disagreement with Hutch is on this particular topic?
The disagreement is people are conflating the degree of her desire. In other words, they are overstating the evidence. They are stating that it was Denim's conscious object to bring about the result of the CPS call. And that is not the evidence that I have seen has not shown that. It is weak on that. And so what I am addressing is this notion, because there's one thing you could say if, oh, the community was reckless, they didn't moderate, and this is a risk, and they should have mitigated by signaling that this is not okay, by pushing back when possible. Absolutely, people will say that that's at fault. We didn't yet weigh that against the lawsuits, and if there's anything bad.
Hold on, wait. Do you think that Hutch? Do you think that Hutch was doing that?
I'm not sure.
What was your main disagreement with Hutch? You had a 7-hour conversation about what was your main disagreement with Hutch?
Hutch is my boy. Hutch is my boy. Say it. Say the words. Say the words. Hutch, my boy. These words are not accepted.
Hutch. I'm not sure. We spent most of it trying to get him to understand this concept that I was trying to show. That like I'm not sure that what he would say in response to.
Wait, understand what concept?
The concept that that multiple ethical obligations exist, and each one of them has an index state of mind, and one's violation of one does not entail the other.
Is that a Stormlight reference? I cannot say. Life before death and all that. Okay.
That was anyone who watches that fairly knows that I was struggling for hours to come to that and to suggest that there are different different implications from that. And yeah, you could say, for example,
well, because the struggle was because it took you a long time to get to the point that culpability wasn't a binary yes or no. There are contributory negligences, or there are other factors at play that the foreseeability of certain actions and responsibilities and all those things. And Hutch kept saying things like that. Like sometimes Hutch would even say a phrase. I don't even know if he realized this, but he was intuiting when he was saying things like, well, didn't this contribute to? And then you would switch immediately to like, well, she's not culpable for. And it took you like 2 hours to get to that like
isn't the better
culpability.
Isn't the better inference instead that I think that there's no moral obligation to ever moderate your chat under any circumstance? That maybe what I'm saying is for the thing that she's being accused of by everyone who's saying is that she bears responsibility not for the being reckless, but for essentially
not by the color of denim skin, white, but the content of her character, a black void.
Wanting this to occur, wanting the CPS stuff to occur.
Well, sure, because I think there is plenty of evidence to say that you would say this is like a depraved, hard, constructive intent thing for sure.
You're gonna have to show some. I mean, if that's the case, then I'm sorry, but like you're gonna
any Stella Montes motherfuckers. Any Stella Montes. Sorry.
Fall into that rubric big time, and not just for the doc stuff. And I don't think that you deserve it on that stuff.
Hold on. If somebody from my community showed up and beat up Gisticle because of a doc that I posted in my chat, you would come out and say, oh,
do you play with chat? Yeah, yesterday I did.
He has absolutely Destiny's no responsibility for that whatsoever.
Kind of cringe, not gonna lie. Bro, okay, like, what would you rather have? What would you rather have? Like, me not, like, actually going and reading Stormlight? Really? Like, what do you want me to do? Not read Stormlight? That's kind of cringe. That's kind of cringe. Whatever. You haven't read Mistborn. You haven't read like the 5 secret projects. You haven't read like the 3 different fucking blah 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 blah. What would you rather have? Me not read anything then?
So I don't think that you would be. So I think that you would have a fault with respect to recklessly endangering the health and security.
So that's why she wears the blue contacts. Oh, yeah, no, that was like literally one of the first jokes that I made. It was like, oh, hey, look, I'm Bright Eyes now.
Of Gestilk, but I don't think that anyone could say that you were culpable for the intentional assault of Gestilk unless they could prove you wanted it. You agree with that, don't you?
How would you ever prove
do you agree? Wait.
You can open doors.
Tons of circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence. Any kind of evidence any kind of evidence of you guys planning for it. Any kind of evidence of you guys.
That's not circumstantial. That's like you're talking about direct evidence. You're talking about a confession.
No.
January 6th argument. Yeah. What would be?
No. That's not the case. What I'm saying is not that you only need confessions to get to intent. All right. That is not at all the case. For example, if you drew a map to his particular address, right? You think that would.
Okay, listen. I'm actually chewing through Stumbling's other suggestions, okay? the reason why I'm so hooked on Babylon 5 right now is because of Stumbling, all right? So it's not like I don't take her suggestions seriously. It's just that I am actually consuming them, okay? I'm unironically consuming her suggestions, okay? But I need to listen, okay? I need time to finish it, okay? Damn, okay? Before I move on to the next one.
So that would tend to show more intent. Wait, if you show frustration,
if you show
if you say something like, "Oh, it doesn't look like guns are allowed in wherever he is," right? If you said that, if you that's not a direct confession, but it's the kind of conduct that shows that you don't really care about the health or safety. Maybe if you started saying things like they should be killed.
Okay.
You said you were busy. I am. I'm busy consuming your suggestions.
Well, basically, direct confession is almost what you're saying. But like, what if you were to say statements like, "Well, under 4 years old, children don't even form memories."
Fuck these
or what
guys.
if you were saying statements like, "Well, if you're getting diseases as a child that you get as an adult, that's basically life-threatening."
Well, one I kind of view as downplaying, right? The first one is like, "Oh, that's not a big deal," right? And I understand they're different, but if like Tim Pool got mad that someone, let me give you an example, right? So there have been people where you have justified a dox because someone put your location, right? Someone put your location live on Twitter, and your response. I recall this. Remember this? And your response is basically like, "You're asking for me to be killed, right? You're asking for me to be hurt. People get killed, right? Remember that?"
Depending on how you dox people, yeah, sure.
Right. And so, I think it really does depend on. So in that instance, I think that you could make a case, right? You can make a case that if your intention is a particular thing, or the kinds of evidence that we would bring to bear in those situations might be different.
What do you think we're disagreeing on?
Destiny, can I ask something, please? Do you accept evidence of admission by omission? Like, there are things where she is in a position where she could make a statement, where she could get in the way of potential CPS calls, of people making these plans in her chat. She has the ability to see it, has the ability to get in the way and say, "Guys, we don't do it." Because right now, I've only seen a disavowal from her after everything has happened.
Right.
What was the disavowal?
There was some video that someone shared that showed her saying, like, "Guys, I never condone."
By the way, that just so you know, I think I know where Steven is gonna go with this. Okay, just so you know, yes, I am reacting to this blind. Okay, this is all blind to me. Okay, with that being said, okay, I just keep in mind that it's not a real disavowal unless you seriously mean it, right? It's not a real disavowal if unless you seriously mean it. A lot of right-wingers, like, we all know that whenever a right-winger, like a far right-winger, says that, oh, they like the Jews, that's not a real disavowal of anti-Semitism, right? Like, can we all agree on that? Like, can we know the difference between a real apology or a real disavowal versus something that's fake? Because when it's fake, everybody knows it, right? I'm gonna borrow Asmongo for a moment. You know it, I know it, we all know it. We all know that was not genuine, right? We all know that was not genuine, right? Like, you can tell. You can literally tell from the tone of their voice to the vibe to everything that it's not genuine, right? We can tell when something is genuine. Yeah? Okay, anyway. Like I can't believe people are trying to play dumb for, like, the fakest sounding, like, shit ever, right?
The CPS thing, which, again, is, like, after all of it happened.
That's not a disavowal, though. That's not a disavowal, though.
Well, isn't it?
I'm being generous.
What would it be? What else would it be? What would it be?
It's an attempt to avoid, like, direct, like, TOS responsibility.
That's right. That's right.
So you think you should have said, I did?
That's what I've been saying. Okay, all right. I'm glad Steven is finally picking on my points. Okay, sorry.
Wait, she should have said, "I did condone it," or what would you say? Or saying, they shouldn't do this. It's not they shouldn't do this. It's saying I didn't do it. Right?
You should make a more positive statement of, like, I don't want this behavior in my community. We are not doing this in my community. Like, this is a thing we're going to have, like, a strong stance against. Like,
also, to be clear, the correct statement was, "I did not condone it, nor did I do anything to get in the way of it." Because she's just speaking descriptively at this point, and it's like, okay, maybe there's no explicit statement of condoning it, but there's also probably an equal amount of evidence of you trying to stop it from happening.
I mean, is that the full quote? I mean, what did she say?
Here's the thing. I don't know how long this is going to take, but I'm linking it to Kafka. You can send it to Pisco. I'm going to listen to this for 30 seconds. I'm times doing it.
Your house at night, going through all your things, accusing you of crimes you didn't do. No one should be subjected to such treatment.
Sure, but we're talking about not cops showing up at your house.
Years ago,
which anyways, to begin with, one, I don't condone. I've never condoned it, and you will not be able to find a clip of me saying, yes, we should do this, because it doesn't exist. I think CPS should be exclusively used for family vloggers who are total fucking pieces of shit that use their kids as content. I've literally given Ethan Klein credit on multiple times, or multiple instances, and I will do it again right now, for not showing photos of his kids. I think it is actually very cool of him to try to not have his kids in photos, in videos. I respect that a lot. I think he's a piece of shit. I think he's going insane and he's crazy, but I respect a lot that he doesn't bring...
Oh, he's a piece of shit, and he's going insane, and he's... Like, notice the way she's talking. She's like fucking backhand disavowal. She's like she's literally sending her hand flying at 500 miles per hour. Sorry, I was scared for a moment. She's sending her hand flying at like 500 miles per hour across Ethan's like fucking ball sack, and she's like, oh, and I disavow, and then she slaps him like 50 more times. Motherfucker, that's not a real Anyway, it doesn't matter.
So unambiguous condemnation, right? Wait. So you would agree that's an unambiguous condemnation?
No.
It's literally not.
Exactly.
I do not condone this.
That's not condemnation. What do you think condemnation? If you were going to push me, hold on, wait. Just to be clear, I just want to point out because you're doing this again. It's funny. Okay, is that earlier? Somebody like giggling along and laughing and leveling or whatever didn't count as celebration to you. Okay, it counted as downplay, whatever. But now somebody's saying, "Well, I didn't condone this behavior.
I do not condone murder."
Condemnation.
It is expressing more. So I understand condemnation to be expressing moral disapproval of an action. Okay, that's what I understand a condemnation to be. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, but I don't feel like this was. I don't think that's. So this felt like more like, well, I didn't tell anybody to do it.
So you don't think that if someone says, "I do not condone assassination or murder," that is not expressing moral disapproval of a thing?
Ow.
I think it would be in that circumstance. I think the way that she uses condone here, it sounds like she's saying, I didn't tell anybody to do it.
No. One thing would be, I didn't say
this
it.
Place
she
is
said,
so
I
confusing.
do not,
Fuck
presently, I do not condone such things. That is a way of saying, I don't support it, right? Isn't that a synonym for saying, I do not support this?
No one should be subjected to such treatment.
Sure, but we're talking about not cops showing up at your house. We're talking about CPS, which anyways, to begin with, one, I don't condone. I've never condoned it, and you will not be able to find a clip of me saying, yes, we should do this, because it doesn't exist. I think CPS should be exclusively used for family vloggers who are total fucking pieces of shit.
I think that when you're digging into the whole, like, well, there's no clip of me saying this, and blah, 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 it sounds like she's just saying she didn't tell people to do it.
Well, no, but she does say, I do not condone. Whether you believe it or not, that is a condemnation.
But I would look to, sure, I'll grant that it's a conversation, it's a condemnation in statement. But then again, the thing that I would look to is, where was the reaction then to it happening, to Chat doing it? Why does that seem so incongruent with her statement now?
Wait, to Chat doing it, because maybe it's your case to show that she actually didn't live up to her standard of care, in that either a reasonable person would have seen those comments and moderated, and that she failed to do so. And that's why I was fucking going after Hutch, in the sense of asking him, well, how do you know that she disregarded those comments and saw them? Because in order to show moral fault...
So a reasonable person wouldn't have seen any of the... Did you pass along that picture, Kaka, or whatever?
Yeah, wait. So I just want you to know. So for the first, 10 minutes of this conversation, when I was, looking...
You see two people that I'm planning on covering later.
And doing stuff, there was a...
I want to finish this ASAP, okay? I'm trying to wear out this fucking shit right here, because honestly I cannot be bothered to give a fuck about this. I think at this point I kind of get the point. So we're probably gonna watch 10 more minutes of this, and then we're gonna move on, okay?
A bunch of potential TOS violations
50 times
of people saying the N-word constantly in Kick Chat, okay? And I had to turn off the chat. Do you think that I condoned and was okay with those messages? I didn't see them. I didn't see them, right? I didn't see them. And if I had seen them earlier, I would have done something. But in order to show that I endorsed the message, you would have to show that I saw it, right?
You would have to...
Yeah. You have to show that I actually didn't...
Hold on. Yeah, but you're... I can't tell if you're doing this intentionally, if you're just
I'm not trying to.
That are leaving this key at crucial... Oh, no.
No, that's not hypothetical. That just happened.
Wait. No. But what you say is, if there are N-words in your chat, and you miss them for a while, and then you close your chat, does that mean that you condone the N-words, right?
Yeah. Wait, no. Sorry.
I would say,
imagine that I never found out, right? And I just it stopped because someone, they just stopped, right?
Correct.
And someone comes up and said, Pisco's a racist, Yeah, he let those N-words
sure. And I would say that's not fair. Yes, correct.
Yeah.
I would say that's not fair. But what if you were watching a video beforehand that was a 10-minute video on why it's so cool to spam the N-word in YouTube chats? and you weren't even looking at your chat and you didn't moderate it. Do you think that there would be a difference of opinion?
Yeah, I think people would have a difference of opinion, but there wouldn't be a problem with moderation. It'd be like the fact that they're putting it up there in the first place. It would be the kind of
hopefully nobody
Denim's watching the video.
No, but hang on a second. The problem there is not like that she is
friendly.
That there's a call for CPS. I understand that people could justify calling CPS on the basis of what's said there, but I don't think that you can do a one-to-one there. I mean, the act of reviewing it, I think it's culpable for its own reasons. I've already said that there's culpability there and what they did, so we don't need to get there. But like, all I'm saying is with respect to the intentionality, that's what's missing. And that's what, like, maybe you could make the case a little bit better with circumstantial evidence if she knows about it and chooses to disregard it and chooses not to.
Sure. Okay. I'm gonna do a 30,000 foot view of this issue then. Okay. Because here's like the huge issue, and honestly, this is the biggest problem that I have with a lot of these communities. Are you worried at all that you've set up an environment where none of these people will ever be held accountable for basically encouraging behavior that they know exists and that they know is actively happening?
Exactly.
As long as they themselves are smart enough to like never actually come out and explicitly condone it.
Yes.
Explicitly condone it.
Am I worried about that?
Yeah,
I don't think that I'm responsible.
So many of these communities are like Snarker adjacent or Kiwi Farms adjacent, and they do this and they know this, and they've got the interflow exchange of information back and forth. But obviously, the streamers themselves will never come out and say like, "I am doxing this person" or "I am harassing this person." So, like in your mind, is it literally impossible to ever get?
Yeah, I mean, plausible deniability is a weapon, right? Plausible deniability is a weapon that is used for evil.
Just recklessness, basically.
No. I think that there's you can definitely imply culpability, by which I mean moral fault. I definitely can agree to that and say that there is a moral fault there, 100%. But and I will always like, I'm not a literalist.
So what's in here?
If there's enough wink, wink, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, that I get the sense that it is their intent. Like if I got the sense from the video of
what's the point of
Denims
being
reacting
here?
to either of these different things, that she actually wanted
Why did
a
I do all
CPS
that?
call to occur, I would be treating her as though that was her conscious object initially, and I would be saying high degrees of moral fault in condemnation.
Hello?
I'm just telling you, and maybe I'm naive, maybe I'm a grifter, whatever you want to say. I do not get that impression. I get the impression of someone who is downplaying a risk.
What did I do that? Oh wait, hold on.
Okay, then I'm curious. Just looking at example we both know well. Okay, so then how do you get to the idea that Donald Trump wanted people to do an insurrection?
Yeah. So circumstantial evidence is how you get to intent. So.
Oh my god. Yes, that was another example that I brought up. Yes. See, Steven is in my walls. Okay, he's using my examples. Oh wait, hold on. There's a weapon crate. Thank God.
Trump brought them all there.
Oh my god.
Brought them all there for a particular purpose.
You know what? Even if I die on this map, I don't even need an anvil blueprint. Fuck anvil blueprints. Okay. Who the fuck needs anvil blueprints? Okay. All I need is to do this stupid fucking map over and over again and loot infinite amounts of anvils, okay? Anvil, my beloved, what would I do without you?
Right, and just to be clear, intent is needed for incitement and for engaging in insurrection, so you need to show intent. It was his conscious object to steal the election from Joe Biden, so we know that intent at a bare minimum. No one even really disputes that intent. He was failing on all his other operations to try to steal the election.
Nope.
He sent them over to the Capitol, knowing that their presence there was going to result in either intimidation, by which we mean threats of physical force, or and we all agree that they're very knowing, they're very conscious and aware that he had the that they were armed. He said he didn't care.
It's the
right?
bowling
You have
ball
the evidence from all of the different reports.
Why would he know that sending them to the Capitol would cause that intimidation?
Because there's a substantial and unjustifiable risk with respect to sending them there. But we are intuiting his intent based on all this huge amount of circumstantial evidence. Look at what we have here. We have his knowledge level that they're armed, his knowledge level that they're angry, his knowledge level that they're the anger is particularized to a group, the presence there, their immediate presence right there, the clear purpose, a clear objective to stop the steal, a clear objective to prevent the certification, one that's been explicit and stated that that's the clear objective, not just an observation, not just disposition, but one where it's their goal, right? The goal is to stop. And then in addition to all that, when it actually happens, when the violence actually occurs, and when he's updated about the fact that they've breached the Capitol, the fact that they're minutes away from the lawmakers, this is all in the reports. He tweets out what he does about Mike Pence, condoning what's happening with his moral support. And so there's a ton of circumstantial evidence that Trump's conscious object was to cause.
Wait, but there is a ton of circumstantial evidence for Denims as well, right? Like she is connected to Hassan. She is Hassan's ours. Hassan has every single reason to be malicious, right? In addition, there's also like Denims also. Like I bet that if you look into Denim's Discord, there's probably a lot of defenses of the CPS call, right? There's probably going to be a very, very large amount of evidence, right? Pointing towards undeniable proof, right? That makes it undeniable proof that Denims is facilitating the CPS call, right? Like, why are we pretending that this is not the case? I think this is retarded, right? Anyway.
The stopping of the or the attempt to stop the steal.
But there's a lot also.
There is
at least some
evidence
too
for Denims.
Yes. So what I'm telling you is that
on balance,
on balance, and the mere self-serving statements, I'm not going to try to be fooled by those. I really won't. If I really got the impression that the apology was,
would you say like? Well, would you say that we're all the way up to like it's not even like depraved heart? We're at like 100% intentional.
100% intentional.
Okay, so like
that's what you have to believe that. Yeah. Otherwise, it's like
So but then the parallels I'm obviously drawing here are that like Denims has a chat gathered. They obviously all super fucking hate Ethan and Hila. You've got them watching videos claiming that Ethan's children are basically being negligently abused and are potentially dying of these horrible fucking diseases. That Denims goes out of her way to say could be lethal to children. Okay. They downplay the calling of CPS, just like how MAGA downplays, the actual riot itself. Like she's doing all of these things that seem to have easy parallels. I'm not even asking for like a first degree 100% intended. I just don't know how you're not at like at the very least like this like basically whatever another word would be for the depraved heart thing that like she is playing into this as much as she possibly can without basically calling for it.
So let me give you an example, right? In that specific context.
Oh my God,
Rob Noor, all right? Rob Noor absolutely was reckless, I think, in the statements that he was making regarding election theft in pre-2020. He wasn't saying that the election was explicitly stolen, right? He was saying that he didn't say, or sorry, he did say that it was stolen, but that was because of like the Hunter Biden Twitter file stuff. Okay, so he did say that, and he was supporting in practice a lot of the efforts made by Trump in the legal cases, and he was trying to. So in other words. He didn't support violence, and I'm never going to say that he directly said that he supported violence. But I do think that his kinds of statements contributed to an air of like, feeling that things were unfair, feeling like they were getting fucked over, and he literally did take the view that the election was stolen. So in that context, you're not. But immediately when the insurrection happened, he condemned the violence immediately. Okay. So that's a clear case where you wouldn't.
I'll also say a difference too. As much as I hate fucking Rob Noor, I feel like I've heard Rob, and I don't watch any. I don't think I watch any of his content.
Yes,
I feel like I've heard Rob Noor say a billion times,
no violence,
political violence is unacceptable.
No.
Like that's an unambiguous position. And I don't think if I go into his channel, people do.
I know that. Yeah. So I'm trying to give you an easy case of someone who definitely, I think you could say, contributed to risk of people feeling disenfranchised. But there's no world in which this guy's going to be. You're going to say that he is. Directly intending what's happening on January 6th, right? Take someone like Ted Cruz, all right? Ted Cruz was launching objections in the Senate, right? To slates of electors, all right? Ted Cruz, before January 6th, he was basically lockstep. He supported the Trump the Pennsylvania versus Texas case that went all the way that went to the Supreme Court on the original jurisdiction. Do you hold Ted Cruz that he intended the insurrection to happen? That was his intent for the insurrection to happen, not to steal in the sense of the procedural coup, in the sense of the insurrection. Do you have evidence that you think that you could prove Ted Cruz wanted the insurrection?
Motherfucker, Denims is not Ted Cruz. Denims is not Ted Cruz. You're insulting Ted Cruz by comparing like Ted Cruz to Denims and Denims to Ted Cruz, right? Yeah, Ted Cruz is a fucking no, we're talking about Stephen Miller. Motherfucker, Stephen Miller. Did you free Radiant from his prison? Let him go of his shackles? I fucking praised him recently, right? Like for brokering the peace. But okay, like I said before, Denims is not Ted Cruz. Denims is Stephen Miller. Motherfucker. Like she's actually evil.
Probably not.
Yeah,
I don't think
I agree.
So.
I think it's hard because he's culpable.
But Denims is not.
It would change if I knew
Ted
because
Cruz in this
you can have a legal
analogy.
coup. So technically, the Senate's allowed to do their objections as per the EC or whatever. I don't know what Ted Cruz knew insofar as the whole Eastman plot and the whole fake electors bullshit.
How about Tucker Carlson?
Had knowledge of
Tucker Carlson spread lies he knew to be lies, right?
No,
he knew they were lies. And we have that from the Dominion
with
case.
respect to the particular insurrection.
Stephen Miller.
Stephen Miller.
Not wait,
violations and the fake elector bullshit. Anybody that was involved in that, 100% knew. 100
Stephen Miller.
We're going to hold Tucker Carlson accountable for some stuff. We're going to hold Ted Cruz accountable for some stuff. But I don't think it's fair to say that we're going to charge Ted Cruz with insurrection, that we're going to say that he actually did, as his conscious object, have for the specific insurrection to happen. Now, you again, this is just a way to demonstrate what I'm talking about here, and that I'm in good faith.
Sure.
Again, that's what this conversation is about.
But the problem I have with this is that like,
this is a
once in a lifetime. Well, I guess no, we had a civil war, so twice, whatever. This is an incredibly rare event that we have to talk about the foreseeability aspect here, right? Like, does Ted Cruz really think that it's foreseeable that he's engaged in actions that's increasing the risk of an actual violent insurrection happening? Like, if Ted Cruz would have been, there are other actions I would have to see to push me in that.
Let me give you an
direction.
example. So, do you think that Hassan, with his
the reason why I probably wouldn't have even engaged with the analogy, right? If that makes sense, because Stephen is engaging with the analogy here, but the analogy doesn't make sense, right? Because again, Denims is not Ted Cruz. Denims is literally right next.
His coverage.
Yeah, Denims is not Denims is literally right next to Hassan, right? So you need to pick someone who is next to Trump, right? You have to. Like RFK Jr.
That he is
you have to.
Intentional. If there's some sort of communist violence that occurs, would you apply culpability to someone like Hassan for that violence?
Yes.
And that's because you think that his rhetoric has a high degree of connection between potential violence.
With that, and because I think he more or less basically calls for it and lays out all of the justifications, and anytime violence happens, it seems like for every single time, I feel like he calls it a false flag, and he constantly tries to downplay it when it's pretty obviously like a horrible thing. Yeah. So maybe that I'm like the whatever. Maybe you guys think differently. I don't know if I wouldn't put it on like the depraved heart level. Like, this is a much Hutch. So Hutch said this thing kind of by mistake. Or maybe Hutch was like, well, this is a much broader thing when you talk about like Donald Trump. I think that the culpability, when it's more diffused in a population, it's going to be harder to ascribe a.
Bro, honestly, Stella Montes with a risky loadout is actually pretty fun. It's actually unironically pretty fun because, like, normally you go in with nothing because you always assume you're going to die, right? But then I think it makes you better at the game if you, like, actually bring some risk, right? Bring an anvil or something, or a medium. Not anything too serious, but just enough to, like, feel nervous about shit and, like, actually practice risking and shit and try harding, I guess. But yeah, I don't know.
Higher percentage to an individual.
Okay, and here we go.
With the snarker community.
So, Lauren Southern, the Christchurch shooting.
Sure. Yes.
She's culpable in the sense of is she reckless with her rhetoric in the sense of with respect to the result there?
At least, yeah. Her whole thing was basically that
that's enough. Okay, I'm done with this. Like, I know exactly like where this would go. Okay.
It's like even I recognize her.
Yeah, like okay, gotcha. So they don't go anywhere. Okay. Hey, if you enjoyed the content, I got more for you. It's on my second channel, which is Snack Markets. I'm trying to get as many subscribers as I could. Obviously, even though I got monetization, I'm trying to reach monetization with ads, so I'm trying to push it to 1,000 subscribers. We also got a Discord server. It is discord.gg/Foodshops. We have a pleasant community. It's strictly moderated. It is just about the most sane drama community that you can never be a part of. Now, you can also follow me on Kick. That's kick.com/Foodshops. I put all my VODs there. The VODs are not on YouTube. If you want to follow me on Twitter, you can find me at NotFoodshops. Almost forgot one last thing. My online streaming thing really isn't possible without a large portion of my income coming from donations from people like you. If you would like to contribute, you can become a member or donate super chats and memberships during my streams. However, since YouTube takes 30% as a service fee, and you would like to maximize the money received for me, please donate on Kick, where Kick only takes 5% and I get 95%. You can even donate offline as well if you cannot catch up to the streams. Thank you for your support.